Hey guys, Ethan Studios here, and today we're going to be taking a look at every LEGO Ninjago minifigure ever made. Yes, you heard me correctly. The next couple of hours, we're going to be breaking down and taking an up-close look at every Ninjago minifigure in its 15-year history. Starting all the way back in 2011 with the pilots here, and then catching up to us in early 2026 with the return of Ninjago Legacy and, of course, Dragons Rising Season 4. Now, just a little disclaimer before we get started. Brickset states that there are actually 960 unique Ninjago minifigures. However, that is just completely inaccurate and false. The way Brickset logs minifigures is, of course, you could have Day of the Departed Kai here, and this would count as one unique minifigure. Perfect. I think we all can agree with that. However, there could be a poly bag, foil bag, promo, anything of the sort, where Kai may come with one of the older hoods here, and this would count as a new and unique minifigure. Of course, that's completely inaccurate because this hood piece already existed, and this form of Kai, it's not new, it's just combining old parts. So yeah, the way I'm organizing my video, stuff like that is not going to count. It's just each new and unique minifigure that came in a set at any given time. And according to some very rough math, with each of these unique given minifigures, we have approximately 760 to look at today. So without any further ado, let's go back to where it all started in 2011 with the Ninjago pilots. All right, and just a quick reminder before we delve into things here, I just want to remind you all that this video is completely unscripted and it is very long. So I may be making a few mistakes along the way, but not too many. I know Ninjago pretty well, but for the mistakes that I do make, feel free to leave them in the comments section below. Destroy me, laugh at me, whatever you want to do. Just make sure that the information is down there so people can see on the very rare times that I get something wrong. But yeah, looking back 15 years ago, it all started in 2011 with the pilots and the original 4 Ninja here before the team would continue to expand over the years. But looking back at these OG 4 minifigures here is really surreal, seeing how far things have come and the impact that Ninjago has had all these years later, especially with all of the inflation and rising prices in the community and the aftermarket. So going to be really interesting, especially looking at the more expensive minifigures as we go. But starting with the OG4, these guys were in so many sets, in a lot of cheap sets too. So they're all for very easy to get still, which is great. They reused this very old Ninja head wrap piece at the time. It was from the late 90s, early 2000s Ninja theme, which is a fantastic theme. If you haven't heard of it, go look it up. Ninjago would not be here without it. But yeah, we got Kai, Jay, Zane, and Cole, of course. And then looking underneath, all of their original face prints here. I will say, I think my least favorite part, especially as a kid with these original face prints, is not really having any smiling versions. They were always angry in these original face prints here, and that just didn't line up to the show very well. They were very jokey and funny in the show, so it would take many, many years before we got some happy face prints for the Ninja here, but as they stand, they represent their battle poses very, very well. Love the OG robe designs here. They all got leg prints, which was super cool. And then their original elemental symbols, which would change. Very, very interesting there. And then looking around the back, this is a rarity. This was the only wave of Ninjago sets where figures did not have back torso printing. Of course, would never see this again. And certain other figures in this wave would have back torso printing, but we got to remember this was early 2010s. Lego was still recovering from their colossal meltdown as a company in the early 2000s, and believe it or not, Ninjago was a huge reason they came back on the up and up. So really interesting looking back at these OG4 here. Moving right along, this is our very first Nia minifigure, of course, many years before she became a ninja, and even a year before she became a samurai. She has these really nice kimono robes here. This was the first time we would see a half mask piece. Of course, it's printed onto the face and not an actual half mask separate piece that you can take on and off. Those would come about 2 or 3 years later down the line. This OG bob piece that she used up until season 7, I was never a big fan of. That was one of my favorite redesign elements of Nia, is when they changed her hairpiece. It's just really generic and outdated, quite frankly. But looking at the torso here, I love the phoenix symbol. Of course, that would mean a lot more later when she became the water ninja. The reflective gold printing is a really nice touch as well. No print around the back. Pretty expected there. And then her alternate face is a really interesting one. She has a little bit of eyeshadow here, and that was something she would lose after season 2 or 3, I believe. She would stop wearing eyeshadow, but a really interesting early design there for Nia. Moving on, we got Pilot Wu here. This beard piece was brand new at the time, as well as this rice hat piece, which the rice hat he still uses to this day, 15 years later, and of course that beard piece too. But yeah, looking underneath, pretty generic Wu face print. This face would be used quite a bit in the coming years. I love the torso. Unfortunately, the button up and the collar part is hidden underneath the beard, but nice to have there. And then interestingly enough, he does have a back print. So the main characters, no back print for them, but their master, yeah, we got to prioritize that. So really interesting inclusion there. Moving on, we got some very coveted minifigures here. Unfortunately, these ones have become quite rare in today's market, especially DXJ here. This was a lot harder to get, this specific one, and then the others are still worth quite a bit. I believe Kai is about $100 US, and Jay's rocking around $300 US, which is just absurd. I really dislike how far these prices have come in the last couple of years. But yeah, these are the figures themselves. The DX Ninja, of course, featured very prominently in very early season 1 Rise of the Snakes. I don't believe, did they make an appearance in the pilots? Maybe very briefly if they did. It's been a little bit since I've seen them, but DX Dragon Extreme is what that stands for. You're going to be seeing the same hood pieces, of course, these same face prints underneath. The difference is going to be the torso and leg printing with these incredible dragon designs on them. Going to be this reflective gold printing under the light there that looks so good to me. I love that their elements are being just spat out of the dragon mouse there. That's a really nice touch. And then the dragon tail kind of goes down onto the legs, curving around. A really nice detail that I like is Cole's here, because Cole's dragon Rocky was a completely different head design than the other 3 in the show. So super cool to see them change that on the torso here. I always like when they make things as accurate as possible, which is really great there. And then the interesting thing around the back here, there is back prints on these ones, so that was really nice to see. And what's even more interesting is it's going to be their elemental symbol and then their name printed beneath it. Not even in their native language, Ninjago, it's in English. So Kai, Jay, Zane, and Cole, which is really interesting. Again, we'd never see that again. We'd see their elemental symbols and elements printed in the language of Ninjago, but this is the only time we've seen English in Ninjago, at least on the minifigures. So really interesting touch there, and I think it's a really fun piece of Ninjago's history, and part of that could be why these figures have grown so much in price over the years. They're very special and unique. Moving on to the final 2 hero figures we had for the Pilots wave. Well, I guess Garmadon doesn't really count unless you want to count, you know, the good side of him. But we just have the kimono version of Wu here for the Golden Weapons era with that really nice dragon print along the back. It's really interesting to get a print like this. Like this looks very difficult to print. It's very complex. It's got different colors running through it, but we can't print the backs of these characters. So really interesting decisions they made there. I think the black robes look a lot better for Wu. I was really glad to see them return in Legacy, which was 8 years after these initial robes here. And then, yeah, there are going to be some symbols, again, not in English, printed on the side there. Early version of Ninjago. And then more gray showing through underneath the robes there, which of course you would see in the Serpentine War flashbacks when we saw them for the first time in season 4. And then our main villain here, Lord Garmadon himself, before the 4 arms, it would not be him who started the forearm trend, but someone else will be looking at soon. This was reusing the Ninja helmet from the late 90s again, another piece coming back from there. This was the only time he would use this helmet piece. I personally much prefer this helmet to the one Lego would make for Ninjago, brand new for Samurai X, and then of course for Garmadon, but that's just me. I think it gives a more like grander feel. It's a bigger, more airy helmet. No leg print for this guy, which I think is fine. And then the rib cage just showing through with a little purple sash, and then no back print. So a very simplistic minifigure, but a very iconic one at that. Moving on, we've got the man, the myth, the legend himself. This is Samukai, and this was the OG four-armed villain. He was the one who would start the trend for many, many years to come, up until the most recent years of Ninjago, which is pretty crazy to see. He has this insanely elaborate piece that I can't believe existed back in 2011. This massive piece you could clip the arms on, and then the jaw, the top half of the jaw would click on, and you could open and close it just like that. So pretty insane, especially with all the prints on it too. This was not dual molding because dual molding didn't exist back in the day. But yeah, it looks pretty darn good despite that. Again, just can't believe the insane complexity of this piece here. Just very, very impressive. And a figure I'm really surprised Lego has not revisited just because he's so coveted, he's so iconic. Was really hoping to see him in the Blacksmith remake this year, but it just wasn't meant to be. So hopefully with the return of Legacy, it continues into next year, and we can see a Legacy updated version of Samukai, so people who don't have him can have a chance to get him and don't have to pay outrageous aftermarket prices. As I knock over figures in the background. Moving on, these are the OG villains for Ninjago, the skeletons, and these guys would come into play in later seasons as well. But yeah, the original comedic duo, you got Cruncha and Knuckle here. You can have your opinions on whether they're funny or not, but as a kid, I did really enjoy them. Again, these really elaborate molded head pieces here for these guys, which is interesting because the generic villains over here, like the more army builder ones, did not have these. So interesting choice there. I love the monocle on Cruncha. I think that's really, really funny. And then the armor piece that these guys use is actually quite elaborate as well. Yeah, lots of printing on there, and I love how transparent the white is. That would become an issue with the Samurai X figure for Sons of Garmadon. They couldn't print the white correctly, but clearly they could do it back in the day. So really interesting there, and I think we just didn't appreciate these original Ninjago figures enough. Of course, with Knuckle, I love the like metal scraps for an eye patch there. He's really trying his best to see and protect that eye there, looking around. Yeah, and then he has a crack on the side of his skull there. Moving on, we got Whiplash here, spelled with a Y, W-Y-P-L-A-S-H. This character didn't really do anything in the show, but he has a unique head mold, so gotta at least talk about him, gotta remember his name. He has the same rice hat as Sensei Wu, and then a really fun Easter egg is off to the side. He has a little worm peeking out of his skull. I think that's really, really funny, and yeah, just the Lego designers clearly having fun with these characters back in the day. Moving along, we got the 4 different variations of the original skeleton minifigures here. I'm not going to remember everyone's name, but I know this guy is crazy. Bonsai, and I believe Frakjaw and Chopov, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, that wasn't too bad, right? Yeah, maybe I swapped up one of the names, but I know these 2 are correct. But yeah, pretty generic skeletons, but the thing I like about them is they all have different prints for the heads and then different color sashes for their waists. So a thing we'd see with Ninjago villains is you'd get a bunch of the same exact minifigure you could army build, but what I liked about the early Ninjago villains is, yes, you get a ton of these minifigures to army build, but each of them is clearly unique and different from the other. And then these original armor pieces were really cool. I love the spikes protruding out, and then the Skullkin logo right there. As if you couldn't already tell they were skeletons, gotta have that Skullkin logo right there. Really funny stuff. Keeping things going along here, we're moving into 2012 now with the Rise of the Snakes era, which for a lot of people, this is where you truly got into Ninjago if you weren't already a fan from the Pilots era. And for me, this is some of my best memories with the show. Starting off with the least interesting figure here. This is the training dummy came in a like skeleton bowling set, which I thought was really, really funny. And this was the skeleton you'd bowl over. I believe that one came with a J minifig as well. But yeah, getting into the core 4 Ninja here, they would have these super iconic suits that, yeah, we all remember. And this armor piece and the mask piece were brand new at the time. Really interestingly enough, this armor piece is still used to this day. What, 14 years later. Pretty crazy to think. The mask piece would, of course, retire, but it's going to be those same ninja face prints underneath. And something I really liked about these guys here is they were a little bit unique, obviously, with the prints and everything, but 2 of them were rocking the silver as their main undertone color, and then 2 were rocking the gold. And I really like the choices. I always love gold for Kai here. I think it looks nice, especially with those little gold accents on the torso there. Yeah, and then Cole with the armor coming over, Jay with the silver arm. Of course, it was silver in the show, but in Lego, they had to print it in light gray. Don't really know how I feel about that. I don't know if that was something that was doable at the time. It would have been really cool. Obviously, the chrome silver color existed, but that was notorious for rubbing off and looking terrible, as seen with the silver Stormtrooper. A very iconic figure, but one you could not play with, lest it just looked terrible and fall apart. But really like the brown and tan used here for Zane as well. Some really unique colors and lots of gray in these original Ninja designs from 2012 here. Something really cool about the armor piece as well is you could fit 2 swords through the scabbards there. And then you also had their elemental symbol peeking out through the back as well. And yes, these guys, of course, had back prints, and these are much more elaborate back prints even than the DX Ninja. So clearly the budget was upgraded. Lego was making strides as things went, and these are definitely some of the best Ninjago suits ever. And I don't think it's purely from a nostalgic standpoint. I think it's from the simplicity of the designs, but there's also a lot going on here with all the straps, the armor, the weapons like lodged in their belts. You got some shurikens there for Kai, straps. All of it looks so, so good, and the revolutionary armor and mask pieces. So really, really special minifigs there. Next up, of course, Nia would become a much bigger part of the show, which was great to see. This was the very beginning of Nia's integration as more than just a random side character. She actually had some stuff to do. She was the mysterious samurai here, and something very funny about that back in the day was it was supposed to be a mystery in the show, but if you saw the Lego sets and you literally just took the helmet piece off, it's like, oh, the mysterious samurai is Nia. So thought that was really funny. I remember that as a kid and being like, well, there's no mystery. It's clearly Nia. This is one of the last times we would see the OG ninja pieces used in Ninjago from that late 90s theme. This is the samurai kendo armor piece here, which is super cool. And of course, the kendo ninja later on the line would use it as well. But yeah, and then this is introducing that brand new helmet piece here, which looks great for the samurai. I just don't love it as much for Garmadon. And then a brand new mouth guard piece here to cover up her mouth. There, you can just clip it right on. Oh man, this is a struggle. There we go. Looks great. I love the molded detailing in there. And then this is actually a new face for Nia. No more half mask. Instead, she has this really angry face on the back, which I find really interesting because the eyeshadow is just in lipstick is just completely gone on the angry face there. And then underneath the kendo armor, there is actually printing, which is super nice to see. You got her phoenix symbol along the back. And then, yeah, just more armor printed on there. Really solid minifigure here, and she was exclusive to the OG Samurai X-Mech. Moving on, here's a rare minifig. We got ZX Lloyd. What a special one this is here. This was Garmadon's son, of course. We all know who Lloyd is coming into the show after the pilots. He would start off as this just annoying little kid over here, copying. He literally painted on his father's ribs to his torso, which I think is really funny. You can see the paint dripping. And then the purple sash to try and match Garmadon. Interestingly enough, this 5 here was actually a hint back in the day that he would become the 5th ninja. And what color is it painted in? Green, because he's the green ninja. I always thought this short cape here was a really interesting addition. No back printing along the back, which is totally fine. You never see it with the short cape. And then he had this new face that looked great. Really confident smile there, kind of cocky, smug. You can tell he's trouble. And then the really scared Lloyd face along the back. So fits Kid Lloyd pretty well. And then ZX Lloyd here, he wouldn't get these taller legs until season 2 when he was aged up. But what a phenomenal figure this is, rocking the same ZX hood here. ZX, by the way, stands for Zen Extreme. Don't think I mentioned that earlier. What's interesting about the hood is there's actually some really fine, like, dotted detailing printed into the silver there that the other silver Ninja hoods didn't get. I can kind of bring that up. Just a little bit of a different shade of silver, just ever so slightly. And then he actually got darker shoulder pads here, which I think looks fine. I love the white torso underneath, or sorry, the white shirt underneath and the little stars printed there. Just an incredible minifig. And then he actually has a snake as his OG elemental symbol. Of course, that would change. But yeah, just because he was so involved with the Serpentine from an early age, it does make a lot of sense. Wu would get a new suit here, rocking the same bamboo hat, recolored in golds now, same face, same beard, but a brand new torso and leg print. This torso is incredible. I love the dragon designs printed on there. Unfortunately, this figure is non-canon. He never appeared in the show like this, and then a dragon symbol along the back. Yeah, definitely one of the more underrated Wu suits, probably just because he was never really featured that prominently. Moving on, we've got some figures I have some mixed opinions on. These are the Kendo training suits here, reusing the Ninja Samurai Kendo armor piece here that Samurai X used, and then introducing these brand new Kendo helmets with some white printed onto the outside. Interestingly enough, underneath, it's not their 2012 suits that were featured in this wave. It's going to be their 2011 suits. So really weird choice there. They probably should have just included the suits that were, canon to the show at the time. But yeah, interesting decision there. These are fine figures, I guess. I like getting the Kendo helmets and training armor. I think that was a really important part of one of the episodes in the show. So to get that is really cool. I'm surprised we got it all, quite frankly. But yeah, a little bit mixed on the torso and legs there. Probably should have been the ZX suits. All right, moving right along. Let's continue with some rare figures. Just like we've seen earlier, these are the NRG figures, some of the more sought-after Ninjago figures of all time. Obviously, for NRG J, if you're a Ninjago fan or you know anything about the community, you know NRG. J is very, very rare, very sought-after. A lot of people wanted this one back in the day. Well, at least as things moved on. But yeah, he was very hard to get at first because he came in a single spinner set that wasn't very widely distributed. But talking about just the figures themselves, these are incredible. Some of my favorite powered-up Ninjago minifigures, maybe my favorite of all time. And I think it's just because of how insane they are and how bright they are. I mean, there's not like a bunch of clashing colors. It's just they picked one color, they stuck to it, and then like, let's just have exploding elemental energy everywhere. I think going above and beyond was the mask piece too. It's that same ZX mask, but they completely changed the colors, of course, and then printed on some elemental design there. My favorite one's probably Zane. I think the baby blue is a really fun color. Would never see that again for Zane, unfortunately. Looking underneath, trying to be careful with these. They got some pretty crazy faces. Of course, Kai's still keeping his scar underneath. Their eyes are just glowing, and there's this elemental energy just buzzing around their eyes. Unfortunately, the energy Cole I bought, his mouth was completely rubbed off when I bought it, and I don't want to buy a new one for $100. So yeah, that's the only thing missing with this figure. And then looking along the back, the detailing continues there. I think with Cole, I really like the purple too. Something we would never see again for Cole is that more electric, kind of translucent looking purple. So some very special Ninjago minifigures here, and definitely some of my favorite of all time. Let's move into the villains for this wave. Rise of the Snakes. So who do you think they're going to be battling? Yeah, it's probably going to be snakes. So looking at the snake generals here, these were some pretty hard to get figures, especially if you wanted to complete the full collection. Acidicus and Scalador here only came in a $120 Devourer set. Pythor came in the more expensive Ultrasonic Raider, and then Phantom over here was in a set, Scales was in a set, so he had to buy 4 different sets, 2 of them being very expensive. But Pythor P. Chumsworth, leader of the Anacondrae, which the Anacondrae we would not learn anything more about until season 4. They all died, of course. Pythor, the only survivor. And then Scales, leader of the Hypnobrai clan. Scalador, leader of the Constricti. Acidicus, leader of the Venomari. And then Phantom, leader of the Fang Pyre. So really incredible figures here. They introduced this brand new snake tail piece at the time that Ninjago would use to death. We still see it to this day, with the most recent addition being the Acid Monster for Dragon's Rising Season 4. So a very important piece here. It's very rubbery at the end and then much more firm and plastic-like at the base, which makes sense, help it stay together. I love the purple and black design for Pythor with that giant kind of looking diamond thing on his chest. I think that was really cool. For the Hypnobrai, they have literal like hypnosis symbols on them, which is cool. And then, of course, they all have these unique molded heads, which look incredible. Pythor's especially with that long neck and the gaping mouth there. Just really, really good design work on these. I think the two-headed for Fangtum is really fun too. But incredible minifigs, hard to get your hands on these days, of course, because they are so iconic. And interestingly enough, with Legacy, we would see Pythor remade, for Legacy, but we would never see the other generals remade, which I guess makes sense. Pythor's the most iconic, but at least seeing Scales remade would have been cool. He's shown up in some capacity in multiple seasons since Rise of the Snakes, and he was a prominent villain there, so hopefully we see Scales remade at some point. Moving on, you've got the whole villain army over here, which, much like the skeletons, there were a ton of different ones to collect, but you could still army build them. So they still had their very unique nature, but they looked great in masses as well. Starting with the Fang Pyre, you've got Snappa here, you've got Fang Sui, and then you got Fang Dam. So go ahead and give me some kudos in the comments below, as I remember all these generic villain names. It would be much appreciated. But the Fang Pyre were really fun. It's interesting that a single Fang Pyre member had the two heads. I feel like that should have just been reserved for the general, but I think it works here. This guy doesn't have any dialogue in the show, so it's fine. I love the headpiece for Fang Sui here. I think that looks good. And the white and red just blends really well together with these small accents of black. Moving back, we got the Hypnobrai here, another great tribe. Interestingly enough, Mesmo in the middle here is actually a rarer one. I remember at the time when I went to get this whole collection together, 3 years ago at this point, this figure was like $30, which he's probably a lot more now, but really interesting just for a single snake figure. You have Scales before he became the general here, which is a really cool figure to have. A lot of yellow on this one compared to when he becomes a general. And then you got the generic baddie over here. I like the snake headpiece coming around the back with the little tail there. I think that's really, really fun, and I was just asking for kudos, and I can't remember his name, so I take it back. You don't have to give me kudos. Moving on, we got the Venomari here. We've got Lasha, Lizaru, and Spitta. Okay, we're back. We're so back. These guys are cool. I like the pouch, the vial pouches just of their poison, because they spit poison at you. It's funny that they have these giant pouches just filled with them here. I love the scarred eye for Lash over here. I think that's a fun detail. And then using the same headpiece that Mesmo used for this guy here, and then this guy's using the same headpiece as Acidicus. And then moving on to what I think are the funniest looking tribe is the Constricti here. Of course, you have no, this is Baitar. This guy is Spitta? No, I don't think so. All right, yeah, we're not back anymore. I just love these short legs on these guys and the big heads. I just think it's really funny. The orange looks great. And then we of course have our Lord and Savior himself, Chokin. What a great Ninjago minifigure. Probably my favorite of all time. No one even really comes close, but yeah, gotta love Chokin. And then the final Rise of the Snakes minifigure we would have here is going to be Lord Garmadon, finally, with the 4 arms. It took long enough. Using that samurai helmet, but of course with the iconic bone piece. And then this is a brand new upper torso piece here for the 4 arms, which I think looks really, really great. You got a new face print here, which is much more detailed than the original, so nice to see there. And then still no back torso printing for him, which is funny. He's the only figure in this entire wave that didn't get that treatment. Now, moving on to what was supposed to be the end of Ninjago, but we all know what happened after that. This is the final battle wave released in 2013. These are the kimono suits here for the main 5 ninja. Unfortunately, Nia did not get a new minifigure in this wave. But yeah, these look really, really great. Some of the more beloved Ninjago suits. This was the first time we'd see that black base color used, and that would come back for Possession and Skybound, which are also some of the most beloved Ninjago suits. So the darker base color, I think, works really, really well. You had these brand new symbols up in the upper corners of their torso here, which was super cool to see. Same ZX masks, same face print underneath. These guys all came in the set wave, and then Kimono Lloyd was exclusive to a book, which was a really interesting choice. I don't know how to feel about that. He probably should have just come in the sets, but also the book was, I think, $15 or $20, so it wasn't impossible to get your hands on. But yeah, really great wave of suits, and then they have their elemental symbols around the back. Lloyd with the snake symbol still there for the time being, and then yeah, the ninja had all their OG elemental symbols along the back. Next up, we have the Golden Ninja here. This is an incredible minifigure that you might not have known. There are two variations of. This was something I was pretty shocked to learn about a couple years back, but you have one in the more common pearl gold color for Lego here, and then this is the older gold color that they used to use, but completely discontinued because it was so fragile. So I got to be careful with the minifigure, but the pieces would be very brittle. They would snap and break very easily. It does look better for sure. This gold just looks a lot more royal, more elegant, but is it really worth it at the cost of it breaking and falling apart? But this was the figure you could get in the Temple of Light, and then the Golden Dragon, of course, and then the updated pearl gold design actually came in Lego Dimensions, which was really, really interesting there. But yeah, completely the same in terms of prints and pieces used. It's just going to be they're printed in different colors. So fun little piece of Ninjago history that you might not have known about. The Stone Warriors were the main villain for the final wave, and I think the concept behind these guys is incredible. They look so, so good to me. Unfortunately, the execution in the show, I just don't think was that interesting, especially compared to the way the Serpentine were handled. These guys just didn't do that much, but they do look really, really cool. Love seeing this new clip-on attachment for the Samurai X kind of thing, but with the flailed outsides there. That looks good. This was a new piece up top. And then using that rice hat, new armor, of course, and then the red, black, all looks really, really good with that lime green hint in the middle. And then General Kozu had this brand new upper torso piece here with all this silver printing. I remember getting this minifig as a kid and thinking it was probably the coolest thing ever. Underneath this really interesting face print of him just screaming at you. I thought that was really funny. And then he actually does have back torso printing, which I really did appreciate. But yeah, General Kozu, you got Stone Army Warrior, Stone Army Scout, and then this is the Stone Army Swordsman, the base one. But yeah, also worth noting, different colors on the face prints here. So yellow, red, and blue. So that's what makes each of these unique. A figure you guys told me to include that I actually did not include in past collection videos is going to be Possessed Garmadon here. I felt like he didn't really deserve to because there was no new pieces. It was just a combination. It's literally just Garmadon with the Helmet of Darkness and then the stone armor or stone warrior mask attachment to make him kind of look possessed. But you guys said he should be included, and I guess this is an important version of Garmadon, so yeah, welcome to the collection video, Possessed Garmadon. A pretty lazy minifigure at the time. He doesn't really look a lot like Possessed Garmadon. A new face piece would have been really, really cool to represent it, but I guess it's at least nice that he exists in some capacity. Now, moving on to the very first reboot of Ninjago. There would be many more reboots to come, as we all know, but this was literally just called Rebooted. And what was so special about these figures at the time, aside from the fact that we were all just very excited Ninjago was returning, was that we got their hair pieces. Finally, playing with the original minifigures, if you wanted to have them without their mask pieces, they would be bald, or you would have to use a random hairpiece from your collection to try and make it work. Of course, these hair pieces did exist at the time, they just weren't the most common, and then they made a brand new hairpiece for Kai here, which looks fantastic. It's super rubbery compared to the hard plastic of the others, just so the spiky bits couldn't snap off. And then they did, of course, introduce the half mask piece, which is still used to this day, many years later. I loved the half mask piece at the time. I'm a little bit tired of it now. I'd like to see it done a little more creatively, but for the time it looked incredible. I think my least favorite part about the rebooted suits, I love the torsos. They look so good and unique with the elemental powers kind of worked in, like bursting around, especially that like opalescent orange on Cole. I thought that was so cool. They don't really have leg prints. I don't know if that was a design choice or a budget choice. They didn't have the budget because it was just coming back. I'm not really sure, but either way, I think these suits would have been higher on the list with leg prints. And then moving them around, you're of course going to see those elemental symbols with the elemental energy around them. I especially like Zane's. The ice is frozen into the actual symbol. And then Lloyd got a new symbol there, which is great to see. Of course, that symbol was introduced on the Golden Ninja figure, the dragon in the back, so no longer the serpentine symbol for Lloyd. He finally has his own. So really special stuff there. Now, this is a figure that is sure to get some blood boiling, and honestly, it's kind of getting my blood boiling too. DX Lloyd is an unfortunate situation. This minifigure recently skyrocketed. He was worth about $200 US the last time I made this collection video, which was about a year and a half, 2 years ago. You want to know what he's worth now? Over $1,000 US dollars. I've been seeing a lot of people selling him for $2,000 US dollars, and this is all part of the Ninjago inflation crisis where everyone's getting back into Ninjago right now, and everyone wants all these OG minifigures, but there's only so many that can go around. So of course, prices will skyrocket. Everyone will be taking advantage of everyone who wants the minifig. So really unfortunate situation there, but I do want to talk about just the figure as a whole. He was exclusive to a Target little gift box cube at the time that was sold for, funny enough, $20, and it came with 3 other minifigures. So this figure had a value about $5 when he first came out and was worth that for a very brief period of time. But yeah, the ZX hood here with no printing, just green, looks really great. I think my favorite part is the exclusive face print underneath that looks a lot more like Lloyd than the brand new Lloyd face print we saw introduced for Rebooted, which I did not talk about because I wanted to compare it side by side here. But yeah, this was the brand new Lloyd face print over on the left here, introduced for Rebooted. I think he just looks too angry. He's missing the like very iconic Lloyd eyebrows. This one looks way more with that kind of cocky, confident smile, and then the more grin there. The eyebrows look a little bit better. Yeah, better Lloyd face. This is exclusive to this figure, so yeah, that face print, not going to be easy to get your hands on. Really cool to see LEGO go back and complete the DX suit collection, even though this DX Lloyd is not canon to the show, and then of course his dragon symbol and his name is printed onto the back. Unfortunately, not going to be that OG Ninja wrap piece, the mass piece there, just because it was out of production at the time. But if you really want that, you can go and buy it for like $50 on the aftermarket. But yeah, not going to do that. I'd want the most accurate version of the figure, and this is exactly what LEGO gave us. So controversy aside, let's keep things rolling. Here we've got the first batch of stone armor suits. Of course, if you know anything, or anything about Ninjago, I'll say, these were not completed initially. LEGO would come back and complete the suit line later, which was super nice of them to do, but at the time, all of the 6 main ninja characters had the stone armor suits in the show to combat the Overlord, and we only got 3 of them in the initial wave of sets at the time. But these are really cool. I like the armor version on them. It's cool seeing the ZX armor return. I think it looks great. Nia's is by far my favorite. Maybe it's just because she was lucky enough to get leg printing and these guys didn't. Not really sure the thought process behind that, but it is what it is. I think the unfortunate thing about Nia, though, is that's not Nia. And this would begin a trend that would come back in about a year and a half from now, where they would use inaccurate face prints for Nia. This is just a generic city face print. So really unfortunate. Got her Phoenix symbol there. And then looking around the back, really interestingly enough, they continue the symbol through the armor, but it wouldn't line up for the other ninja. So a little bit unfortunate there, but yeah. Also, this was just another great opportunity to get more of the ninjas' hair pieces, which, yeah, none of us are ever gonna say no to that. An exclusive version of Zane came in this wave as well. Of course, Rebooted was Zane's season. There are minifigures all over the table falling, so forgive me as I reposition things. There we go. We got this exclusive rebooted Zane here with the open chest torso there. You can see his heart, all the energy kind of bleeding out. This is a fantastic minifigure. And then this is our first time finally getting the exposed Zane face print, which would come back later, which was great. But yeah, I love this so much. We saw it in Rise of the Snakes and everyone was like, oh my gosh, that is so cool. We need that as a face print. And we got it 2 years later. So full just Nindroid Zane here, which I think looks great. And then it's the same as the rebooted torso around the back, just with some open metal showing through. And then the back of the face is printed as well. Kind of shows through the hairpiece, but not all the way. What a great minifigure. He was exclusive to the Ninja Copter, by the way. Moving right along here, continuing with Rebooted, we've got Dareth, which was a really interesting figure to get at the time. Very happy to see him. This is the first version of Dareth with that exclusive face print, torso and leg printing, and then the hairpiece matching him very well. Got his star around the back, and then you can see his chest hair showing through, and then they printed these folds here, which kind of represent his belly. So he came in a poly bag, not in any official sets, but this is the first version of Dareth, and he's one of my all-time favorite Ninjago characters. I remember being so happy as a kid when we got him as an official minifigure. Moving along, Pixel was a brand new character at the time. She worked for Cyrus Borg and was Zane's love interest. So first time seeing a ninja get a love interest that was not Kai. Not Kai. Kai got Skylar the season after. That was not Jay. But yeah, Pixel was an interesting character. This was not a new hairpiece at the time, but it was a new color for it in this light gray with kind of a silver undertone to it, which looks really, really cool. No leg print. You can see kind of the tech bleeding through her torso there, which I think is a really nice addition. And then she's got her good side there, and then the evil, angry Pixel on the other side, which she was evil for probably 5 seconds before she broke her programming. So really interesting minifigure there, and one that's a little bit harder to get your hands on. She came in only one set. Sensei Garmadon was a big deal at the time. Of course, after the final battle, Garmadon was healed from his evil side, at least for just a little bit, until a couple years later. As things go in Ninjago, things are never permanent. Always got to change and keep the conflict alive. But this is a really cool figure. I liked seeing the green in there to kind of match his son. Cool symbols on the side. It still feels like his own thing. And then that face print was really, really great. Looking around the back, he's going to have that same dragon symbol as Lloyd. So really nice touch. A lot of ways that they tied him to his son here, but I like keeping the black in there as well to kind of remind you of his past. Really good design work on that minifig there. Evil Wu was a really interesting one. He just kind of got infected by some of the Overlord's tech. The rice hat returns in the silver color here. His beard is now black. And then, yeah, printing around the back, just like that other Zane face. I like the purple and then just a saw blade on the back for his symbol. I think that's funny. The purple integration looks really, really nice here. And then looking underneath, if I can, yeah, that's a little bit difficult. There we go. You can see some printing under there. The purple, of course, in full effect. And then, yeah, all the tech infection looks really nice. Cyrus Borg was another new character in this season here, as my camera freaks out on me. But yeah, Cyrus Borg was a really fun addition who would become a mainstay to Ninjago, coming through in different seasons, making some cameos every once in a while. This new hairpiece was insanely elaborate, so just the normal black hair, but with this whole tech stuff integrated in, as he also got possessed by the tech of the Overlord. So you got his really evil face on one side here. You can see all the tech kind of coming out of him on that side, and then on the other side, the normal, just more happy Cyrus Borg face. Mine's a little bit faded on the print there, but yeah, you get the idea. Really fun addition, and then it was so great getting an updated minifigure of him for the Ninjago City markets. 10 years later? But yeah. Moving along, the Overlord here, finally getting an official Overlord minifigure after seeing him in the final battle. This is an incredible minifig here, a very rare and sought after one as well, with this brand new and exclusive armor piece that would be carried over into Nexo Knights, funny enough. But yeah, used just once in Ninjago here. This is the Golden Master version of the Overlord, if you're wondering. By the way, he would use this just slope brick piece with some prints on it for his dress. Lego didn't have the official dress piece at the time. Yeah, some more gold printing onto the back. This is just an incredible Ninjago minifigure. The Overlord always looks so, so cool with his designs, and this first one really started all of that off. The main villains for this season were the Nindroids here. So looking at the Nindroids, you got General Cryptor, you got two of the generic Nindroid villains, and then you got Mindroid over on the side here, which he was just a recurring gag in the show. He was just this smaller version of a Nindroid that would keep getting destroyed. Yeah, but he'd keep coming back. So he'd die, come back, repeat. Cryptor is really cool. I love this exclusive armor piece they made for him. That's an entirely new piece, of course, with some printing on it. The Nindroids were a really fun idea for the villains, especially after knowing Zane was a Nindroid. I remember seeing the marketing and being like, oh man, Zane's got to face off against himself, which they didn't really explore that too much. But again, the concepts are really cool. I love this new mask piece as well with the tech along the side and then coming in. This could fire lasers in the show, so their eyes would just shoot lasers at the ninja, which was really funny to me. The General Cryptor leg print was used for this specific version of the Nindroid here. There were two variations of the torso. Of course, Cryptor had his own, but this one here with the more exposed chest, and then this one with a tube running across. Looking at the faces underneath, it's going to be the same face used for all of the Nindroid kind of cronies, the henchmen, and then Cryptor had his own unique face, which, yeah, looks really, really good to me. And that would be the end of the rebooted era. Moving on to 2015, we would have Tournament of Elements. And of course, this was after the passing of Zane in the show. So no more Zane here. What we have are the core 4 ninja now, which is Jay, Kai, Lloyd, and Cole. These are the tournament robes. These felt very special at the time because they were the first sleeveless ninja suits with gloves. I thought that was a really fun concept, and I think they just flow so incredibly well with the half masks and their hair. Great to see the leg prints return here. Was a little bit worried that would become a theme of no leg prints, but never saw that again after that initial wave. And then looking around the back, it's going to be that same symbol we're all very used to. Now, Nia would get a new minifigure in this wave, which was a really big deal, and I was so happy to see that because she deserves it, and I think this is one of the more interesting Nia minifigs we've ever gotten. The forest, dark forest green there was a really interesting addition to her color scheme, and unfortunately, we would never see that return. That was just a one-time thing, but yeah, I think it makes this Tournament of Elements in Possession suit. She uses in Possession very briefly, stand out. And then thankfully, she would get a new face print. That's not the generic city face print here. So really appreciated that at the time. And what was so special was we finally got her mysterious samurai face underneath. The original version of the samurai had those eyes, like the robotic goggles and stuff, so you couldn't see who she was underneath the mask. So really nice to get that there. And then I love the Phoenix symbol. It's huge there. They don't really print the symbols that big, but the way it's kind of subtly worked into the armor, I think works really, really well. But yeah, really solid figure. Sensei Garmadon would return for one final time, and then we would never see him again, of course, because he would sacrifice himself in this season. But yeah, this updated version of Sensei Garmadon is solid to me. I don't think it beats out the original. I preferred the more emphasis on light gray in the original. I think that looked really, really nice, but the new one is fun. He's got more gold integrated into him this time. And then the interesting thing around the back is you're going to see his torso. The back of it is peeled back, and you can see his anacondrae tattoo. Really, really cool to see that printed onto the figure there. That was a big piece in the show. Yeah, I remember getting the minifig in hand for the first time and being like, oh, wow, they actually printed the anacondrae symbol. That's so, so cool. Yeah. Really great figure. Moving on, this is where we'd see the return of Zane, and this was the first Ninjago set wave to have two separate waves of suits in the same wave of sets. So that felt very revolutionary at the time, and they would do this every just once in a blue moon later on, and we'll talk about that as we go. But the ones that started it all were the Zukin suits, and these are some of the better Ninjago suits. They remind me a lot of the NRG ones in the way that they just fully embrace each ninja's color. I mean, you look at Kai and you're like, that is a red ninja. You look at something like the possession suit, and it's, yeah, there's a lot of different colors going on there. This is just all red. And then something really unique about these was the very light brown color introduced as well. These do just feel like jungle suits. These are the suits they used in the jungle. They got all of this weapons and different padding. I like the knee pads as well. That was a really fun touch. And then it's going to be those ZX mask pieces, but with symbols printed onto them. This is some early Ninjago here, which is super cool to see. And then pretty much everything you've come to expect with the face prints underneath. Looking around the back, they actually have scabbards printed onto them, which is really interesting there. Just tons of light brown along the back. And then, of course, this was the return of Zane in his new form here, his titanium ninja form. So, yeah, he's alive again, which is great to see. Looking underneath, that new Zane face print with the heads-up display showing through the mask looks really, really good. I wish that had continued for longer. It didn't last very long. Got some shurikens in his belt there. And then really interesting, the torso and legs are light gray, and then the arms, armor, and mask is in that silver color. So I think it actually blends really well. And then you can see this looks like his heart along the back, which is kind of a cool little Easter egg along the back there. But really special suits there. And I think a lot of that is because it was the return of Zane at the time, and that was a really big deal. The final hero minifig for Tournament of Elements, if you even want to call him that, is Otto. He was the pilot of the Ninja DBX, and yes, this apparently counts as a minifigure, so he's here. But yeah, Otto, what a special Ninjago minifigure. The villains for this season were the Anachondrite cultists, and of course, in charge of them all was Master Chen here, a very beloved Ninjago villain. I personally, just him as a character, I don't think he's one of the best. I think he's a solid villain, but I would not put him top tier. And you guys can go scream at me in the comments for that if you would like. Just my opinion. But the minifig design is fantastic. He came with this cape, which I thought was really, really cool. Unfortunately, they took the cape away from him in Day of the Departed, but this is like the older kind of thick fabric kind of cape here. He had this really elaborate headpiece here with the Anachondrite skull, and then just the tail coming along the back, and then just these really gross looking rib cage along the back. Really funny there. I love his face print. He's just such a weird dude, and I think the face really matches that well. And then he has some Anachondrite teeth on a necklace around his neck as well, and then just very royal looking robes. I mean, he does own his own island, so it would make sense that he probably has a lot of money with all the gold and crimson and purple mixed in there. And then his number one henchman over here was Klaus, or as Master Chen lovingly refers to him as Klausy Klaus, which I also refer to him as Klausy Klaus. Yeah, hairpiece we'd seen many times before. He was a sorcerer in the show, so I think the tied back hair makes a lot of sense. It kind of reminds me of Doctor Strange. He had an alternate face print where he was just screaming and using sorcerer powers. I thought that was really cool. I remember playing with that as a kid and thinking that was really, really fun. I love the Anachondrite skulls printed onto his waistband there, and then along the back, he actually has some vials of poison there, which is a really fun addition, as well as a shuriken. But yeah, Klaus, really interesting right-hand man. As far as the army that Chen has goes, it's going to be the Anachondrite cultists over here. These are really fun. They're using the Anachondrite skulls as helmets here. This is a new piece. It was actually super rubbery. So the more pointed ends wouldn't snap. That is why they do that. This is Izor over here. He actually just has a mohawk. He's the only one of them to not use the Anachondrite skull. They all have just different leg prints, which is really interesting. Izor's got his own unique leg print. I like the Anachondrite tooth, and the leather jacket is really, really funny to me. I think that was a really nice addition. Moving on, this is Zugu. He's the only one who had an armor piece, which he would be turned into an Anachondrite warrior, and he would keep that armor piece there. But really cool armor piece. I love the scale detailing there. These just feel like a proper tribute, and then the spine along the back is just some incredible detailing. These just feel like a proper cultist warriors with all their painted tattoos and stuff as well. It's a little bit of a dark subject. I mean, a cult with tattoos and wearing skulls and stuff. I mean, Lego pulled it off, though. They did a really good job. And then moving on, we've got one of the funnier ones. This is Kapow over here, K-A-P-A-U. He was a goofy character in the show. I actually really liked him. And each of these have unique designs. So I really appreciate that it wasn't just 100 of the same exact cultist figure. There were different variations, and if you had a bunch of them, you could mix up the torso and faces to get different variations. Too, I think my favorite one is the tattoo with the dual snakes on either side. This one with the giant snake looks really cool too, with the strap along the side. And then Kapow has an armor piece kind of covering out most of his tattoo, but you can still see the cultist warrior there. And then different leg prints. These two have the same, and then these two have the same. So really nice variation on the Anaconda cultists. Pythor would return. Of course, he returned and rebooted, but we never got a minifigure for that. And we actually still have never gotten Pythor rebooted as a figure, so that could be something cool to see in the future. But he's the exact same head and tail piece as before, but of course he's now white from being digested by the Devourer. So that was a really dark concept too as well, but I really liked it. Cool to see that big gem in his chest returning, and then he does have the Anaconda skulls on his torso there on his belt, so that was a new detail. And yeah, I think Pythor looks really, really good in the white, and then I liked the more crimson red and just a little hints of light brown there as well to just match the overall vibe of the season. Moving on, we got some Anaconda warriors here. Didn't get too many of these guys in the sets, which I guess makes sense, but is a little bit disappointing because there was a big army of them at the end. But they had this brand new head here. It was so cool to see like actual Anaconda, even if they weren't like official Anaconda. They were the cultists turned into Anaconda, but it's cool to see Pythor kind of, you can have him lead them around if you want to. They still have all of their cultist gear on, which I guess is a hindrance. But yeah, seeing that same armor piece, this is Zugo as a cultist, and then this is Kapow as a cultist. So really great figures there as the Ghost Warriors are trying to make their debut a little too early. It's not time for you guys yet. And then this, of course, expanded the lore and told us there were more elemental masters than just our beloved ninja. So in doing that, they, of course, were, I believe, obligated to give us figures for them, and we did. So first one here is Griffin Turner. He was the master of speed. I love these sunglasses and the big cheesy smiles so much. He's using the Count Dooku Clone Wars hair in this brown here, which also looks great. It's that swept back look, so it just looks like he's been running. Just pretty generic kind of training robes here, but it makes it more unique with like the clock connected to the shuriken there. I thought that was a really funny design. And then yeah, there's an hourglass on the back, which I think looks great. And then this alternate face, we've never seen Griffin without his glasses off except for the briefest second, but it was cool to see that there if you want to use that. But yeah, not the most accurate thing ever. And then we got Karloff here. If you've seen the past videos, the Karloff I bought came with a leg print, and for some reason, I guess I just didn't double check, and the leg print wasn't accurate. He didn't get a leg print, so you guys can stop screaming at me now. Karloff is now accurate. His face print's a little rubbed off, unfortunately. That's just how he came when I bought him. But yeah, no leg print. Really great looking torso there. I love the kind of dark gray colors here. Of course, Karloff was the master of metal from Metallonia. And then along the back, he is, of course, using the ZX armor, and then, yeah, just some really nice reflective silver torso printing along the back. And then one of the accessories he came with in the set were the big metal fists. Moving on to the last couple of Tournament of Elements minifigures here, we have Skylar. We all thought this was a big deal at the time because she matches the ninja suits with a suit of her own. Just putting her next to Lloyd here. It's like, yeah, these guys are on the same team. And then Skylar just never really was a part of the team after this season. So a little bit unfortunate there. But yeah, I love this Keat orange color. It looks so good as the prominent design. This is honestly one of the better Ninjago minifigures of all time. I just love the way it looks with that coloring. Looking underneath, the face print was really interesting. There's this, you know, we saw the lower half mask printed for Nia back in the day. Well, how about the upper mask printed onto a figure? This was not canon to the show at all. She never had the white eyes like that, but it looks really darn cool to me personally. And then flipping the head around, there's that classic Skylar face print we all know and love. But yeah, Skylar's a really great character, and I think most of us all agree that we'd like to see more of her in the show. Maybe someday. Moving on, these two I was initially hesitant to include. In fact, I didn't add them to the collection until later, but a lot of you said that they should be a part of the every Ninjago minifigure ever because technically they were in the show. I mean, I guess that could get kind of foggy, but yeah, they were a big part of Tournament of Elements. You have the OG Tox minifigure here using the same hairpiece as Pixel, and then you have the Mr. Invisible over here, Pale Man. But yeah, the reason I didn't initially include these is because these aren't official Ninjago minifigures. These guys came in Ultra Agent sets, and then Lego just copied over those models into the show to use them as Elemental Masters. Pale Man here is actually a very difficult minifigure to get. He was a lot of money when I went and bought him back in the day, and I'm sure he's a lot more now. But really cool to have these in the collection. I'd be interested to hear a couple years removed from me buying them and adding them to the videos, if you think these guys do truly belong in this collection. I've really come around to it, and I really believe they do, just because of their massive role in the show. And then the final figure we have before getting into Possession is another, unfortunately, rare one due to Ninjago-flation, as I'm calling it. This is Stone Armor Kai. This is like a $250, $300 USD minifigure here, but this was the beginning of Lego going back and completing that Stone Armor collection, which I really appreciate when they do that because, yeah, as fans, we want the suit collections to be complete. His elemental symbol along the back, and then he did actually get leg printing, which Lloyd and Zane didn't, so it's a little bit awkward lining them all up with some of them having leg prints and the others not. This is the only Kai face to not have his scar, the OG Kai face, without his scar, which is canon to the show. He's never had the scar in the show, and then he has the smile there. This is the original smiling Kai face, so a really special figure there. He also came in one of the Target gift boxes, and yeah, really unfortunate how rare he's become, especially because of that face print, but back in the day, such a special one to get. Moving right along, we're going into what is one of my personal favorite Ninjago seasons. This is Possession, and I'm going to move things around here just a little bit to try and get all the figures lined up. But yeah, Possession, this was a big time for Ninjago. Seasons 4 and 5 were huge. There were so many new people coming in, so many great sets, so many good minifigs, so much happening at the time. And these continue the tradition of the kimono suits with the darker color scheme. And then they had this brand new ninja mask, which is dual molded here. You have the black and red, so two colors at the same time, and both of them molded in. Looked so good. I love the torso and legs. This is deep stone armor to protect them from getting possessed by ghosts, which is a really dark concept, but works really cool. I love the weapons tucked into their belts, especially Zane's weapons here. These very technologically interesting looking blades. And then I didn't show the back of Zane's heads up display face. It's just a smiling silver titanium Zane face, which looks good. And then yeah, their elemental symbols being shown on the back. I absolutely love the Possession suits, especially Lloyd's here, which we didn't see much of in the show, obviously. He was possessed for most of the show. But yeah, Lloyd looks really good. And then this season was huge because it was the first time that Nia became a ninja. And Nia's original ninja suit here is really interesting to me because it's so red. There's so much crimson red here. This was something she would ditch pretty quickly, and Lego would go into the gunmetal gray and lighter baby blue color for her, which I think works better as the Master of Water. The crimson red's a little bit of a weird choice. I get wanting to stick with the whole samurai thing, but yeah, this OG suit is a really fun and special one. I love all the gold detailing. It's interesting how they didn't want to have her match the other Possession suits. I mean, obviously the core like V-neck shape with the symbol in the middle and the knee pads tied up on the legs there is all still the same. But yeah, the colors, there's not a lot of black, only in the gloves here. And then this would continue the unfortunate trend of Nia having a generic city face instead of a printed Nia face, which is so weird because we just got one for her with Samurai X and Tournament of Elements. And then moving along the back, her original symbol was just a wave of water when she became a ninja. They would come back to the Phoenix later. Yeah, and then the dual molded with the crimson and light blue looks so good. That would come back the masterpiece for a day of the Departed. And because these guys are getting in the way so much, we'll get them out of the way. These are Screamers. The way they would spell them was really funny. Skreemers. These guys were very briefly in the show. They would just fly around screaming. But the fun part about them There are two different versions, by the way. One with his mouth open and that big funny tongue, and then one just his teeth reared, just looking very angry, is you could put them on the head of the minifig. So they were possessing the minifig, and you know, have them fly away with the figure. That was such a fun concept, and I remember having a ton of fun messing around with that as a kid. But I believe, just my personal theory, the reason these were put into Ninjago is because these pieces were made for Ghostbusters, the Ghostbusters Firehouse HQ at the time, and they were like, hey, this would work great for Ninjago. Let's throw it into Ninjago. Just my personal theory, don't really have any proof. Master Wu would get a new suit. First time since Rebooted, if you even want to count that one, where he was evil. So a couple years later. Really, really great suit here. I love the dark gray being introduced, the gold. This is the Battle Suit Wu. That is what it's called. And then along the back, you have his symbol there with some shurikens packed in. He's clearly ready for battle here. And then looking underneath, you can get a better look at just how elegant this torso is. If you put it under the light, you can see those symbols reflect. Yeah, that looks so, so good. It's a really unfortunate side effect of the Wu suits that there was just always really great printing hidden underneath his beard, but it's also not a bad problem to have if you want to make like young Wu minifigs or custom Ninjago characters with his suits. You can show off that printing. And then I liked, this was one of the first times Wu was wearing gloves, if you don't want to count evil Rebooted Wu over here. I think the light gray gloves were a really nice choice. Moving on, this is initially an incomplete suit collection that LEGO would complete the next year. These were the Air Jitsu suits here. Air Jitsu was a big part of the show at the time. It's what they used to get to the Cloud Kingdom, so it was cool to see these represented. This was the first time getting powered up ninja suits since the NRG suits, and while I don't think these live up to those, I think they do their own thing in a very special way. They feel like the possession suits powered up with that dark undertone there, and then the giant symbol in the middle looks so, so cool. I love that, with all the elemental energy coming out, and then going the extra distance and printing the legs and having the elemental powers drain into their legs looks so, so cool. Brand new face prints for these guys at the time. Jeez, looks just particularly just very subtle, and I like that a lot. I think Cole's is probably really over the top with the orange there. It was really funny getting just a completely orange Cole face there. Interesting to see them go that direction. And then looking along the back, the elemental powers continue there with their elemental symbols. As Jay falls to the ground. Jay is the rarest one of these. Of course, again, I don't know why Jay has so many rare minifigs in Ninjago, but it is what it is. If you were a part of the community back in 2015, you probably remember a lot of people making custom Zane minifigures with this face here. It actually works really quite well for a custom Zane figure. I think the white is a really fun touch, and then the icy blue all around just looks so, so good. But yeah, really love these OG Air Jitsu figures here, and so glad to see the collection completed a year later, which we'll get to in just a bit with Day of the Departed. But keeping it going, a lot of possession minifigs at the time. That's what I loved about a lot of these earlier Ninjago waves, is there are just so many different minifigs to be able to try and collect and get your hands on. This is Air Jitsu Wu. He was exclusive to the $200 Temple of Air Jitsu, one of the most coveted Ninjago sets these days. This was so much tan at the time, but I think it looks so darn good. I love all the tan, and then what makes him really special to me is all of the printing on top of the tan, all of this gold reflective printing that they put on top of the tan. The whole torso itself is tan too. Love seeing the OG symbol along the back, but this is one of the more elegant Wu minifigures, in my opinion, and one of the better ones for sure. Getting Misako for the first time was huge. She, of course, came in the Temple of Air Jitsu in a very simplistic design, but this is just about as accurate to the show as you can get. Misako was a really interesting character. I've never been the biggest fan. I think her motivations for just abandoning Lloyd as a child are really hilarious. It's like, hey, I'm going to go abandon you at a terrible boarding school for evil children so I can go study how to save you from your father. I can't study with you around, Lloyd. I need to get rid of you. Really, really funny. But the pigtail piece printed in the dark gray color looks really, really nice. I like the sash she has around there. And then she has an alternate face where she's really, really happy. Those eyes almost look like they're staring into your soul. I don't really love the the alternate Misako face. Maybe a frowning one would have been better, but the other one, yeah, just a really great minifigure and a special one for sure. Here's a really great minifigure. Speaking of great minifigs, we've got Ronin here. Ronin is actually one of my favorite Ninjago figures. He feels like Han Solo, but even more self-centered, which I really like. And that was actually a part of the island that I liked, is that Ronin really got back to his self-centeredness. Would love to see him come back in the show again in some capacity, but this was the first one here. I think the biggest flaw is that he has the rice hat, of course, but he's supposed to have hair that flows all the way down. Ronin's luscious locks are just not there when you put the rice hat on. Of course, a future minifig of Ronin would give us his hairpiece, but yeah, just a flaw of the original one. Cool to at least see them try and go and print the eye patch. It just looks a little awkward along the side there. But yeah, love the olive green. This was the first Ninjago minifigure to use olive green in any prominent capacity. Mixing it with the sand green looks great. I love the crimson red there. And then his face looks so, so good. I love the stubble with the kind of confident, cocky smile. And then the eye patch, of course, looks like a targeting sensor. So maybe he has some kind of sniper rifle or something that he can hold up to his eye and target people with. But yeah, I'm clearly a very big fan of Ronin, and it was really cool to see more minifigs of him down the line. Just wish he was in the show, maybe just a little bit more. These two characters are really interesting. You're probably looking and saying, who are these people? And I'm here to answer that in some capacity. I probably can't tell you why they exist, but I can tell you who they are. This is Jesper, and this is Claire. They both came in the Temple of Air Jitsu. They were groundskeepers. These guys were never in the show, are not a part of any of the lore or anything. So yeah, they exist. What's really interesting is Jesper too had a new torso and leg print. These were completely brand new for him at the time. So why do that when you could have just made a character from the show that we hadn't gotten yet? So that was a weird weird decision. Claire is just a reuse of other pieces, but yeah, I don't know. I really could not tell you. On Jesper, I actually really like the little smiley face badge printed onto his torso, and then the stained apron is pretty funny. But yeah, truly two of the Ninjago figures of all time, if you will. But some special ones we did also get in the Temple of Air Jitsu, aside from Misako, which felt really nice, is we got the Mailman finally, which super cool. If you've looked at the Old Town set, they actually just made a brand new Mailman 11 years later, which is crazy. It's been 11 years since the original Mailman figure, but we'll get to the newer one eventually. This original one was pretty special. No alternate face print, but that is so you could put the rice hat on him if you wanted. The set didn't come with a rice hat though, but again, they're so easy to find. Get your hands on, just pop one on, boom, you're all good. It doesn't really matter the color. Like seeing the little bugle horn printed on there, and then he's got his mail satchel as well. But really special minifig to get there, and I remember being so happy, especially because he does come into play in later seasons. It was cool seeing him return in the Oni trilogy as well. Dareth here is an interesting case. The new torso looks great. This one feels a lot more elegant. No leg print was weird because the last one got a leg print, but no leg print in the $200 set. Okay, that's fine. His star along the back, and then the chest hair still showing through the folds representing his belly. Good to see all that still there. But the face print, that's not Dareth, which is weird because this was a new face print at the time as well, and they would actually reuse this face print in the Ninjago City Docks set for an updated Dareth minifig. But yeah, I don't know what the LEGO design team was thinking with this. This is a weird face print. The rest of the figure looks great. Sensei Yang is technically a Ninjago minifigure. This is the statue. This was before we got a Sensei Yang minifig. The statue, yeah, it came in the Temple of Air Jitsu, and it's a statue. That's that's all I have to say about that. The villains for possession were the ghosts. Of course, the leader being Moro here. Moro is my favorite Ninjago villain and one of my favorite Ninjago minifigs of all time. I love the tattered cape used for him there. The translucent legs were a really nice touch. Translucent head as well. And then that Green Ninja dragon symbol, but with like evil, just kind of glowing eyes there. sand green, really nice accents. But yeah, Moro, of course, was supposed to be the Green Ninja, but Wu was like, nah, actually, you're not. So he became very angry and vengeful. He then went and possessed Lloyd. So this is possessed Lloyd right here. You can see it's a mix of Lloyd and Moro's face underneath, which is really, really solid. The torso and legs are like an evil version of Lloyd's possession suit. Really, really incredible new top hood piece here. And then the armor piece was brand new as well. And you would see a lot of the Ghost Warriors use that armor piece. But this is a very rare and expensive Ninjago minifigure now too. He only came in 2 expensive sets at the time. And I get it. He's one of the best Ninjago figures ever, if not maybe the best. This thing just looks incredible. So sick. And I'm really sad we haven't seen him remade for Legacy yet. Moving on, Moro had 3 generals that served him, and they were using this relatively new ghost tail piece at the time, which was also coincidentally being used in Ghostbusters. But we had the Soul Archer, Gultar, and Bansha. The Soul Archer is my favorite. He would like have people owe him debts, and then he also had this bow and arrow that could shoot like screaming ghost faces at you, like kind of like a little bit like this, like a mini version, and then if it hit you, it would possess you. So really fun concept there. I love this dual molded wrap mask piece here. Just incredible. Lego always goes so all out on the Ninjago villain figures. Really interesting. He has like a goatee and a bushy mustache underneath. I always thought that was funny. Gultar was funny in the show. Rice hat piece recolored in purple there, and then Bansha has this brand new mask piece as well. Looking underneath, yeah, really love the glowing eyes on these guys. And then this guy here was just Wraith. He was just a random ghost warrior. He was the first one the ninja faced off against in the show, so cool to get him here. He's the only one with black arms, and I think that looks really solid. Sets him apart quite nicely. We got a lot of generic ghost just villain warriors here. These all look good. I think the like black and lime green head here was a really interesting choice. I don't remember seeing a ghost that looked like that. They all just had the translucent heads in the show, but if you'll notice, each of them have different torso prints here. So Lego going over the top with a lot of these early villain minifigs. Moving on, you may think these are just 2 normal ghost figures, but they both have exclusive torsos, and then this guy has an exclusive face. They came in a random minifig pack that actually came with some Tournament of Elements figures at the time. So these guys were not widely known about, but they are pretty easy to get your hands on, at least when I got them a couple years back. I think the pack was like 20 bucks, but this guy I don't know the name of. I think it's just a variation of Spider, which is one of the main and easiest to get Ghost Warriors. It's this guy right here. This guy here, I always remember his name because it's so funny to me. It's W-O-O-O. Ooh. I always thought that was really funny. And then his unique face print underneath, I think matches that pretty well. That looks like a woo to me. Moving on into Skybound here, 2016. Interestingly enough about these suits is they copied over the Possession leg pieces. So it's the same leg prints you saw for Possession, but I do actually think it works quite well here. I think this is a rare case where it's okay to be a little bit lazy and reuse those because it matches these suits. Great to see the black continued, and these are just basically like their Air Jitsu mastery suits. So you got the suit once you mastered Air Jitsu, and that's why Nia didn't get hers until much later in the season. And speaking of Nia, it's cool to see her have a suit that actually fully matches the team this time around. This is a great minifig, and she did get a brand new symbol with the Air Jitsu there. It's like a water phoenix kind of thing. So really interesting. And then they had these brand new armor pieces as the camera really struggles. There we go. Brand new armor pieces at the time. This was the first time we saw the shoulder armor, and it could hold 2 scabbards along the back. So really revolutionary concept at the time. Speaking of new things here, Jay got a new face paint. You could probably tell. He got this really perfect one where he just looks clueless and confused. And then this other one where he looks very confident. Great to see Jay finally get a face print that's not him just being angry all the time like all of the other Jay face prints in the past. There's just a quick example. We came a long ways with the Skybound wave. And then you can probably notice something's a little different too. Cole, of course, in Possession, got possessed by a ghost. So Cole got a new ghost face print. This is great. I love that happy Cole face there. and then moving along the back, the very serious and gruff Cole face there. Yeah, what a great minifigure. Can't believe we got 2 new face prints in this wave. That was really special at the time. And then around the back, I'll just show you very briefly. They all have pretty much the same back print. It's just the Air Jitsu Mastery. It's like a flight academy, aviation kind of symbol. So really fun detail there. The Skybound suits are very beloved, and for good reason. They're really good suits. Moving along, we've got Pilot Wu here. So this is the Battlesuit Wu, just with a pilot helmet. He was featured in Tiger Widow Island, so yeah, nothing very special there. This is Air Jitsu J. It's the same suit, armor, whatever, hair, but it's a brand new face print. This guy came in Misfortune's Keep, and then Jay's Elemental Dragon as well. So the pirate face there, which looks fantastic. I love the eye patch there. And then, of course, LEGO went above and beyond here and gave us another alternate face print for Jay. This is more of like a sheepish, kind of funny, like I just made a bad joke, or you like my joke. I don't know. Just another classic looking Jay face. It looks pretty similar to this one, just less confident and more goofy. So yeah, Jay got some really very special treatment in this wave. Moving on, the villains were the Sky Pirates, which is always just going to be one of the funniest and most interesting ideas I think Ninjago's had. It's like, oh, what if they're pirates, but they're in the sky, they're not in the sea? I know stuff like that existed with, older Studio Ghibli stuff and anime and that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I remember being as a kid and just being like, Sky Pirates, what is that about? But anyways, their leader was a djinn, which is an evil version of a genie. So let's just get even crazier with the Sky Pirate stuff. Their leader's a genie, djinn. Really interesting concept. He reused that General Kozu torso piece, of course, just with different printing. You got the Sky Pirate symbol in the middle, and then that ghost tail piece here. Love the hook hand there. Yeah, Nauticon is such a special villain, and I feel like I keep saying this, but I can't believe we haven't gotten him as a legacy figure either, because such an iconic and special villain. His right-hand man, first mate, Flintlock here. Another really great figure. I love the kind of royal-looking shoulder pads, the scarf there, and then pulling the goggles over. That was such a funny look in the show when he's, in his fighter jet aiming. I love the way the Sky Pirates have one brown leg and one orange leg. Their color scheme is just really, really fun and unique to me. And yeah, you can really see that highlighted from the back. Moving right along, got some more important members of the Skybound crew here. As my camera loses its mind. There we go. We got Doubloon. This guy is really interesting here. Going to be the torso print that is the same as Siren, same leg print. It's just going to be that face in the samurai helmet. But if you flip it around, he's got a happy version here. And if you can't tell, upside down, that's angry Doubloon. So his face is literally just flipped around. I think that's a really, really fun attribute of Doubloon that I liked a lot. And they used that as a joke in the show. Clancy is a member of the crew, that's for sure. He uses the Anachondri headpiece here in this lime green. I like the peg leg. Finally, at least one of the pirates has a peg leg, but funny that it's a snake here. Really interesting having a snake as part of the crew. He's kind of a futz. He's always messing stuff up. But yeah, he's very loyal and he loves being a pirate. Moving along, this is something you've probably didn't know either, is there are 2 versions of Siren. This one here was in the sets, of course. She came in a couple of different sets. Gonna have the alternate face print, so really angry on that side. Wow, the hair doesn't want to come off. Okay, we'll look at it on the other figure. But yeah, this is the base version of Siren that came in all the sets. And then this one here, same face and hairpiece, of course. And now I can show you the other Siren. There you go. Smiling. Yeah, looks good, like the eye patch. This one has an exclusive torso and leg print and came in a random promo polybag that lasted for like a week. No one wanted it. It had like an actual fabric eye patch and paper map piece for kids to play with. It was a really weird thing, but yeah, that figure exists. Moving on, we've got Squiffy and Bucko here. These guys were both lawyers, and then they just wanted to join Nauticon's crew, and he was like, you guys are in. Using the same torso as Doubloon, and then this guy has his own unique torso here. Looking around the back, some scabbards there, and then these were brand new bandana pieces for each, which was cool at the time. These 2 guys came in a character pack as well that came with these other figures here, which we'll take a look at momentarily. But cool to expand the Skybound crew. I like the giant bushy mustache. And then the hat piece here looks really, really solid. I apologize for forgetting the official name of that. And then the sailor's cap with the Skybound crew logo printed on there is cool. But cool to see brand new torsos for each, new leg print on this hat here, and then both exclusive face prints for these guys. Monkey Wretch here, you know who this is. This is the classic Lego monkey piece in this silver with the orange arms. That was a really fun idea, but yeah, he was once a mechanic, turned into a monkey to better serve the Skybound crew with his wishes. Dogshank is an interesting one for sure. One of two Ninjago big figs. We only ever gotten two. She is exclusive though, not only because of the printing, but because this is all just one big piece. All this helmet and this pauldron was all printed in. Really interesting. Her blue face there, yeah, kind of a creepy figure when you actually like get up close and think about it. But she was just, yeah, she was the muscle, she was the brute of the group, and a very useful member to the crew for sure. These two are strange. I'll knock these two out while we're over here before we get to the rest of the figures. These were included in a junior set, but these were exclusive Serpentine minifigs. Same leg print, new torso for each, and then a new face print. This is Lasha, and then this guy was never in the show. He's using the Anaconda head in dark green. So very weird minifigures that came in a junior set, but yeah, technically these were brand new and exclusive, unique Ninjago figures that just aren't canon. But yeah, the last couple of figures we have on the first section here, these two came in that pirate minifig pack I was talking about. You have Tournament of Elements Zane and then Tournament of Elements Nia. Again, neither of these are canon, but I really appreciate getting them. Completing the original tournament robes suit collection was really, really cool to see. I'm trying to find one of them off camera here. Here we go. Cool to get one for Zane, even though he was never in those tournament robes. I like the idea to have his chest open, showing his heart. And then this is the best Zane, damaged Zane face print, in my opinion, because the printing, as I drop it, goes around the side. I didn't even know Lego could do that. That is just incredible. Side head printing we would never see again from Ninjago, but yeah, definitely appreciated at the time. That was very special. And then he's got his symbol around the back. Samurai X is a non-canon suit. Love the Phoenix symbol there. This is a cool idea for a suit, and funny enough, this random one-off suit gets an accurate Nia face print with a brand new print along the back as well, but the official figures can't. So interesting. No back print on this one, was weird. But I like the little antenna going down to her mouth there. And yeah, I kind of forget this specific Nia exists quite often, if I'm being honest. Moving on, this Sensei Wu is non-canon. He was exclusive to a book, but it's a cool enough Wu suit, I guess. Nothing really special, but I like the gold. And yeah, it's just a unique Wu design. I don't really have much to say. Jay and Cole finally got the Stone Armor collection completed. Jay came in a book with that skybound face, so that was super cool to see. And then Cole came in this random Toys R Us promo cube with a brand new face print. It's the same as Ghost Cole's, like, happy face print, but it's not the ghost head, and then there's not the alternate gruff expression on the other side. But yeah, these two are super special. It was so great to see the Stone Armor collection completed. And then the final minifigure is part of the Day of the Departed wave, which we'll be starting with on the next baseplate, but he is a Skybound figure. This is Prison Zane when he was in prison. Interesting to get Zane as a figure for the prison arc, but none of the other ninja. I guess it makes sense because you have the chest with the heart open there. All the other ninja would have just been generic torsos, and it's that heads-up display on the back. So the same vase print for Zane we've been wanting. I guess the main reason probably was to just give us the metallic Zane hairpiece finally for the first time with this figure, which was super, super nice. But yeah, that's the end of the first base plate. Let's get started with the second. All right, and moving on to base plate number 2 here. This is the latter half of 2016 with, of course, Day of the Departed, and we'll be continuing some of the more rare minifig trend as we go throughout this base plate, so make sure you stay tuned for that. We'll be talking about those, of course. But yeah, these are the honor robes here for Day of the Departed, which was a 44-minute special, I believe, on Cartoon Network at the time. It wasn't a season. I know a lot of us wished it was a season because the special just did not have enough time to breathe. But the concept is very cool, and of course the minifigs were incredible. The honor robes here are a lot of people's favorites, and I will say they're probably in my top 3. They're absolutely incredible. This was the first time we'd see an early tribute, as I knock Kozu over here, to Ninjago sets and figures of the past. These are meant to be like an honor to the original season 1 pilot suits. So really cool idea there. I love all of the ropes here and bringing back the brown idea from the Zukin suits, but in a dark brown here. And it's that skybound armor in the dark brown here. This armor piece in this color is very, very rare because it was only in a select few sets. And then some of these guys, mainly just Lloyd and Nia over here, are the 2 rarest of the honor robes here, but these look incredible. Everything you've come to expect from the ninja faces here, except for Cole. Cole has a brand new face. He's no longer a ghost. He has this scar. He was from the departed realm, of course, or at least he crossed over very briefly to fix his ghost form, which was a super cool concept. Unfortunately, it was not in an official season, so if you watch season 6 and go to season 7, you'll be pretty confused. But yeah, that was Day of the Departed there. And then with the masks here, Zane's mask is going to be brand new with the silver worked into the white there, as well as Kai and Jay over here. Looks really, really good. I think Zane's probably my favorite honor robe, aside from Lloyd over here, but we'll get to that. Just love the silver detailing there. It looks really, really great. And then the classic scabbard on the back from the Skybound armor piece, and then they do have some scabbards printed underneath the armor as well. So a really great selection of figures. If you've seen any of my past Ninja collection videos or every Ninjago figure ever past collection videos, you'll remember that my Day of the Departed Nia, the back of the legs actually snapped and broke because this older crimson red color is pretty brittle for Lego, so just keep that in mind if you have any of your own. But yeah, spent a little bit of money and replaced the legs here for this video, so super nice to have that here. This is a really colorful looking Nia suit, blending the crimson and light blue together. Feels like a spiritual successor to the Possession suit, which I think was super cool. And we'd see these colors return for Legacy again in just a couple of years. Unfortunately, still using that generic city face underneath, and then the Phoenix symbol right there looks really, really solid. And then yeah, Lloyd's probably my favorite honor suit, like I mentioned earlier, up there with Zane. Just an incredible figure. Crazy that he's still using this specific face here. He used that for so long there. Moving on, Master Wu got a brand new suit in this wave with the serpentine flute printed onto the back. I thought that was a really cool concept. Absolutely loved that. Wish we had gotten that flute as an actual piece, maybe someday, just because it was such a big part of the earlier seasons with the serpentine. No lake print, which is a little disappointing, but it is what it is. And then he has this really massive black sash just tied around his waist there. It's a little comically oversized in my opinion, but yeah. RX Cole is up next. This is one of the better Day of the Departed figures as well. This was the first time we saw him with obviously his RX powers, the Rock Extreme, which is, I love the way they abbreviate things in Ninjago. It's so funny to me. These arms were exclusive with the Earth powers rocking up. They're translucent, like that dark smoky translucent color, which looks so good. And then the Earth printed arms was insane at the time. I believe this was our first Ninjago minifigure with printed arms, and we haven't seen too much of it since, but I'll keep touching on that as we go. But yeah, crazy. He still uses RX form to this day, so started back in 2016, and in 2026 still uses it. We've never seen an updated Cole minifigure with RX arms, so yeah, would be really nice to see return at some point, but who knows? He's using the same leg print as his honor robes, of course, just with that new torso with the Earth powers kind of leaking through, and then just a little bit more simplistic design on the back. Really solid minifig. Sensei Yang is up next. He was the main villain of this wave. This is such an incredible design. I love the sand green used for the ghost colors here. They had already done ghosts in the past, so to do something a little bit different with the sand green, I think was really welcome. He has that lantern in the back with the printed dragon onto it. And then, yeah, it just clips on with this clip here using the silver hat, and then he's actually using a different beard here. I initially thought they would go with the Wu beard for Yang, but nope, use that one underneath. Some of the sand green poking through on the torso, and then he has this very gruff face with a mustache and goatee. So yeah, Sensei Yang was a little bit disappointing in the show. Loved him a lot in Possession, and then didn't do that much in Day of the Departed, but as a minifigure, he genuinely might be one of my favorite Ninjago villain figures. Really, really good design work there. And of course, the main theme of this season was bringing back all of the ninjas' greatest villains to face off against them once again. Incredible idea, unfortunately not so great in execution as we all know, but yeah, it was super cool to get remakes of some of the older Ninjago villains. From my knowledge, Master Chen here is largely similar. There may be some very minor print differences, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a complete copy over from the Chen from Tournament of Elements. Got that snake symbol there. Looks really, really good. Kozu is brand new with a much darker color scheme here. The original Kozu, if you'll remember, had a lot of bright red going on. That's only apparent in the upper torso piece, and then he still has the black arms there. The face print underneath looks identical to the original one, though, with that screaming face that I always thought was funny. And then, yeah, some back printing there, which looks really great. Pythor all white here, of course, and he's actually in robes this time, which is a really fun idea. I do prefer this look to the season 4 look with all the ropes and kind of jungle gear and stuff. I think the more elegant robes suit Pythor a lot more, in my opinion. And then there is some printing around the back with that hood there. Really great reference to Rebooted with the hood. And man, I hope we get Rebooted Pythor someday. But for now, all we can do is cross our fingers and hope. General Cryptor came back as well. This was an updated Cryptor design with a new, more generic looking face underneath that didn't really look like the Cryptor face we'd gotten before. And then they took away the leg print, which again, really unfortunate, but cool to see the armor piece here. It looks really, really good. And then that's an updated torso print there. And then the same Nindroid mask piece we've come to expect. Sensei Yang had a couple of possessed students and get them in the Air Jitsu Battlegrounds set. 2 students in the set, so this is just one of them. They're identical, using the older Ninja Rat Mask piece, which I thought was out of production, but apparently it was not because they used it here. Really cool face with this is like when he's brought back to life because they are stone kind of looking statues. Really cool concept, like the vines growing on them there. And then you can have them go back to dormant mode with this alternate face here where they're not really doing anything. Haven't been possessed with the ghostly abilities just yet. Next up, this is a Anachondri warrior, except he doesn't have the tail. So really interesting there. This was a new torso print. The leg print is the same, brought over from Tournament of Elements. But this is Izor as an Anachondri warrior, as you can tell by the scar across his eye, the other one on the other side. So a really strange minifig because this character didn't appear in Day of the Departed. And if you're going to make him, why not just give him the tail and make him accurate? But yeah, I guess still cool to get. You could maybe give him the tail from Zugu or one of the other Anachondri warriors if you have them in your collection. We also saw the return of the Stone Warriors, which would not be the last time we would see them return for a third in just a little bit here for Legacy. But yeah, sticking with these two, you have the Stone Warrior Swordsman returning and then the Stone Armor Scout, and they're going to be sporting the same face print. You're not going to be getting that crazy variety of the face print like we did in the past because these guys aren't the main villains. They're just a part of the faction. Couple Skulkin would return as well. I believe this was either Fracjaw or Chopov, I'm not sure. And then this, of course, is crazy with the Jester hat here. I was really glad to see the Jester hat return. I think the reason they were able to bring this hat in is because Jestro was using it for an Exo Knights. And then great to see the Skulkin symbol still printed in the same boots there. Moving on to the heroes, Echo Zane was a big figure at the time. He was debuted in Skybound and then, of course, wasn't in Day of the Departed, but they included some Skybound figures in the Day of the Departed wave, and Echo Zane was one of them. And never saw him remade after this, unfortunately. He is such a special minifig. Yeah, love all the rust and oil prints along the back. I think this copper color with the dark brown is a really fun idea. And then that very generic looking, just OG Zane designed face there. I love the big clock in the middle too. That's such a fun detail. And then the gold hairpiece there. But yeah, haven't really seen anyone talking about an Echo Zane Legacy remake, but I think that would be super cool to get as well because we only got the one figure in the one single Lighthouse set. Ronin got a new minifigure in this wave. He came in the salvage mech. This time, of course, the torso and legs are going to be different, and then he doesn't have his hat. He just has his hair here. So super cool to see his hairpiece. Finally, I actually prefer this Ronin look to the Possession one. Feels like there's more sand green, and there's just more rustic detailing going on with the kind of open receptors. You got like a little cord going off there. You got like a ventilation grill there. So really interesting Ronin figure here, and probably my favorite of all the Ronin ones we've got. Little Nelson would get a figure here too. Of course, another character from Skybound, the Purple Ninja, and then again proving me wrong about the OG Ninja head wrap not being used, because here it is right here. Really simplistic torso detail there. This is just a generic city face, but it is exactly what he looked like in the show, or at least pretty darn close. Moving around the back, he has this really funny just paper clipped drawing onto the back for his own elemental symbol, which is that a squirrel? Raccoon? I think it's a squirrel. I don't really know what the elemental power of squirrels would be, but maybe Nelson will come back into the show at some point and let us know. Another minifig that I would love to see a legacy version of to represent the news arc that we saw all throughout Wildbrain. He actually had a lot of side episodes in there, so it would be cool to see him return, but yeah, I feel like I'm saying that about a lot of these figures, how great it would be to have legacy versions remade. And then, of course, from Skybound, and then actually, originally, Season 2, the final battle, is this little helper robot that Dr. Julian had. So the exclusive part is going to be this printed cone here, and then cool to get the little helmet that you can stick on top of there. We got Air Jitsu Lloyd and Nia in this wave, which felt like a big deal at the time because they were going back and completing another suit collection. And unfortunately, these two are have very much fallen victim to Ninjago-flation, as we've been calling it. Air Jitsu Nia, get ready for the kicker. This is like a $300 or $400 minifig. It's actually absurd. And then Air Jitsu Lloyd, I want to say, is about 200. So I'm being very careful with my Air Jitsu Nia because, as we discussed earlier, she has crimson legs. And as I would know better than most, crimson legs tend to snap. So need to be very careful with this one. This is an incredible figure, probably the best Air Jitsu one. It's cool to see that she doesn't have the dark color scheme like the others to kind of match her possession suit. And that watercolor glows. It just flickers, it reflects. Looks so, so good. What an incredible minifig. And then the giant wave design printed onto the back. And then she has a really cool looking face print underneath there. Yeah, Air Jitsu Nia. I think part of the reason these two figures have skyrocketed in value is because the Air Jitsu Battlegrounds was a very rare set. I remember when I went and bought it a few years back, there were only 3 or 4 on the market that I could find. So I'm sure those numbers have continued to dwindle as more and more people have gotten into Ninjago. Lloyd's symbol on the back there, and then looking underneath, really great face with the elemental energy pouring out of his eyes. I love the gritted teeth there too. I think that works really well for Lloyd. Captain Soto finally got a minifigure. Unfortunately, it's not his actual pirate garbs. It's going to be him in his prison outfit, but you do get the accurate face, accurate hat there, and then the peg leg, which was really special. Weirdly enough, no hook for him, which is Captain Soto, like the big part. He's a pirate. He has a hook. I don't know why they just gave us a brown hand and called it a day, especially because the Skybound wave was the one before this, and they used the hook piece for Nauticon. Something that will always confuse me for sure. But in the canon, he uses, I believe it's Redbeard's torso from some of the earlier 2010 LEGO Pirate sets. So technically you could complete the Redbeard excuse me, Captain Soto minifigure, if you really wanted to, and go out and get that Redbeard minifig. Looking around the back, he does have his braid printed on the back of his head too. A generic police officer came in the Kryptonian Prison Breakout, just like Soto and the Giant Stone Warrior, of course. Would have been cool to get the Commissioner. Crazy enough, we still haven't gotten the Commissioner. But yeah, I don't really have too much to say. Kind of weird. No back print on this guy either. This is a really old city torso then. Wow. Huh. Strange inclusion in that set for sure. But yeah, getting at least one police officer in a prison escape was nice. This is supposed to represent the Giant Stone Warrior from Season 2, the Stone Army episode, where there's this, like 20, 30-foot tall Stone Warrior. Getting him as a minifig was kind of an interesting choice. I mean, I'll always take getting another Stone Warrior, especially with this exclusive light gray upper torso piece. I think that's really cool. And then he's using the same head underneath as the Stone Army swordsman from Day of the Departed earlier. But a strange minifig to see, you know, in minifig form. Of course, we would get him built up in bricks for Legacy, which was cool. But yeah. Moving along, we're going into 2017 now with Hands of Time. These are actually my favorite Ninjago ninja suits. And they have been for quite a while. Some of that's nostalgia-based, but a lot of that is just they're incredible suits. This was the first time we saw footprinting on suits, and I think what's really special about these in particular is that there is so much printing, there's so much going on with these suits, but it doesn't feel like too much. It doesn't feel like they're going over the top, and that is something we saw a couple of times where it felt like there were too many details and it didn't work. Here, it's just somehow they made it all work. I mean, Cole has like 10 different ropes strewn across his torso. Zane's got a whole heads-up computer display right there. Yeah, really crazy minifigures. Kai would get a brand new face here with the smile, still with the inaccurate scar, but getting a smiling Kai face was really cool. He was exclusive to the Dragon's Forge set, and then he had this powered up Kai face along the back, which looks incredible with those glowing fire eyes there. And then Nia got a new face here as well. So great to see Nia finally getting the representation she deserves once more. So pretty generic Nia face on that side. And then along the back, she got her powered up version too, where she's literally screaming as her eyes are glowing with powers. Really love the detail they put into those. And then she got this new color for the dual molded possession mask piece with the gunmetal gray. This was one of the earlier times we would see it for her in the light blue. Of course, as you can tell, this Nia suit is a lot different than any of the ones we've gotten before. All the gunmetal gray is coming in here, and then the crimson's really taking a back seat, and then the light blue is kind of accenting everything. So kind of the beginning of the end for the crimson red for Nia there, and then they all have these elemental symbols along the back. Zane also got a new face print that I thought was rare for the longest time, but it actually comes in a polybag, so we're chill. He has this scar along the top, like his face has been chipped. This is when he gets into battle with the Vermilion. And then, the shocker, there's no heads-up display on the back anymore. It's just the back of his head. And then another thing about Zane, he's using a completely silver torso and legs. So something even the Titanium Ninja from Season 4 didn't do. So it was cool that they brought that back and actually fully gave him silver legs and torso there. Moving along, Master Wu is actually going to be the same one we got for Day of the Departed, just with a tan rice hat there. So same flute printing on the back. Kai and Nia's parents were revealed in this season as well, as I'm trying to create some space off to the side. My apologies. So many minifigures everywhere. But Ray and Maya were introduced in this season, and they got brand new minifigs. Ray here, of course, with the alternate face print where he has a bandage. That was really interesting because he never had a bandage in the show. I remember a lot of people using like an eraser and just erasing that off. So you could have the scared Ray expression without the inaccurate bandage there. I really like the big kind of, this looks like a grandfather dragon with the big beard flowing down on his torso. The crimson red works great with the blacksmith apron strewn over the top, and then it's tied in the back. Maya was a really interesting figure because they changed her face design from the Serpentine War flashbacks to have a less pronounced face. That one had a lot of facial lines in it. This one actually has none. And then she has just the baby blue light color here. So it's going to be different colors than Nia. And then around the back, she has a scared face, and then her armor is tied up in the back as well. This wave would also give us a minifigure pack with a couple of elemental masters we were missing. We got Ash, the original master of smoke. Rest in peace. If you know, you know. I love the sand blue hairpiece here. This is the only sand blue Lego hairpiece I've ever seen personally. I think that's a really cool color. I wish we saw it more. Sand blue torso and legs. Really great chainmail detailing on Ash here as well. No alternate face for him, but there is some printing around the back. And then for Shade here, he got dual molded legs, which I really appreciated. No alternate face print. And then this is like a little gremlin printed in the very center of his torso there. Bring it a little closer so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. But that was a really strange choice for Shade. But yeah, a really cool looking minifig, and I definitely appreciate the dual molded legs. And then we would get an updated Skylar minifigure here. This was her appearance from Hands of Time. So the torso is going to be a little bit different with some crimson red arms there, printing along the back for a scabbard, and then no alternate face for Skylar. Samurai X was a new character in this wave. Obviously, someone stole Nia's Samurai X suit. I remember this was a huge mystery at the time. All the theories were so much fun. This figure is absolutely phenomenal. Way better than the Sons of Garmadon version of the Samurai X, in my opinion, which we'll touch on in a bit. I really love the dominant dark navy blue color mixed with kind of the elegant gold, and then you have the Samurai X helmet with some swords crossed as the logo in the middle. I thought that was really cool. The face print is fantastic, really just mysterious there with this visor underneath, and then there was this alternate face print that never made an appearance in the show, but you could see the eyes kind of poking through, so I thought that was really cool, maybe even just the slightest bit creepy. But yeah, this is a pretty rare minifig, only came in the Samurai VXL set, which from my knowledge did not sell well. I remember seeing a lot of them on clearance, but I actually really love that set, and I really love this minifigure. Speaking of more rare minifigs, Hands of Time is all about rare minifigs. This wave did not last very long on shelves because it had to be cleared out for the billion different Ninjago movie sets. But the Hands of Time themselves, you have Crux and Acronix with these incredible mask pieces that were brand new and never saw them again after this, with this whole elaborate copper print on top with a clock. I think that looks cool. I love their capes they use. Unfortunately, with the newer Hands of Time minifigs, they don't have capes. So really got to appreciate these OG ones here. I believe they're about $100 each on the aftermarket, which is, again, just absurd. Acronix was the whole technology guy. So he has an iPod here with some headphones, and then he also has a mobile phone, like the earpiece for that, which is really funny. Crux here has an alternate face for Dr. Saunders along the back. And then, yeah, just really, really incredible with all of the chainmail designs, all the different colors going on, and then the clock in the middle. Both very unique and exclusive minifigures to the Dawn of Iron Doom set. Very coveted Ninjago set these days. Moving on, keep the rare minifig trend going with General Machia here. Wasn't so great in the show, but as a minifig, she looks really, really cool using that Medusa headpiece here. This is a hard plastic, but there's just a little bit of give with the rubber. Pretty stern, kind of creepy snarl face there, and then along the back, she's kind of maniacally laughing. The Vermilion were really, really cool as concepts. I love just kind of the whole, just full snake just peeking its head out of the chainmail on the back. That is so fun. The designers had a great time with these Vermilion, I can tell. And then a full snake coming along the back, or excuse me, along the front here, and then the Hands of Time clock logo right there. Moving along, you got Blunk and Ragamunk, which, again, not so great in the show, but from a design perspective, from a minifig perspective, these guys are so freaking cool to me, man. I love these dual molded helmet pieces here. Obviously, you got it with the translucent orange snakes for, I believe this is Blunk and this is Ragamunk. Yeah. And then the generic Vermilion Warriors had it in the red color here. Of course, Blunk has an alternate face along the back where he's just kind of sticking his tongue out, having a good time there. This was a brand new armor piece for each of them. It's a little bit different. This one has a little bit slimmer and longer. This one's a little bit more stouter with some more bulk to it. And then the snakes actually have their mouths open for Blunk. And then the snakes on Ragamunk's armor have their mouths closed. What's cool about Ragamunk's armor is the helmet fully connects to it. When you place the helmet down, fully connects to his armor. So a really fun design there. And then he uses this very rare, like dark orange color It's like an autumn orange almost. I don't think we ever saw that color used again for any minifigs. He's got his evil smile along the back there as well. And then two generic Vermilion Warrior minifigs included in the sets. This alternate face was really strange. I don't remember ever seeing it, where like one eye is closed and he's got these fangs, like buck teeth kind of protruding along the side there using the armor piece. And then yeah, these Vermilion helmets look so good. I'm taking off the armor here. There we go. You can see that the torsos are going to be the exact same for both. And then a snake just kind of coming in full motion at you from the other side there. But I really loved the Vermilion Warriors, both as a concept and as minifigures. It's just a shame they didn't do very much in the show. There are actually just a couple more Hands of Time minifigs to go with, if you want to call them Hands of Time. I mean, we can definitely call Young Crux here a Hands of Time minifig. These four here are all very rare. I'm sure you've heard of them. They were included in a 2017 Ninjago Bricktober pack. So Young Crux uses the Vermilion helmet. Technically, it's inaccurate because this was before the Vermilion existed, so these helmets shouldn't have the snakes protruding out the side, but I get it. You probably don't have the budget to make a brand new mold for a silly little Bricktober pack, which, funny calling it silly now because each of these figures are worth upwards of 80 to 100 US dollars. The Bricktober pack itself, I mean, just the packaging is rare, which is crazy. But he had a new torso and leg print, which was really crazy. They just went over the top with this guy. But yeah, Young Crux. And then, of course, we would get another Young Crux minifigure 9 years later. Neuro here was a very special one to get. This was another Elemental Master. They were still working on finishing the collection. No alternate face for him, no leg print, but neither of those are really needed. I think maybe one of him with his eyes closed concentrating would have been a cool face print, but again, just taking what we can get with these Bricktober packs. There's such a limited budget. I think the hairpiece is really cool, the white hairpiece, and then you have the printed black stripe over the top. Yeah, Neuro, really special one to get. Golden rebooted Kai was a really interesting choice. Especially because of how inaccurate this one was. I mean, I'm not complaining, but he didn't have a leg print in the show, and then he had the gold half mask and hair. I don't know why they put the ZX mask piece over the top. He did have a brand new face print with the cheesing smile there. Very cocky, confident smile. Perfect for Kai. Great Kai face print. Again, would have liked to have seen it more available to others. And LEGO wouldn't touch on this golden rebooted suit collection until about 3 years later, I believe. And then never again. We're still missing Jay and Cole, sadly. The final minifigure from this Bricktober pack, and believe it or not, the final minifigure before the Ninjago movie era, was the white Nindroid here. This is not Cryptor, just a Guardian Nindroid. They worked in Hiroshi's Labyrinth to protect the Realm Crystal, and there was a whole scene of Nauticon just destroying a ton of these guys. Would have been cool to army build them. Obviously, that's impossible with how rare and expensive they are, but again, I'm just really happy this guy exists. A really strange one to choose to make out of so many different Ninjago characters that don't exist yet. But again, they had the Cryptor armor and mask piece in use at the time for Day of the Departed. So I kind of get going like, hey, let's just recolor in white. And you have the Nindroid guard there. Now, we're moving into probably the craziest and most controversial era of Ninjago. This was the Lego Ninjago movie. So this was late 2017. We got an insane wave of Ninjago sets. I mean, the amount of minifigures for this, usually it's like, oh, okay, they take up 2, maybe 3 rows. No, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows of minifigures here. That's upwards, I want to say that's probably like 70 different unique Ninjago figures for the Ninjago movie. So pretty insane, ton of budget put into it. The movie itself wasn't the biggest success, but it changed the DNA of the show forever. And of course, changed our main ninja designs. Those are brand new face prints underneath and brand new mask pieces. So obviously you have the weird looking half mask on the bottom, and then the top half of the mask would sit on top and connect. I think it was a cool idea in concept. I wasn't completely in love with these, but I know a lot of people hated these new masks. I never hated them. You can turn the mask around and reveal the new ninja faces there, so we're going to do that. Kai got a new face with an actual Band-Aid there. Don't love the Band-Aid. Jay got a new face that I do actually like with the freckles. Zane's humanoid face would not really be used that much in the show. He'd use it as a disguise, but it would mostly be the titanium Zane. Cole's new face looked really, really good to me. I like the bushy eyebrows. Nia, of course, is probably my favorite of the redesigns, except save maybe Lloyd. Really loved her hairpiece, and then this just feels like a more distinct face, especially with the mole there. I think that was a good choice. And then Lloyd with green eyes and now brown eyebrows instead of black eyebrows. So yeah, this was a pretty crazy time for Ninjago fans. A lot of people were freaking out, losing their minds. What's going on? Our beloved ninja designs from our childhood are now different. But yeah, this was the beginning of something new. As far as the suits go, speaking of arm printing, we were talking about earlier, half of these suits have arm printing, which is crazy to me. They all have, Cole and Lloyd have gauntlets at the bottom of their arms, like some weapon, armor gauntlets. Lloyd has some like scale printing up on his arm there, and then Nia has elbow pads. So really crazy the amount of detail they put into those. Most of them don't have armor pieces. Zane has the quiver for his bow and arrow, and then Kai has an armor piece, but most of the other ninja didn't usually receive them in the sets. I do, again, like I said, I really like the design of these suits. They're a little bit simplistic, but I think it works. Cole's with the chest showing through and the bare arms just fits his character. I think the orange for Jay was interesting. I don't love it, but it is unique at least. Kai with the sparkles on his legs there, I think looks really solid. And then Zane is by far my least favorite. I don't like how just the simple design with a giant radio walkie-talkie. I just think that looks terrible. Personally, flipping around the back, they're going to have these new symbols, and they're all going to be sharing the same symbol. And then Nia, of course, with the waist cape skirt piece. It was like an armored up skirt piece. So really interesting. Also, not all of them have toe printing. As far as I can tell, it's literally just Zane and Nia. But yeah, a really interesting wave of suits. One that gets too much hate in my opinion, but I'm also not going to go out of my way and call them the best wave of suits ever, because that would be lying. Sensei Wu got a couple of minifigs. This was the first one here. This was the one included in the bounty from what I remember, with the more happy expression, his eyebrows really raised. He had this skirt piece here for his legs instead of any kind of leg print. I thought that was a really fun idea. It connects to the torso there using the same old Sensei Wu beard piece we've become accustomed to. And then he's going to be having the same symbol on the back as the ninja. Readjust things just a little bit here, but moving on, there's another variation of Wu. Literally the only difference with this one is he has a frowning face, so he's very angry. This was from the Masterfall set when he was fighting Garmadon, and yeah, just in case what you're wondering what his mouth looks like, it's pretty similar to what we've seen before. He just has kind of a smile going on there, which I think is very funny. Moving on, the casual ninja here. This was also a big deal at the time. We had always wanted casual versions of the ninja. That was a big thing that they did in the show. It's like, oh, when they're not wearing their ninja suits, they got these street clothes on. Would be cool to get them as figures. Of course, these aren't the ones from the show. These are all new designs, but I think they work. A lot of people in stop motion, especially at the time, were happy to get these because you had the option, even if it wasn't show accurate. Kai here is very unfortunately another victim of Ninjago-flation. He's worth a couple $100 at the moment. He was exclusive to the Ninjago City set from 2017. So makes sense. That set is worth over $1,000 on the aftermarket. Just insane. He had arm printing as well. He had like some elbow pads and then some printing along the cuffs of his sleeves. Kai is by far the best one, so makes sense that he's worth so much. And that big white symbol on the back looks so good. Jay had this new scarf piece. Again, another thing I'll say with these is a lot of them had new faces. So Jay had the cheesing smile here, which was cool. So different from his angry expression you get in the sets. And it's, yeah, just that exclusive no face print along the back there. Zane doesn't look that great. Again, I just don't love any of his designs for the Ninjago movie. Unfortunately, the giant camping backpack was also just... What is going on with Zane? They would rectify that though. Cole, I love the rocker shirt there. That fits his character well. And then the screaming kind of angry, like, bass there. Perfect for Cole. Nia's face here is also different. Yeah, the angry face along the back and then the happy face. there. I love the leather jacket and the ripped up jeans for her. And then Lloyd here with the green jacket, very simplistic, little smiling face here, and then almost like a blissful, happy face along the back, the hood. And if you know anything about my channel, my sig fig, the minifigure supposed to look like me, uses this green jacket and leg piece. So this figure holds a very special spot in my heart, and I probably have 5 of these casual Lloyds just for that reason. These two are very interesting here. These are the Woo Crew suits. So the entire wave of ninja, so like every single ninja got a Woo Crew suit, but they all are the same. So you could save like the torso and legs, and then it would just be Nia's head and hair. So I haven't included all those because it would make no sense. There's no exclusive parts. The only thing exclusive is the actual torso and legs, which there's only 1 new of each. I think this was a fun concept. I don't absolutely love that every ninja had them. It would have been more interesting if they were each unique, even if it was just like green accents for Lloyd, red accents for Kai. But I do also get that there was a bazillion new minifigures in this wave already. So yeah, it probably didn't make sense to put the budget there. Interestingly enough, of course, the front is going to be very similar on the two, except this is going to be shifted over to the side, the folds in the torso, and then this is more in the middle. And then along the back here, you have the big Woo Crew symbol on Lloyd's. And then the darker one had this dragon along the side. And if you've seen the show, this torso and legs is actually what the first Spinjitzu master used. And you usually see them from the back a lot, so you would see this dragon torso print along the back. So fun little tidbit there. Lloyd got another casual suit in this wave with his green ninja suit poking through the jacket, almost like a Superman moment. And then this was a brand new, wow, he goes flying. This was a brand new hood hair combo. There we go. With his blonde hair poking through. I think it needed a couple more shades of blonde because that hair looks gray to me. But again, the concept's really cool. I like the idea of Lloyd with a hood here. This was an exclusive face print too, with the just a little more melancholic frown there. This is probably when all the students are making fun of him. He puts his hood on. Yeah, this figure came in a poly bag, no back torso print. He was exclusive to a polybag, didn't come in any sets. And speaking of a polybag exclusive figure, this is Kendo Lloyd for the movie as well. The only exclusive thing is going to be the Kendo helmet here, and it's with gold on the front instead, like a very dull gold, instead of green, which is weird because Kai got red printed onto his. So really interesting that Lloyd got that here. Really weird promo, just using his base movie suit with the OG Kendo armor reprinted in black. And then, of course, speaking of Kendo, Kai got a Kendo suit. Kendo Kai with the exclusive red printing on the top. And then he also had an exclusive face underneath, Screaming Angry Kai, which I really like. I think you'll probably, if you haven't noticed this already from the, 2 hours we're in so far, I really love getting new Ninja face prints. That's probably the most excited I've ever gotten for Ninjago minifigures is like, oh, the ninja are getting a new face print. That's why Prime Empire are some of my favorite suits as well. But Screaming Kai looks really, really good. So many Ninjago movie minifigures to go. Cole here, this is another casual version of Cole that was exclusive to the Ninjago City docks. So you've got some synth beats going on his torso there with kind of a chill leather jacket, or maybe even just a button-up shirt sitting over his torso, the orange belt. Yeah, really strange that Cole just got a random second casual suit and none of the other ninja did. And then this just isn't even accurate to the movie. This is just non-canon to anything. Ed and Edna was a pretty insane surprise at the time. Obviously, they're a tiny bit different than the actual show because these are the movie versions. They never showed up in the movie, but I think the designers saw the opportunity to give us Ed and Edna, and they took it. If you take just the head prints and hair, perfect. These are Ed and Edna, and you put them on different torso and legs, then it works. These torso and legs are not accurate to the show, but they fit the vibe of the movie universe. So really appreciate that there. And then moving along the back, they do have alternate face prints where they are screaming, which is just really funny. That was the common theme of these Ninjago movie citizens in the city. Most of them have alternate faces of them screaming and being scared because Garmadon would always be just invading the city and destroying it with all of his shark warriors. I think that's just really funny for some reason. Mistake got a minifigure for the Ninjago movie, and I think it's just a crime to even call this Mistake. Thankfully, that would get corrected many years later with a Mistake for Legacy, but yeah, this was the first Mistake figure. The glasses is... It's just like, this isn't Mistake, man. Mistake didn't wear glasses. Mistake looked nothing like this, but really interesting that they were like, oh, let's just throw the word Mistake on this generic city figure. Yeah. Dareth, of course, got an updated figure for the Ninjago movie. He didn't appear in the movie, but he got a figure for it using that really terrible face print from the Temple of Air-Jitsu, and then the Woo Crew black torso and legs. Lil Nelson got a figure as well, using the same face we saw from Day of the Departed, and then the Woo Crew torso, and then this really interesting cast piece on his hand. So I guess training at Sensei Dareth's Mojo Dojo is maybe not the safest thing for children. This here is a newscaster from the Ninjago movie. I believe his name was Fred Finley. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what's really interesting about this one, of course, the torso was exclusive, pretty simplistic look, but the face print looks a lot like Lu, or Lao, which is Cole's father. I've heard it pronounced both ways, so go ahead and flame me for either one, even though I said them both. Go ahead and correct me, honestly, because I don't know the official pronunciation. But yeah, I like to pretend this is just Cole's father, just headcanon personally, but he was a news reporter in the movie. Moving on, there are a ton of unique and exclusive civilian minifigures for the Ninjago movie. I remember when I first went through and bought all of these Ninjago movie figures that I was missing for these specific type of videos, I was just like, oh my gosh, there are so many of these dumb civilians that I have to buy. So really funny, but at the same time, I just really appreciate LEGO for going out of their way to make each of the sets feel special, because if you had this guy in every single Ninjago movie set representing the citizen, it just wouldn't make that much sense. Why are there 10 of the same guy? But if you bought all the sets, you got all these different civilians. So in retrospective, it's really, really cool here. I like the little fishing bob hanging off his torso. I think what's special about these is they just feel like very classic rice farmer type people with the very simplistic looking torsos. I love the base kind of earthy tones here, the darker looking blue. It just looks so, so good. And something about it is just really pleasing to me personally. I also like the idea of hanging the rice hat on the back there. That was a really fun concept. And then of course, like I was saying earlier, all of the screaming civilians. But before we get to that, I just want to mention this was a brand new rice hat piece at the time. So pretty cool there. All the screaming civilians here. I especially love this one with his tongue just sticking out. Like, these people are horrified of Garmadon, and honestly, you can't blame them. They all look very similar too. They all have sideburns and the darker facial hair and mustaches and everything. So really funny there. I like the stains on the torso as well. Looking around the back, nothing too special there. Try and keep everything moving here. Of course, we got some more Ninjago City civilians, couple of females this time. Again, headcanon, these two are probably just the same woman. They look really, really similar, exact same hairpiece, similar facial features. Just this one looks like she's seen some things, and I don't know, Garmadon like pushed her into the ocean or something went wrong there. Alternate face where she looks a lot happier. That was probably before Garmadon attacked the city. And then this one here with no alternate face print. What's interesting about this is brand new and exclusive face print just for her, just like a lot of these civilians here. This was a favorite civilian of mine. I just like the simplistic brown robes, and the chipper smile there I think looks really, really solid. And then of course a screaming face along the back. The torso on this one here, the pink fish, I think looks phenomenal. I really like the idea for that. Just printed across, looks good. And then the classic sunglasses face print there is really solid. Really great screaming face on this guy. My lord, some of these were so funny. Just the mouth is bigger than his whole face, man. It's like his whole face is the mouth. I like the Lego fish piece printed on front. A little bit of printing on the back, and then just a less scared. It's like scared out of his mind. So this guy doesn't even have the pleasure of looking somewhat normal. He came in the same set as this girl here, so I've kind of just always associated them as a couple. The the yellow printing in the middle here, so she has like a skirt and these long socks coming up, is a little bit faded, but I think it gets the idea across. Really bright colors on her torso here, and then looking along the back, she's not as scared as the other guy, unfortunately. Couple more female civilians here. I like the roses printed on. I always really like the simplicity of this green torso. And then this is one of the better civilian minifigs. That kimono looks absolutely fantastic with the doves printed on there and the royal this looks like it was inspired, or at least Harumi the Jade Princess was inspired. This looks like a Jade Princess here, as does Harumi. You got a random kid civilian there, and then you had a Ninjago City police officer. And to the best of my knowledge, this is a brand new face print, of course, but the torso looks exactly like the super secret police torsos from the Lego movie. So let me know if I'm wrong about that. And then this was a new helmet piece at the time, kind of that more urban police style helmet when they're riding on bikes and buggies and that kind of stuff. And then this guy here came in Ninjago City. He was a sushi chef. The crab detailing is really cool on the torso. Love the big bushy mustache there. And then he actually brought over this leg print from the Temple of Air Jitsu 2 years later that our goat and king Jesper used. And then more crab printing along the back there. Continuing right along with the Ninjago movie Citizens, it was really nice of Lego to shout out my channel, Ethan Studios, with the Colin minifigure here. He was a character in my series. I'm just kidding. This is really funny because Colin was an original character I made for my custom Ninjago series, and he had the exact same face and then a very similar dark brown hairstyle. So I remember when I first saw the minifigure, I was like, yo, they made Colin! So cool! So that was really fun. I believe this hairpiece was relatively new at the time too. And then he has a Ninjago City High, just kind of student jacket there. And then the screaming face along the back, because of course these figures wouldn't be complete without the screaming face. You got a hot dog guy here. This was really fun. These both were exclusive to the Garmadon set. So the hot dog piece is really fun, really over the top there, of course. And then the torso is inaccurate underneath because I just went out and bought the face and hot dog piece. He actually has a plain tan torso in the official set. And then there actually is a face print of him, kind of more gruff along the other side. The M-Tron fan was a fun one. I believe this was the first time I'd ever seen a Lego minifigure with just the insane dental work here. And then M-Tron is an older Lego theme, so fun to see that shouted out there. And then a really happy smile along the other side. So not a lot of screaming going on for this figure. Definitely stands out. This little kid here as the Lloyd fan, I thought was a lot of fun. He has Lloyd's kimono robes printed onto his torso there. Nothing too crazy along the back. And then Lloyd's mother, Coco, actually got 3 minifigures for this wave. This was the main one we saw in the movie here. I think the sand green kind of dress coat looks really solid. I like the name tag printed there. And then she had this brand new hairpiece in this bright orange with the chopsticks put through the, I believe that's a bun along the back there. That was a really fun idea at the time. I really liked that. And then this figure here came in the Ninjago City set. The torso and legs are inaccurate. She never wore this outfit. However, it was nice to get this exclusive face print here. So really chill on the other side. And then her winking. I really like the winking face there. This was from the Ninjago movie CMF series. So of course, no alternate face and no back torso printing. That was a big theme with that series. Lady Iron Dragon was her alter ego. The hairpiece was brand new. This is dual molted, looks incredible with the crown coming along the front and then a piece of her hairlock kind of drooping over the front there. The headpiece was brand new, of course. Well, a lot of this figure was, but yeah, wasn't a big fan of the yellow printed onto the face there. It's really faded, and this was something we'd see again in Sons of Garmadon with the figure I'll talk about, but looks absolutely terrible in my opinion. And then this was a brand new armor piece at the time with the side armor and then the bow quiver in the back. And then she's sporting a similar waist cape to Nia, but it's a little bit more pointed there. So could have been an all-timer figure for this wave if the face print had been a little bit better. Mother Doomsday was a pretty insane one at the time. The Galador shirt we never saw in the show, but it is a very fun reference. I can't believe they made a Mother Doomsday minifigure. He was featured very briefly in the show. No alternate face print. I mean, I guess it makes sense. He's just using a generic city face print and a really easy to get hairpiece. But I do really appreciate the Galador reference. This figure was called, I believe, N-Pop City Girl or something like that. A lot of these really strange over-the-top ones were from the movie series, of course. The cotton candy hairpiece was a really fun idea. This was a new hairpiece at the time that they would use for Harley Quinn. The Unikitty reference is really fun. The tutu with all the different colors is insane. She just looks really happy there. And then, yeah, the legs were dual molded as well. Really just an insane over the top minifig for sure. The rocker was a really fun one. I love the skull there, and then the dual molded legs with the pocket jacket, and then the tattoo. I think that's a dragon along the side, or maybe it's a wyvern. It's hard to tell, but that was really fun to have a tattoo. No tattoo on the other arm, sadly. And then there is an alternate face of him just absolutely rocking out. Sushi Chef is another figure here. I like the little scallops printed onto his torso. Dual molded legs, again, great to see. And then this pirate bandana piece recolored here. Yeah, really fun one. Master Wu got a minifig in the Ninjago movie minifigure series. Again, the arm printing is always much appreciated. He had a brand new and exclusive face. It's the very similar one to the Happy with his eyebrows raised, except there's just more wrinkles on it, which is, yeah, I don't really know why. But yeah, that's an exclusive, unique Master Wu variant. Moving along with some more unique and weird variants. This is Casual Lloyd, exclusive to the Ninjago movie minifig series. Now you may say, oh, we saw the hood earlier, we saw the torso and legs, we saw all this. Well, first of all, sidearm printing with some sleeve cuffs, that's exclusive. And then the face is exclusive. You're saying, oh no, that's the same Lloyd Casual face. No, it's not, my friend. No alternate face along the back, and the smile's just a little bit more pronounced on this guy. This Ninjago movie, obviously a lot of these are Ninjago movie CMF series. Lloyd here, he was exclusive solely for his face print here. The, kind of strange Lloyd face. It's like, oh, we saw that, but no alternate face along the other side. So yeah, technically he's exclusive, and this was the one that came in the Ninjago movie CMF series. We got Woo Crew Nia here. And the face print is exclusive. So the smirking Nia face, but no alternate face. Just a really strange theme with the Ninjago movie CMF series is taking existing ninja face prints and then just not printing the other side of the face. Zane here, this is an exclusive face for him with the sideburns along the back and then the kind of tech hair fading down, and he looks pretty angry there. But same Ninjago movie print for the torso and legs. Of course, the main villain was Garmadon, and we need 5 Garmadon minifigures for this wave. Apparently, the main one is my favorite. I especially love this cape cloth piece. Is this even a cape? What do you call this? Tassels? I don't know. Really fun idea. Looking underneath, there are some tassels under there. And then the redesigned Garmadon helmet, I think, looks fantastic. This thing is a lot better than the one we saw for Rise of the Snakes, in my opinion. And then a new upper torso piece for the 4 arms. Jungle Garmadon is outrageous. I can't believe this figure exists, but I do quite like it. All of the chest hair is hilarious to me. He had this really cool looking side cape piece here in olive green, and then a really angry face for this one here compared to the laughing one for this guy here. Business Garmadon is funny, or flashback Garmadon, whatever you want to call him. The giant tie going all the way down is hilarious. I love the sunglasses. The blonde wig is really funny, and then he had dual molded arms, which was pretty insane. And then this dark orange color that I believe it was Ragamonk used. So I guess another Ninjago figure did use it if you want to count the Ninjago movie. And then this was actually the original Garmadon upper forearm torso just flipped around. So good idea there. And then this Garmadon figure does the same with the torso flipped around. Arm printing, which is insane. And yeah, it's Pajama Garmadon with his volcano layer printed onto his pajamas. And then this was the one in the Ninjago movie CMF series with, I believe the face was just a little bit different here. And then he has the exclusive black rice hat. Now moving on to his army, the Shark Warriors, the Sea Warriors. I believe they were called like actually the Shark Warriors, but correct me if I'm wrong. This is the OG general here with this brand new shark mask piece. I like the little shark eyes protruding on the side, and then battery low, I guess. I don't really know what the battery is about. All of these medals is absolutely hilarious. His whole torso is just fish medals. It's just outrageous and I love it. It's so funny. I think the white gloves is a really nice pristine touch too, and then the giant like furrowing burrowing eyebrow. I don't know, it's a funny minifig. And then when he got shot at the volcano and caught on fire, he turned evil, which I guess technically he was already evil before, but the volcanic printing on this is pretty insane. And then all across the torso, and then side arm printing for him as well, just on the one side. This was the general that replaced him. I like the cape here. That's a pretty insane translucent cape piece. I like the hairpiece being reused there, and then a very cheesy looking smile. No alternate face for her. Continuing right along with all of Garmadon's Shark Warriors here. So many of them have all of these just funky and elaborate fish sea themed headpieces. So over here you got the two pufferfish warriors. And as you see with a lot of them, they would recolor it in just another color. So you'd have two variations of it. But yeah, different faces underneath, as you can see. And they had this translucent visor over their eyes. The giant eyes on the puffer is hilarious. And then you did actually get the puffer tail around the back. Going to be using the same armor piece as that shark warrior, except their batteries looked a little bit more charged here. So good for those guys. The octopus warrior is, again, another insane one. Taking off the mask here, that is just an elaborate piece with the octopus tentacles hanging off the back too. Completely rubber, so it won't snap or break or anything. And then a very, very angry face underneath there. And then for this guy, he has a whole like sewn up eye scar. So insane face underneath for that guy there. Moving on, you have the anglerfish, two different variations of her. The sand green is, of course, my favorite, although the sand blue is always a welcome addition. So female with some really interesting blue eyeshadow there, and then another big scar over off to the side. And then we got a dude with a very nice looking mustache there. And then for the last two, there was a lobster variant of this. Only one, it wasn't recolored. This was included in Jay's Lightning Jet. Again, the same armor piece with the tank around the back that you've been seeing. And then there was just a basic generic version of the Shark Warrior that wasn't a general. And this is also a different headpiece. It's more like a hammerhead shark instead of the great white version of the other jellyfish warrior with this crazy like ball piece on his head, and then the jellyfish tentacles going onto his legs, and then a print up on top there, and then just no air tanks around the back there. And then the two other just kind of generic ones, these guys don't have any fish gear going on, but they're rocking the same torsos as everyone else. Different leg prints there, and then the torsos are just a little variation on either side. I like the dog tag hanging off. I think that's a fun detail. And then they have some beanies as well. The eye patch is really funny there. And then, of course, you had the two GIT techs, the Garmadon Institute of Technology, with the hilarious oversized glasses. The Batman reference is really fun there, and the tie-dye torso is fun as well. Dual molded legs for both. This one's using the Misako hairpiece, so I guess you could have it in your headcanon that maybe this is a young version of Misako. I don't know. And then for this guy, he has an alternate face where his glasses have been broken and he's kind of shocked. The Sons of Garmadon era is up next, of course, early 2018 here. So the brand new Ninjago Movie Ninja designs would be carrying over into the show, and then using the same mask piece here, just in new colors with new symbols. I absolutely adore these suits. I love the small little dot detailing printed onto all of them. I think Zane's is a much better upgrade over the Ninjago movie suit. It's using the same core concept with the robe printed there, but looks a lot better. They're using the Skybound armor in this newer dark metal. It's like a dark gunmetal gray color. And then for Nia, of course, continuing the gunmetal gray, no crimson anymore. Very much like the movie version, and then continuing the skirt piece here, and then Nia would be the only one with leg printing, interestingly enough. And then, of course, Zane no longer in the human form like in the movie, thank the maker. Very angry Zane face underneath. I don't think this face fits Zane very well, if you ask me personally. I just don't really recall very many moments in the show when Zane was angry. Usually he's just a lot more chill. So yeah, literally, excuse the pun. I think Lloyd's probably the best suit of the wave. I just love when they go full green for him. And it matches the eyes very, very well with the brand new green eyes. So yeah, this was a pretty crazy time to be a Ninjago fan with the Ninja design, the new Ninjago movie designs working their way into the show. And then of course, Wu did technically get a new minifig. This was the baby included in the Temple of Resurrection because Wu was a baby for much of this season. If you saw Hands of Time, obviously, he fell into the time vortex with the Time Twins and, yeah, was aged back about, I don't know how old is Wu, a couple hundred years. These figures were very controversial, and quite frankly, I still think they are. I don't like them very much. I feel like I don't say that very often about Ninjago minifigures because they do such a good job with them, but these guys just were not that great. These were Spinjitzu Masters is what they were called. So kind of their powered up elemental form when they're doing Spinjitzu. And I don't think they work. This feels like a rare case of too much detail and it looks weird. Like these ice shards are coming out of one side of Zane's torso, but not the others. And it just looks weird. There's like rocks on half of Cole's torso and then nothing over here. There's like a full tidal wave coming out of Nia's chest. Kai has like this fire just kind of peeking out. It's just very weird. Lloyd's is maybe the only one that works. Jay's is okay. And then I think a big issue with these is the leg print doesn't have any elemental energy and neither does the face. I think you could have even gone as far as to, maybe make the masks on fire or something, which they would do for season 11. But yeah, I think the big reason is the torsos don't look great. There's too much going on. And then the legs and faces needed to match the amount of elemental energy going on because you have all this crazy elemental energy, but none of it is matching on the face print and the leg print. Snake Jaguar, this is Zane in his human form. He went in disguise very briefly in Sons of Garmadon. So you're going to see the Sons of Garmadon warrior torso there, and then his silver titanium legs, and then the Ninjago movie Zane face print, except it doesn't have the technological hair, neck hair protruding along the back there. So interesting. This is a figure I've alluded to many times in this video. This is Samurai X, Sons of Garmadon version, so early 2018, obviously. And this is a very bad figure for one reason alone. If the helmet will come off. And that is the face print. Just an awful looking face print. I don't like the idea of the tiny lips in the middle. I don't think that looks great. I don't like how the eyes look. And then the glaring issue is going to be the white is just translucent almost. They didn't put enough white onto the face there. And then the big reveal is that this was Pixel. So the alternate face is Pixel along the back. Again, another issue of Lego spoiling something in their sets. I wish they were better at that. It was really interesting when this got leaked. It's like, oh, okay, so the samurai is just Pixel. Okay, we're not even gonna make that a mystery. And then she kind of just looks like a American here, bringing in the white to the design and taking out the gold for the most part. It just kind of reminds me of like the American flag as a Ninjago samurai minifigure. Of course, the main villains were the Sons of Garmadon and their three generals. Ultraviolet here. I like the bandana hanging down and then flipped around. It's the half mask flipped around to the back, which was a fun concept. The Sons of Garmadon symbol along the back. And then what's really interesting about Ultraviolet and then of course Kilo to me is I don't think we ever got an official canon explanation as to what kind of beings they were. I thought maybe they were Oni. Because we'd never seen just gray characters with face paint like this before, so never really got an official explanation there. I like the UV printed onto her torso for Ultraviolet. And then we got the powered up version of her with the Mask of Hatred here. It would make you grow shoulder pads and fists and stuff, make you all powered up. I love the way these Oni mask pieces looked. They were brand new at the time. For UV, you got her hair sticking out of it, and then for Mr. E and Kilo, you would have horns grow out of theirs. And then this was an armor piece that was being used in Nexo Knights at the time. So bringing it over to Ninjago, I think it works pretty well. Mr. E is really, really cool looking minifigure. I love this brand new armor piece that they introduced at the time. And then the creepy looking eyes underneath.
And you got the G there, which I think just G, Garmadon. 103, I'm not really sure what that's supposed to mean. And then the Sons of Garmadon symbol along the back. And then Powered Up Master E is fantastic. It's that new Ninjago movie upper torso piece, reprinted, of course, here. And then with the Mask of Vengeance. I think this is the Mask of Vengeance. Same Mr. E face underneath. Yeah, this upper torso is just insane. I don't even know what's going on there, but it looks really cool, and I think that's all that matters. Kilo here is the only other Ninjago minifig, Big Fig besides Dogshank. It's kind of insane we haven't gotten a Ninjago Big Fig since 2018. Lego, please give us a new one. They're so much fun. This is a very rare one here. I believe this guy is worth upwards of $100 US. Unfortunately, only came in one set. I like the skulls on his knee pads there. The full tatted up arm is super freaking cool. And then you can take off the Oni mask here to see his official face underneath. He's got that tiny little head with the angry expression. Would have been cool to get an alternate expression of him smiling. But unfortunately, that just wasn't the case. And yeah, as you can see, that's just a normal Lego minifigure head. It's so undersized on this massive torso and legs and arms. It's so funny to me, but they pull it off really well in the show. And then flipping them around to the back, yeah, you can see Kilo is absolutely massive. Bro is caked up back here, and they actually show his butt crack, which is, yeah, that's a thing that exists. You got a couple of different Sons of Garmadon bikers here. They didn't go too crazy with the villain faction outside of the generals, which I get. They had to probably put a lot of resources into the generals, but same torso on these two here. This guy has his own torso. This guy has face paint underneath. So fun design there. And yeah, nothing too crazy about these guys. They look like bikers. And then, of course, the SOG logo on the back. And like you saw earlier, these torsos are the ones that Snake Jaguar used as well. Here is the final villain minifigure of the SOG wave, Lord Garmadon himself, in the flesh, returning once again, getting resurrected from the departed realm. And this is an all-timer Garmadon minifigure to me, solely because of this area right here. Getting an exposed ribcage with purple blood dripping out on the sides is just absolutely insane. That's a really violent detail, and I'm surprised it made it into this supposed, like, kids theme. So that was really fun that they did that. A really cool looking detail. Same face as from the movie. I think they should have given him the angry face. Garmadon was never like happy, smiling, confident like this in the show. It was a very dark version of Garmadon that they brought back. But yeah, great minifigure. I think maybe if the sash should have been the dark purple instead of the navy blue. I know they were trying to keep a lot of the movie stuff here. He had the dark navy blue in the movie, but probably should have been purple to match his purple blood coming out up there. And then the final two minifigures are Princess Harumi, the Jade Princess, of course, and then Hutchins. Hutchins would die in the show, which another dark thing. I guess Sons of Garmadon was very, very dark, so it makes sense. I really like Hutchins. I remember at the time I used the torso and legs for like a Sensei Lloyd minifig. They work really well for that. The silver feet printing is kind of insane. Haven't really seen anything like that before. No alternate face for him, using that classic stoneware armor piece. And then the eye patch across his eyes, a really fun extra detail. As I knock into things here. Princess Harumi is an insane minifigure. This is such a special Ninjago minifigure, another very rare and expensive one, using the Lady Iron Dragon hairpiece, except with white now instead of orange hair. I love the kabuki makeup that she has applied to her face there. The torso and legs look very, very elegant with the forest green and the gold. And then the cape is by far the best part with the lotus flowers printed onto it. And then you have the upper part of the cape with also lotus flowers printed onto it. And then looking along the back, there's just not really much going on the back torso, which you don't really need to because she's always wearing this. But there's a reason this is one of the most expensive and sought after Ninjago minifigs. This thing is insane. Now, moving to Season 9, This was late 2018. This was Hunted, and this is another all-timer Ninjago season, if you ask me. They took a huge risk with the Core Fort Ninja here, at least for them specifically, and their suits were damaged version of the Sons of Garmadon suits. So they weren't like new, brand new designs. It was just the Sons of Garmadon suits had been damaged from their journey to the first realm. So really big risk, and I personally think it paid off. I like the idea of torn up ninja suits. That was really, really fun and felt really new at the time. They're going to be using the same top half mask piece from Sons of Garmadon, but black along the bottom now. Yeah, interesting design choice, but it mostly works. And then they each have different armor pieces. Jay with the ZX armor in black, Zane with the scabbard, and then looking along the back, Cole's here with the upper half of the torso revealed and the cloth torn down. Reminds me a lot of Sensei Garmadon from Tournament of Elements. I know they never would have done this, but it would have been absolutely hilarious to have like an anacontrite tattoo poking through there. Nothing too crazy on the back of the other figures there. Lloyd and Nia did get new designs for their suits because they were in Ninjago City. They got what I lovingly refer to as the Woo Crew suits because they had the Woo Crew logo hidden on them. Would have been really cool to see Woo Crew suits for the other ninja. I know that would have been non-canon, and it never would have worked, but it would have been a really fun idea for some spin-off Bricktober pack or something, but yeah, that'll probably never happen, but it's on my wish list because I do really like the idea of the Woo Crew suits here. They feel very industrial. Lloyd's armor almost looks like a Ninja Turtle. And then Nia, again, just all this stuff going on. The feet printing, the knee pads are really solid. And then off to the back, yeah, just very industrial. There's a lot going on these. No crimson once again for Nia. And then I think the biggest missed opportunity is not giving Lloyd a new face print because he did lose his elemental powers for the season and he didn't have his green eyes. So big missed opportunity there and something we still haven't seen to this day. Of course, Woo would age just a little bit here. Unfortunately, we didn't get like Child Woo, which I think he would have been, I don't know, anywhere from 8 to 12. That was a really fun character that we never got, and he was in Hunted for at that age for half the season. But Teen Woo is arguably, well, yeah, I don't even think it's arguable. He is the better looking figure. I love the Cole Man Bun piece here, reprinted in white and golds there. And then this was a brand new face print at the time, angry on one side, a little smiley on the other. And then the torso is just the dragon hunter's armor, just kind of fitted with some raggedy just cloth and stuff underneath. These suits here were very interesting. These are the flight suits. They're non-canon. They came in these $15 Dragon Master spinners that literally no one bought. It's interesting that something like that is very reminiscent of the NRG spinners, which were not on shelves very long, didn't sell a ton of copies, and those figures became very rare and hard to get and expensive. That is not the case for the flight suits. I would argue it's because they're just not in the show. They're not iconic. They're not nostalgic. I mean, there's nothing really about these that would make people want to go out of their way to get them unless they just thought they were cool. I do quite think they're cool. It's just the Sons of Garmadon base suits with some flight straps put over the top. All the same leg print here. And then the best part is along the back with this rising dragon symbol. If you see what I did there, it may be a little precursor to Dragons Rising, 5 years in advance. But yeah, really interesting suits here that don't really have a reason to exist other than they probably just wanted suits for the gimmick sets. Woo got 2 more minifigs. Crazy getting 3 Woo minifigs in one wave. Of course, would never see that again. And none of them were Master Woo either. This really, truly was a Woo and Lloyd season. But yeah, Woo got his flight suit here. Not canon to the show, but this is an incredible looking figure. It's basically like a golden Lloyd suit, except instead of green, you get white here. So that was a really fun mashup on Lloyd. And then the back looks incredible with that golden rising dragon. And then we would get Dragon Master Woo here with the exclusive armor piece that was made new for this wave. I love the stickered flag in the back, and then just going absolutely crazy with the gold and white here for Woo. So much gold for him. It looks really, really good on Woo. Skylar would return in this season as well. in the show, as well as a brand new minifig. The utility belt was an interesting choice at the time. I think it looks a little bit off without leg print there, just the bright keyed orange legs with no leg print. Looks a little bit strange. I do really like the gunmetal gray color brought in for Skylar. I think it looks really solid. And then the massive armor plate across her chest, got to protect her from Garmadon, of course. And then this was the first time getting an angry Skylar face print. So that was a very welcome addition. And yeah, that was such a special time in the show to have Skylar return for Hunted. Then moving on to the main villains for Hunted, you have Iron Baron and his Dragon Hunters here. I really love these guys. The top hat piece is so much fun, and I think it works so incredibly well for Iron Baron. The gauntlet here, this little wrench piece here, could shoot out and you could capture dragons with that. And then the peg leg, of course. This is a brand new dual molded armor piece with some silver spikes on the side that could be used on both sides. So Iron Baron used it backwards. You could slip a little knife or sword into that scabbard there. And then for the other Dragon Hunters, particularly Heavy Metal here, they used it to cover their mouths. Heavy Metal here, of course, was revealed to be Faith in the show. We just recently got our first Faith minifig, which is crazy looking back. The original Heavy Metal figure from back in 2018 with all the cloth and the armor covering her eye. I really like the target sensor there in her eye, which of course is just a piece of her eye at that point. But yeah, Heavy Metal, we will be looking at Faith in probably, at this point, a couple of hours. Chew Toy is another really, really fun minifig. I remember getting this one in hand for the first time and adoring him. I love the chubby cheeks there. The big exclusive armor piece for him here. This is a castle armor piece with a full-on crazy dragon print on it there. And then he's going to be using the same torso as a lot of the generic dragon warriors there. Arcade here, ARKAD, has the little casino lottery thing on his chest. So this would spin in the show, and if it landed on all three, I don't know, something would happen. He has a welder's mask here with a dragon, just the orange dragon hunter stripe printed across the front, and then using the same face as the generic dragon warriors, or hunters. Excuse me, I keep saying dragon warrior. But yeah, this guy here, you got multiple of him in multiple different sets. So this was just the generic one, and then he has the armor piece facing forward, just like Heavy Metal. And then he had this brand new hood piece here that could sit on top of the armor that looked similar to the movie hood, but had just a little bit more curvature going on. The final few Hunted minifigs over here, we've got Jet Jack. She has this flight like wings in the back. She had the exclusive torso there with the flight stuff strapped onto the front. New face with these crazy looking sunglasses. Do you even want to call them that? And then the mohawk on top, and she would fly around. And then we had Daddy No Legs here, which was just a really strange strange name. The only thing exclusive about him is gonna be that face print there. One of the eyes looks like it's half sealed shut, probably from a fight with a dragon, and then he doesn't look too happy underneath that half mask, but honestly, I can't blame him. And then obviously, yeah, he's missing his leg, so he has this giant kind of spider-like contraption that he'll crawl around on. This is Evil Harumi, so really nice to get a minifig for her. I'm glad they didn't make us wait too long after her brief reveal in Sons of Garmadon, and then we got her in the wave right after that. This was a brand new hairpiece at the time, so very rubbery here. And what's interesting is this hairpiece would return for crystallized, but it wouldn't be rubbery. It would be the hard plastic. Harumi here, I believe this was war face paint across her eyes just to make her look more evil. She's very angry on this side, and then she's just kind of brooding on this other side. Here, a very dark torso and legs. I think the 3 leather belts is really, really funny. Lots of black and then some navy blue in there. Pretty similar color scheme to Garmadon. I like the spikes across the sash in the front. And then, yeah, nothing too crazy on the back there. So that's all of the Hunted minifigs, and then we're going to get into just a couple more that came out around this era. This was another Bricktober pack here. So first off, Future J. This is an all-timer Ninjago fig, in my opinion. I love the eye patch on him. This is just basically an exact representation of what we saw in the future flash forwards in the cave in possession. He has side leg printing, which is insane, and then side arm printing. So really insane, just crazy over the top detail on this guy. Love all the symbols printed onto his torso. I don't think the hairpiece looks that great. I think a dark brown hairpiece probably would have looked a little bit better. Kimono Nia was a really interesting choice. I can't believe they chose Kimono Nia over rebooted Nia for this pack. But again, I'm not complaining. This is an incredible looking minifig. Cool to get her armband finally on a printed arm piece there. The Kabuki face paint looks incredible. Flipping it around to the back, she's got a much more happy smirk there, probably after getting out of under Master Chen's grasp. But yeah, and then moving on, we got Harumi with the Mask of Hatred here. And this Mask of Hatred is actually different than the one we got in the Sons of Garmadon sets. The mouth is just slightly open, or it was closed on this one here. And then side leg and arm printing, again, just insane, using that same Nexo Knights armor piece. And then underneath, you're going to get a new face print, kind of the stone armored up version of Harumi, and then you get her angry face. So really over the top on these minifigs here. The final one was a Sons of Garmadon Thug. I wish I had been able to army build because this is an incredible one. This is pretty much exactly what the thugs look like in the show. He even has a tattoo of the SOG symbol on the side. Very similar kind of technological hair printing on the back, and then the Sons of Garmadon logo printed onto this torn leather jacket. This Woo here was really, really weird. This is a non-canon Woo that came in a book with the same face and hairpiece we saw from Hunted, and then just this torso and leg print that is non-canon, but looks very, very similar to his Golden Weapons version. I don't really know why this exists. The last one is pretty funny. This came in a Lego Minecraft set, so this didn't come in a Ninjago set. However, it is a Ninjago minifigure. It is a Minecraft skin of Kai's Sons of Garmadon Ninjago ninja suit. So a really funny figure here. No leg print, unfortunately, but I don't think that Minecraft set had the budget. Really funny Easter egg. The blocky head for Kai is just so funny. And then you actually have an elemental symbol printed along the back there.
Ninjago would celebrate the show's 10th season with a brand new subline of minifigures and sets entitled Ninjago Legacy. And these were meant to call back a lot of the earlier characters and moments from the show and celebrate them with just a little bit of variation on the designs. So that's something we'll see a lot with the villains and some of the other suits as well. But for the main 6 ninja here, theirs were much more of a newer take. Obviously still keeping the movie designs. They couldn't go back to the other ones, just wouldn't make sense from a marketing perspective, but these suits are meant to celebrate a lot of the earlier Ninjago suits. So I see a lot of pilot elements on these suits, and I see a lot of Day of the Departed in these as well. And then the bright colors remind me a lot of the Zukin suits. I think my favorite aspect is going to be the way they integrated the dragon. So there's this very exact same dragon design on each suit. It's just integrated into the suit for each of them differently. So they all have these very elegant looking kimonos. Kai's dragon is front and center with the tail going into his legs. Jay's is dragon up top on the left, and then the tail wraps around the other side. Zane's has the full dragon coming across the torso. Cole's has his with the head there, tail peeking out the other side. So really love the integration on these as well. And then they introduced these brand new mask pieces at the time. So these are meant to invoke a lot of the earlier Ninjago mask pieces. And then the big difference is going to be that the wrap for the headband actually hangs down on the back. So it's the lowest point of the mask there. And these are dual molded with each of their colors. Now, these masks were actually quite controversial at the time. A lot of people did not like them because they were not congruent with armor pieces. So you couldn't put armor in the back because, of course, the headband would drape down and get in the way of the armor. I personally didn't mind that. These suits were very elegant and didn't need armor. And as you would see for the next season, they would create a new armor piece to fit with these masks here. But I absolutely love these masks. They feel like the kind of ruggedness of the earlier ones, and then these suits just feel very elegant and just very nice looking, and I think that meshes very well for them. No new face prints for anyone here. Zane does go with the movie face here, which was really interesting to see. But I think the yellow skin tone does match the overall design of his suit here, so does make sense. And then he does have the insane smiling alternate face on the back there. Cool to see the light gray brought back for Zane here. I think light gray is always a really great looking Zane color, so love that a lot for him there. And then yeah, the dragons, so each of them with a little bit of gold on their suits looks so good to me. Lloyd's especially. Yeah, just a fantastic suit. And then Nia going back to her crimson red here. This would be one of the final times we would see a basically prominent crimson red design for Nia, and that was of course paying tribute to her earlier suits, so I really did appreciate that. And then looking around the back, they're all going to be unified with their own respective symbol in the middle, and then different things going on with the dragon on each of the back of their torsos, which is just so cool. I love the idea of the dragon. I think Cole's looks the best with the whole tail just wrapping around his symbol. That's super cool. Also like the tail kind of off to the bottom side of Zane there. But yeah, the Season 10 Legacy suits, whatever you want to call them, they're some of my favorites for sure. Wu, of course, would get a new minifig for this wave, and his would be a new version of his Season 0. It's the pilot's kimono, so the black kimono just remade here for Legacy, just a little bit more detail on this thing, and then I think the dragon print on the back looks a lot better. I mean, the original was 8 years before this in 2011. This was 2019. The updated dragon, yeah, I think I would expect it to look better. And then, yeah, just a new face print there. He looks very chipper. It's very similar to the chipper happy movie Woo face print, except this one just has less wrinkles. And this would become his just kind of iconic normal face print for a couple of years after this as well, in terms of Legacy sets only. Nia would get a new Samurai X figure here. This one is okay to me. I think getting the robot eyes would have been really cool and a fun tribute, but it's cool to see that Kendo armor piece return, this time in a bright red. There's very notably no gunmetal gray in this design here. I mean, even her helmet is black. So as you can see, a big thing with the Legacy stuff is them taking liberty on a lot of the designs, changing things up, but still kind of retaining the core idea of the figures, which I think is a very cool idea in and of itself. But you have her samurai phoenix symbol printed onto the torso there. It's reflective. I love the chainmail armor underneath with the breastplate there. I think that looks really good. And then the crimson red with the arms and legs is a really nice touch as well. Lloyd here got a brand new Golden Ninja minifigure, which the Golden Ninja stuff is always just so iconic in Ninjago, so I think it made sense to give him a new figure here, and this one looks really solid. Feels like a really fun update on the original, of course, in the pearl gold color, because the older shiny gold, you know, we talked about that earlier, was discontinued. The dark forest green introduction is a really nice touch to me, and then using the same dragons we saw on the other Legacy Ninja, just with 2 this time. So, you know, powered up Golden Ninja can't just have 1 dragon on the suit, it's gotta be 2. And then that is a new symbol on the back for Lloyd there as well. He did get a new face, really angry powered up with the golden power just kind of blasting out of his eyes there. Looks good. And then just kind of more moody, brooding, upset about something on this side. And then, of course, using that new mask piece in gold and then the dark forest green. Lord Garmadon got an updated figure here, and I do want to remind you, a lot of these are non-canon. I will be pointing the non-canon ones out as we go. But yeah, we never saw this Golden Ninja or that Legacy Samurai X in the show. But of course, for Season 10, March of the Oni, we did see these suits in the show. But yeah, Lord Garmadon's return was interesting, using that old 4-armed upper torso piece, bringing that back. He got a brand new face here. Now this feels like Oni Garmadon from the Oni trilogy, so that was really appreciated to get a more accurate face for him there. Obviously inaccurate torso and body, but this is meant to represent the Season 2 Garmadon. And no alternate face along the back there. The torso printing is very similar to what you've come to expect there. Now, Cruncha and Knuckle here would get new minifigures. This was quite a surprise at the time. I do appreciate that they chose to remake some of the Skulkin, but I just don't love the design choices. I think the main thing that throws them off to me is the lack of boots for them. They just look kind of naked without any shoes. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I remember as soon as I saw these, they just looked off, missing that boot piece. I think Lego retired it from their catalog, so couldn't bring it back here, unfortunately, but this was a new molded piece for their skulls here, which I think looks really solid. You can take the mohawk off, and there's a stud on top, and then Cruncha, of course, has the helmet, which looks really, really good. I think the printing on their faces is fine. The eyes are maybe just a little bit creepy to me, a little bit over the top. And then this is a new armor piece that they're using that the Stone Warriors also use in this wave as well. A very minimalistic armor piece, doesn't drape along the back or front at all. And then cool to see just this updated version of the Skulkin symbol printed onto their waists there. It's not the original symbol. But yeah, cool to see these guys in Dragons Rising Season 3 most recently. It was funny to see their legacy versions in the show in the newer Ninjago material. Whiplash got an updated minifigure as well, interestingly enough. This one looks a lot less like Whiplash, in my opinion. He just had a very significant design with the old one. I don't think this one captures it as well, but again, I'm not complaining about getting new Skulkin. He has the classic rice hat piece, and then interestingly enough, they gave him two different faces. So one of them came in the monastery, and then one of them came in a cheaper legacy set. I forget exactly which one. It might have been the Sam X-Mech. But one of them is just with his mouth open and a little more frowny, and the other one is just him chilling, which is pretty funny. And then, unfortunately, as you can see on either side of the head, the worm detail is completely gone, which is unfortunate. That was such a fun Easter egg on the original Whiplash, but I don't even know if they had the ability to print on the sides of these heads here. Now, we briefly discussed this earlier, but Pythor, of course, gets his own legacy variant, which is super, super nice. Love seeing another way for people to get their hands on a purple Pythor because that original one is pretty rare. This one looks really good to me as a legacy remake. I think the only thing I would have changed is maybe just the torso, the light purple in the middle there. I'm not the biggest fan of. And then I think the printing on the top of his neck up top there just is a little there's too much printing going on. Just personal preferences. Cool to see the giant open mouthpiece return. Is just always so funny to me. And then the classic serpentine tail. But yeah, this is a really faithful recreation of the original Pythor, and sad we didn't get any of the other serpentine generals brought back. Now, speaking of the serpentine, the only two Serpentine that would get remade in this original wave were a couple of the Venomari here. You had Spitta and Lasha, and then they just made no other Serpentine until other legacy waves, which we'll see. Very strange choices, especially you have Pythor and then Spitta and Lasha. I don't really know what's... Not sure. I don't love these minifigures very much. It was cool to see the original Serpentine headpieces return for them, but the way their torsos are printed, they look like turtle shells. They look like Ninja Turtles. I don't like that. And then the leg prints is just lime green with some dots on it. This cartoonish skull printed on the vial there. I just don't think these were very good legacy remakes. They just were too cartoonish and goofy and over the top and just didn't feel like faithful, not recreations, but remakes of the originals. These don't feel like they honored that legacy very well, which a lot of the other figures did, so a rare misfire for sure. The Overlord got a brand new minifig, which was insane to see. This is non-canon. The Overlord never had a design that looked like this. He would get an updated design with 4 arms later in the show, so you can kind of see him peeking up over there. We'll get to that. Yeah, the Legacy Overlord, non-canon, but a super cool figure. I like that he's wearing the Helmet of Darkness. I think that's a lot of fun. I guess technically you could use this face for Possessed Garmadon, and it might kind of work. But yeah, using that movie Garmadon upper torso with some printing, the ghost tail, of course, and then just not too much printing on the torso underneath, just like some purple ectoplasm goo going on there, I guess you could call it. A really, really cool minifig, and I'm super glad it exists because this is sick, man. It's really sad they never used it in any capacity because of how cool it looks. But yeah, what a great minifig at the time. General Kozu got a remake as well, and I actually really like this Kozu remake. I don't think it's as faithful as the Day of the Departed one, but I do like how clean this looks, just from an aesthetic perspective. They really tried to make him look really clean using that newer upper torso piece, and the print on it looks really, really solid. And then it just looks like the exact same Kozu head that we've seen twice in the past, so I appreciate the consistency there. Flipping around the back, nothing too much there, but this was exclusive to the Legacy Golden Mech remake set. You got a couple of Stone Warrior remakes here, which was the third time we were getting Stone Warriors. Just an interesting choice for sure. These guys are pretty iconic, so I do get it, but yeah, maybe some ghosts or something, or Anachondrite cultists or pirates or something would have been more interesting, because those only existed once versus these guys getting their third time using those new rice hats, of course, that we talked about from the movie. And then the deviation here is they're all going to share the same torso. The swordsmen are going to share the same leg print, but one is a yellow head, and then the other two have green. So the blue is not represented, the blue face paint for the Stone Warriors, but interesting choice. They still look really cool, utilizing that new Skulk and armor piece we talked about briefly as well. Very clean, minimalist, aesthetic looking Stone Warriors, which, yeah, if that's your thing, they look pretty darn cool. The Ninjroids here would also get remade, which this was their third time being remade. So yeah, it's definitely a rule of thirds for a lot of these figures. The Ninjroids are maybe my least favorite, aside from the Serpentine. They're just really plain to me. No leg print or anything is unfortunate. Seeing that upper mask piece return is always nice, though. It's such a great piece. And then I don't really like the heads underneath. They just feel that angry scowl is a little too comical for my liking personally. It's just, they're machines. I don't really feel like they'd be screaming like that. And then, of course, same printing around the back, but funny to get Mindroid represented for the third time in his history. But yeah, I don't think Ninjroids were the best decision, and they would come back in future Legacy waves over and over too. I have so many Ninjroid minifigures as a result of that, which, yeah, that's a thing. So the only official season 10 set we ever got was an Oni minifigure pack. So this thing was exclusive to LEGO stores. It was only out for a very brief time, and it came with 3 Oni minifigs here. So you would get the Oni Scout, the Oni Warrior, and then this here was actually just another Oni Warrior. He didn't come with the cape in the set, so you didn't get an actual Omega figure. But I took the Oni Warrior. This is exactly what Omega looks like. He just had a cape, and I gave him the cape from Lego Batman from the Lego Movie 2. So that is the only customization on any figure you will see in this entire video, but I figured it was just too important. Omega is such a big part of March of the Oni, and yeah, I love the Oni minifigs here. Cool to see the Oni mask piece return to represent them. Underneath it, of course, is just the Oni face, and the only exclusive parts about these are going to be their torsos, their faces, and then for the Omega here, just his mask here. And unfortunately, these guys are a huge part of Ninjagoflation as well. If you want to get a sealed Oni pack, I believe it's around 200 USD, which is just absurd and unfortunate. These are incredible, cool minifigs that were very limited release and part of the initial end of Ninjago, so I can kind of see why, but it is just unfortunate because a lot of people do want these because of how cool they are. I mean, I just love that torso design. I don't even know how to describe the torso, but it looks so cool. The big fangs, the glowing purple eyes. Yeah, the Oni are some incredibly well-designed villains. In terms of their actual role in the show, that can be debated whether you liked that or not. But after Ninjago had its initial end, the show would reboot of sorts with Season 11. And while we're on the topic of hot takes with the Oni and everything, we'll talk about Season 11 too. This is one of my favorite waves of minifigures in sets. I absolutely adored all of the new minifigs and sets. There was a lot of budget pumped into this wave because it was a very soft reboot, which is something we would see again with Dragons Rising Season 1. A lot of budget pumped into that wave too. But let's talk about the minifigs here. The Ninja would be reusing their legacy masks, of course, this time with a symbol printed onto it. So getting the Zukin suit treatment with symbols printed onto the masks. I think that always looks good for the Ninja. And then they had this brand new armor piece, which would work in conjunction with the newer mask piece, so it could still hang down, but you could still have the armor scabbard around the back. These hold only a single sword. These were the first official Ninja armor piece to hold a single sword, so it took 8 years to get one like that. And then there is a shuriken just etched into the shoulder armor there, which I think looks awesome. Absolutely love that idea. The suits themselves are some of my favorites as well. These feel a lot more simplistic than ones we've seen in the past, especially for Cole here, and I really liked that at the time, and they each feel really unique, but the way the straps and the sashes work along their belts ties them all together in unison. So really ingenious design work here. Love the little smiley badge on Jay's torso, the little lightning badge as well. I think that's really, really fun. Nia here going full gunmetal gray again after going back to her crimson roots in the last wave. She's full gunmetal gray here. And then fun to see some brown brought in for Lloyd. I absolutely love the brown arm too. Brown upper shoulder patch. Very unique figure for Lloyd. And then something I wanted to mention was Zane. Icy blue looks so, so good for him. So one of my favorite Zane minifigs. And this is kind of maybe a tiny hint to him being the Ice Emperor, if you want to count that at all. But yeah, that's definitely a thing. Master Wu would get a new minifig here. This is maybe my favorite Master Wu minifig of all time. He came in a single set, so he's a unfortunate victim of Ninjagoflation too. This is a more expensive minifigure here, but he had this incredible cape piece along the back. This thing is, you can probably tell, it's fuzzy. I've never seen a cape like this before, and this is the only time Master Wu got a cape, unfortunately. But it looks really, really good. He got a brand new face print underneath as well, so more of his beard showing through. Some like a half sideburn there going up to the side. And then he also had a braid. So for the full Wild Brain era here, he had a braid along the back, just like his father. And then this really cool dragon design printed on the back. And then this is the first Master Wu minifig to just really change up the coloring with fully dark brown legs, crimson sash tied around his waist, and then a lot of that earlier light gray brought back in. But what an incredible minifig. And then the dark tan rice hat was a really nice capper on top. But yeah, probably my favorite Master Wu. Akita is another, speaking of victims of Ninjagoflation, Akita is certainly one of those. This figure is $150 US on the aftermarket. These are a lot of just rough estimates on the prices based on certain things I've seen, so feel free to look them up if you want the exact prices, but all of them should be pretty close. This figure was exclusive to one set. She was a big part of Season 11, and then we never saw her again. Really unfortunate she hasn't come back with Legacy. I think she would be a great choice for that. A lot of fans want to get their hands on her, but as it is, this minifigure alone is probably one of the best Ninjago minifigs. She reminds me a lot of the Jade Princess Harumi figure, just so much over-the-top detail, so many great accessories. The cape is just actually insane with the 4 separate tails, and then there's printing on the cape, of course, to have the back of the tail be red. And then she had this brand new dual molded hairpiece with the wolf mask molded into the top there. Really great confident smirk on this side with the wolf fangs showing through in her whiskers. Really great design work on the torso and legs. And then she has more of a upset, kind of confused face. This is probably when Lloyd first figures out that she's actually a person and not just a wolf. And then her wolf form did also come in a single set in this wave. And this is quite an elaborate mold here with the 3 tails along the back. Love that. And then the head is adjustable up and down. This is the only time we've gotten like a big animal piece like this in Ninjago. Would love to see it for Kataru at some point, or the Raven Kid that's a part of the founders in the finders in the show right now. That would be a really cool idea, but seeing the animal piece come back in some way with some other animal in Ninjago would be pretty cool. But as for now, Akita is the only one. The ninja would also get separate suits in this wave. In fact, if you want to get really technical, they technically had 3 separate sets of suits in this wave. The only other wave to do so was crystallized, which of course we'll get to. But technically, these are new forms of the ninja suits here. And we'll just bring Kai over. He was hiding over there. But yeah, the only difference about these, obviously you can see it's the same Season 11 torso, legs, and faces. They just had new mask pieces here for Forbidden Spinjitzu. And each of these was exclusive, the mask piece. Jay with the lime green is a really interesting touch there. Or is that more of like I don't know, is that like a darker green? Yeah, really interesting to see green used for Jay there. Zane with the icy blue on his. But yeah, these mask pieces are absolutely incredible. Some of my favorite Ninjago mask pieces we've ever gotten. I was talking about this earlier. Mask pieces with the fire on top just look so, so cool. Wish they would bring this back and use it for more elemental powers, because I think it could work really, really well for the powered up versions of the ninja. But for this season, they did their job and they were really, really darn cool to me. And then there were also 4 other variants of Forbidden Spinjitzu figures for Ninjago. These had same legs as the sets, and then brand new torso prints. The torsos aren't the coolest thing ever. Whenever I see them, I just think it looks like there's some like colored tinfoil on their torsos. But I also appreciate how they are not over the top and absurd, which the Sons of Garmadon ones were. And then the masks here are different from the ones in the sets. These have gold and silver in them as well. And then Jay's is the light green on top, the light translucent green. Love the gold on Kai and Lloyd, silver for Jay and Zane. Looks really, really great. Unfortunately, no suits for Cole and Nia. Never got those. And this was the beginning of a very unfortunate trend that has continued to this day, where LEGO will give us suit collections like this in gimmick sets and then not complete them. So you only get half the team, or a couple members of the team, and then you can't complete the full suit collection, which is really unfortunate for collectors who like to display all the suits. But the biggest thing about these, aside from all the cool details, was they each had brand new face prints underneath. And we all know how much of a sucker I am for those. I remember losing my mind at the time and being so excited. Each of them gets a confident, cocky little smirk there that looks so incredible there, especially Jay's. It fits his very playful nature and tone in the season. And then along the other side, even better, you got these crazy powered up faces for them. Zane's is by far my favorite. Works really well for a custom Ice Emperor too, if you want to do that. And then putting the mask over it. That looks so, so cool, man. Yeah, some of the best Ninjago faces ever, in my opinion. What a great and underrated line of suits here. Just wish we had seen it completed. Getting them for Cole and Nia would have been really, really special, in my opinion. Side character we had in this season as well was Clutch Powers. Pretty insane to see him return at the time. Controversial for sure, because he was a lot different than he was in his LEGO exclusive movie, but we're not here to talk about that. The figure itself was cool. I think the utility belt works really, really well. No leg print is fine. I think it works. The leather jacket looks great. The eye patch is just so funny. I absolutely adore that. Turning around the back, he's got kind of an adventuring symbol, and then the best face of all time, the eye patch lifted in a cheesy smile. This is an exact scene in the show where he lifts up his eye patch and Jay catches him. So really funny stuff there. What a great minifig. So we actually had 2 separate factions of villains in this season, which wasn't really something we had seen like this before. So the first half of the season, you dealt with these snakes here, the mummified snakes. So their leader was Asphira. And interestingly enough about Asphira, this is a pretty inaccurate figure. As phenomenal as this thing looks, I mean, absolutely incredible detailing. This full dual molded headpiece here, which looks so, so good with translucent colors in there. New armor piece, ghost tail piece, and this elaborate printing on this gold torso here. So as a minifig, Asphira is incredible, don't get me wrong, but she is very inaccurate. She actually had the snake tail in the show, which is weird because Char gets it, but she doesn't. She gets the ghost tail. Doesn't make sense. And then she also had pupilled eyes, which I felt like they were zoomed in on her eyes a lot in the show. So to not get pupils was a little bit disappointing, and they would not correct this when they brought her back for crystallized either. So a decision that has just kind of always confounded me, why they chose the ghost tail instead of the official Lego snake tail piece when they literally used it on Char in the exact same wave. Speaking of Char, he's a lot different than everyone else. They're all mummified. He's just got this black and orange and red design, which I think is really solid. And yeah, Lego using the snake tail piece, but I think it works really well for him. The generic warriors of the season were the mummified snakes, of course, brought back from the dead with Kai's fire powers. Super cool concept. I love the mummified snake remains with all these flames poking out. That is so, so cool. Again, that snake armor looks fantastic. There were 2 separate versions, so most of them, of course, had the kind of flared out sides with the flames on them, and then there was a single exclusive one to the Kai vehicle in the wave that didn't have that, using this other snake head piece that we would see for core. So yeah, really interesting design deviation there. And then the other villains in the wave were much better, in my opinion, even though the mummified snakes were fantastic. These were the Ice Samurai, so of course their leader, the Ice Emperor here, one of my favorite all-time Ninjago minifigs. I think just evil ninja is such a cool concept. That's why Possessed Lloyd is so great, and that's why the Ice Emperor is so great, of course, being the evil version of Zane in this season. That new helmet piece, dual molding with the icy interior, and then the armor piece is just wow, look at that. The ice shooting through the side and out onto the shoulder. That is absolutely incredible. And then he has the same icy blue gloves as the Zane figure from this wave. So yeah, just saying that might have been a little detailing there. Yeah, just an incredible figure. One of my all-time favorites. And then General Vex here, his right-hand man, using that same armor piece in a gunmetal gray here. And then the official troops of the wave would use it in a crimson red. So all different colors for the figures here. Really appreciate that over-the-top effort. Redesigning the helmet there in the gunmetal gray and then the crimson red to match him as well. Translucent arms. Not being translucent on both sides, but just on one is a really fun touch. The tattered cape is great for this guy here. He had this really fun, just kind of exclusive, weird looking translucent head. And then the other guys use this really light, like toothpaste blue color to represent their iciness for their limbs and face, which I think works well. The ice shooting out of one side of his eye is a crazy design detail there. And then this was the Lego Movie 2 armor piece recolored in this translucent icy blue for him. And I think that works very, very well. Now, moving on to 2020 Prime Empire, which is one of my all-time favorite Ninjago seasons. We all have our opinions on that season. But in terms of the minifigs, I talked about this before. These are also some of my favorite suits, and they had brand new faces underneath, as you can already see. We'll get to that in a minute. But just the masks and armor, both new pieces at the time, were incredible. The amount of detail. Look at that, dual molded with the little screen printed on the front of the mask with each of their own unique symbols. And then the armor piece had this ability to put a stand in here, and the stand could hold their amount of lives left above their head, and then you could still fit the two swords in there as well. The emphasis on white for these suits was a really fun switch up. Would love to see them revisit that again because I think it works so well here. And then Lloyd bringing in this, like, again, this very light kind of minty green color here. This was the first time we saw this for him. Just on a single arm and then scattered just a tiny bit throughout the suit was a really, really fun detail as well. And then looking underneath, they all have unique face prints for their game faces, of course, like the heads-up VR display there. And then along the other side, brand new face prints for the Ninjago movie designs. So cool there. Nia's looks amazing, and Cole's, those are by far my two favorite. Cole with the kind of confident, like, I just got some cake. Nia's very confident there. And then Kai, the screaming Kai face is super helpful as well. Oddly enough, Lloyd and Jay's were very, very similar to their Forbidden Spinjitzu ones we just looked at. So bit of a weird choice there. But yeah, obviously you can also see that Zane did not get a new suit in this wave because he was not a main character. He did not go into Prime Empire. A little bit unfortunate, but there are some custom Zane figures out there that exist. Would be cool to get a Prime Empire Zane in an actual released Lego set at some point. I think that would be a super fun Easter egg and detail, but I don't know. I really doubt they would ever do something like that. Also included in the Prime Empire wave was a separate wave of suits. These were the Avatar suits. Kai here recoloring the movie hairpiece in this really light, like bleached blonde. It's really funny to me. Jay's recolored in the white looks really, really good. Only two hair recolor pieces for these. Jay's is by far the best. I think there's so much design work going on there. Superstar rockin' Jay, of course. And then using the same leg print from his Prime Empire suit, but I think that works. Headband is a fun touch. And then the best face along the other side is him absolutely rocking out. Give him a guitar, and he's going crazy. Fun one with Kai here is the big snake printed along the back here. And this suit could work really well for a like techno version of the red Shogun. And then yeah, that face print with the mask over his eyes like the war paint. Kind of similar to Harumi. Zane here is by far the just the most special of the Avatar suits just because this is Pink Zane finally in the flesh. This was such a great way to give us Pink Zane, even though these three never got Avatar suits in the show. But Zane got his Avatar suit in the sets, of course, using the movie face print, which makes sense. They can't give him the old Zane face print, but can't believe this old Ninja Rat mask piece is still in production. But yeah, getting Pink Zane was so special. That was such a great gag in the first season of the show, and to get him here was so special. And this is starting to become a rarer minifig. I want to say around 50 USD last I checked, and yeah, it's probably only going to keep climbing because a lot of people are going to want this one. Cole and Nia have new suits, if you even want to call them that. I do at least, like at the very least, I want to give them credit for trying to complete the line. Well, I guess not even trying. They did complete the suit line, but none of these are new prints at all. These figures look absolutely terrible. Not canon to the show or anything, of course, but these are just generic city prints here. The Scooby mask for Nia and a mustache for Cole. I do at least like the Rocky Danger Buff reference there with the mustache, but yeah, again, I appreciate them completing the collection, even if the suits aren't that great. It is the thought that counts. And then the last one here is Lloyd. I think this is a fun one. I like the new face print he got here with the tech kind of sparkled across it. And then he had a little goatee there as well with the tech. I think that's funny. The mohawk is also a very funny touch, but the printing on the torso is really not that great. The yellow was not printed enough, so it looks a little bit faded and translucent there. And then a side character in this season, there were a couple of them, but this first one we have to look at is Scott, bringing in that hidden side, let's see, like baseball cap with the hood there. And then looking at the face print, you know, this looks like kind of a normal face print, but turning it around, that looks exactly like Jay's movie face print here. So a big theory at the time was this was like a video game version of Jay. Of course, that did not end up being true. He just looks kind of similar to Jay. But yeah, really funny stuff there at the time. And then, yeah, the colors on this guy are so good. I think the brown, like, camo design, meshing with all the tech there looks really solid. Another side character we would get in this season was Okino, who is one of my favorite Ninjago side characters. His story is just really inspiring, really good stuff there. Loved this new hairpiece at the time. That was absolutely insane. And then Unagami, the villain, would use that too. But it has a clip on it, so he could actually just hold his hair if you wanted him to, which is really, really funny there. The face print was not new. This was actually used on an SOG biker, so technically the face already existed in Ninjago, but a new torso and a new hairpiece is more than enough for the character to work. This is a pretty crazy one here. Again, when the sets leaked, everyone was freaking out over this too. The return of Harumi. Of course, she was just an avatar in the game. This wasn't the real Harumi. The real Harumi is dead and would never come back. Right, guys? Harumi's dead after the Oni trilogy? But yeah. The hairpiece is still that rubbery version, so cool to see that still around for one last time. The face print is going to be the exact same as the Oni trilogy. No issues there. And then the torso and legs are brand new. She looks exactly like Kill Bill. If you know what that is, that's what the reference is to there. And she just battles Lloyd as an avatar in the game very briefly. But yeah, obviously not a real version of Harumi, but what a fun way to bring her back. Unagami is the main villain of this season. Of course, using the same hairpiece as Okino, but in white this time. Brand new beard there. The beard looks very, very good. Kind of very angled and pointy. Looks like an emperor, which Emperor Unagami has quite a bit of a ring to it. And then using that newer at the time dress piece that could clip directly into the minifig torsos. SOG armor piece there. Really like the teal used for the villains in this way. Teal is such a fun color in LEGO to me. And then looking around the back, he has a face that looks a lot like Zane here as well. So I remember some theories, people thinking that may have been Zane, but of course it wasn't. He never used this side of his face in the show. He never looked like that in the show, at least to my memory. It's always been, yeah, this side here where he's going full techno mode there. And then he had some drones. These were like the Unagami bots, like the cops that just protected the game for him and did all of his bidding. Yeah, using the Prime Empire armor piece in black. I don't know what the 404 stands for on the torso. I actually do not have the answer for that. All of the digital shards across is a really fun detail. And then they had this alternate face where like his face just had fangs and stuff. That never happened in the show, but cool to have that angry face there. And then we also got a couple of random side villains in the season as well. You had these two rat dudes. I don't remember their exact names, but brand new head molds for them was pretty insane and elaborate, dual molded with the printed color on the front for the visor. And then the torsos are really over the top and really funny and campy. And I kind of like that, like the giant digital, just 8-bit symbols, like a giant 8-bit piece of cheese is, yeah, really comedic and over the top. But I think it's they're embracing it here, and I think that's why it works. Also, the sand green and Keto Orange combo looks great there. Yeah, the final two characters from Prime Empire, you had Tsushimi here. He was briefly featured in an episode where he fought Jay and Nia. He was like a digital evil sushi chef. I don't really know where the idea to make him like red came from, but I think it works. The chest hair is really funny. The digital stains from the food is a nice touch as well. And then the final one are these evil sushi pieces in the show that like grew arms and attacked Jay and Nia. Just an exclusive print on there. But yeah. Next up, we got Season 13, Master of the Mountain, one of my favorite Ninjago seasons. What a great time to be alive as a Ninjago fan and get all that development for Cole there. But these suits were very special. They were reminiscent of the Hunted suits because they were like a custom modified version of the official suits at the time. So it's the Season 11 suits, but instead of, having them torn up like they were for Sons of Garmadon and Hunted, they actually just put Knight's armor over all of them. So I thought that was a really fun touch, especially with the ninja masks here. These look like actual Knight helmets now with all of the gear added on. It's so fun. And then the giant side shoulder pieces here that you saw a lot of medieval knights use. And yeah, I love the dark tan introduced for Nia here. It's always fun when they bring in new colors for the ninja, just that only last once. I think it's just a good way to differentiate them. Lloyd here with all the different greens and then the brown belt straps works really well. Kai with the giant dragon breastplate is cool. I think the only one I don't love is Zane here. I don't know why they didn't use silver because he's literally, his skin is silver. Using gold, because 3 of them had gold, 3 of them had silver. You could have just made Lloyd or Nia gold. Or even just break the trend and just make 4 of them silver and 2 of them gold. I just don't think the gold works very well for Zane. And then his is the least modified. You can fully see his Season 11 garbs. There's literally just a single strap over it. That just doesn't feel as special to me as the other minifigs. But yeah, still a really solid wave of suits there. Master Wu would get a new minifig in this wave after not getting one in Prime Empire. This is Battle Suit Wu. So lots of new colors here that are continuing from the Season 11 suit with obviously the exact same leg print, but bringing in even more tan and taking away the white, giving him shoulder armor. Super fun there. Same braid along the back there. And then we can take off the beard and you can see just how insane this torso is for Master Wu. Just all of that. It's like bamboo looking armor to me. So yeah, really fun minifig there. Next up, we've got the Spinjitzu Burst figures, and again, unfortunately, continuing the trend of not completing the Ninja Collection, this time only getting 3 of them here. And these feel like some of the biggest missed opportunity Ninjago figures, not only for not completing the collection, but also if they'd just gone a little bit more all in over the top, I think these could have been perfect. The biggest issue is there's so much cool design work going on the torso here. I love the idea of these like actual lightning bolts almost of elemental energy flashing through, especially for Lloyd there, looks good. And then the face prints underneath, I'm gonna set this Kai off to the side, look so good. Look at that, the fire shooting out of both of his eyes, coming out of Cole's, and just a single little spark of electricity for Lloyd there looks cool. But these are absolutely just let down by, first of all, the leg prints here. These leg prints are the Legacy Wave 2 leg prints, which we'll get to in just a sec. So leg prints that don't match the elemental energy, and then the masks don't mask their elemental energy either. They're just the Legacy masks. Even if you had just brought in the Season 11 masks, thrown that on, that looks so much better already. But yeah, the other thing I want to point out is the back torso printing is incredible as well. It's the elements like combining into a big picture of a dragon. That's so cool. So the elemental energy forming into an elemental picture of a dragon. But yeah, some of Ninjago's biggest missed opportunity figures, and yeah, a little known Ninjago figure. Not a lot of people know about those ones. Moving on, in the sets, these were supposed to represent villains, but obviously if you saw the show, these guys were not villains. You have the Geckles and the Munts. Unfortunately, you don't really get that many variations in the show. They're all just different characters. There's like a lot of female Munts, female Geckles that you never really see, unfortunately, in the sets. I guess you could pretend these two are females. This one is definitely not but yeah, a little bit unfortunate. The sand green, though, works really, really well. I mean, I just want to say the design works incredible. It's just I wish we had gotten more. You know what I mean? Cool to see the Dragon Hunter armor piece return here, recolored. I think that's a fantastic reuse. Recoloring it in the brown and tan there. And then the six-pack abs is funny. I love like the rock necklace there. And then, yeah, three fangs is really, really good stuff. The geckos look great. I love this dual molded piece here. Already existed at the time, but looks good. The eyes are great. And then the face print is the same for both, as you can see. The Skull Sorcerer, of course, was the main villain of this wave, and what a great main villain he was. Truly one of my all-time favorites from Ninjago. Brand new dual molded mask piece here, which this in and of itself is already really cool, but it actually had a mouth that he would talk out of there in the show. So just from an accuracy perspective, he's not completely accurate. Again, I think as a figure, he looks fantastic. Just wish it had the mouth so it could have been more accurate. He's holding the skull of Hazadur here, which is that same Legacy Skulkin piece, just recolored here. I love all of just whatever's going on around the mouth there. It looks like he has some energy or something leaking out of his mouth, and then the glowing eyes. So super creepy there. Works really, really well. Dress piece here for the Skull Sorcerer, and then the wings. But yeah, Skull Sorcerer, one of my favorite Ninjago villains, one of my favorite Ninjago villain minifigures. And then his actual army were just these skeletons that were brought back to life. So the idea of skeletons is not the most original concept, but at least they made them different here. They look a lot more like wizard skeletons with the green glowing energy, like they were brought back from the dead. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them across the entire wave of sets, so wasn't really that easy to build an army of these guys like you saw in the show. And then, of course, the Skull Sorcerer, Vangelis, his daughter was Vanya here. She was a big part of season 13 and was a love interest for Cole, just for the season. Too bad we didn't see more of her in the show in the future. I actually thought she was a really interesting character, kind of being this fan of the ninja, but also carving her own path. The colors look great. The baby blue is always welcome, and just very elegant robes there. She actually uses a friend's hairpiece, which is a really interesting decision, but I do think it works overall for the most part. And then around the back, she has that very confident, kind of going into battle smile there that works very well for Princess Vanya. Now, moving on, we got a second wave of legacy sets back in summer of 2021 here. Starting us off, this wave was meant to be like a combination, at least for the main ninja suits, of rebooted and Tournament of Elements. So the unfortunate side effect of that is they felt like Zane just didn't need to get a suit because it was tying into Tournament of Elements. But Zane had a rebooted suit, so you could have just based it more off that one. And then Zane did get that non-canon version of his Tournament of Elements sleeveless look. So really disappointing to get a figure wave without Zane. You can't complete the collection, but yeah, is what it is. These look fine to me. They don't really stand out to me in any particular way. They just kind of feel like remakes, which is fine. Again, it looks great. I love the added detailing. The printing is obviously so much better these days, but they don't really break any new ground here. You know, it's just stuff we've seen before, just done a tiny bit better. And it's just not that memorable to me personally, but I still do really like the suits. I think they look really, really solid. And then elemental symbols around the back there. But yeah, Nia here did get a brand new Samurai X suit. I know this looks a lot like the last one, but the torso is different. It doesn't have the Phoenix on it anymore. It has the Samurai X symbol that Samurai X from season 7 used. So a really interesting little switch up there. That's the only exclusive part about her. Lloyd got a couple of new minifigs in this wave. We got Kid Lloyd here, which technically this is the first time ever getting Kid Lloyd, so that was super cool, at least with the hairpiece is what I meant to say. Of course, we got Kid Lloyd in the past, but getting the hairpiece in an official Ninjago set was nice. Love that new face print for him there. Kid Lloyd with the green eyes, and then turning it around. He's super scared on the other side. I think that fits him pretty well. And then we got a remake of Lloyd's original suit from season 1. So that was really nice for fans who couldn't get that suit there. Got the 5 printed on there, of course. And then the cape around the back and that newer Lego cape material that they changed. And then he does actually have a back print with a big 5 there. The Ninja got a couple of new casual outfits here. Of course, not all of them, because completing the suit collection, we would never do that. Jay is the only one with any exclusive pieces. Cole and Nia just reused city pieces that already existed at the time, but I do think it works pretty well. That leather jacket actually was from the Ninjago movie and then got pushed into city, but these look fine for what they are. But nothing new about him. And then Jay looks like a proper casual version of season 11, keeping the same smiley and lightning pins there, which I think works really, really well. And then looking around the back, just introduces that cute orange color in there for him. We got brand new Misako and Ronin figures, which was pretty surprising at the time. This is a non-canon version of Misako with the orange over jacket. I think that looks really solid. The sand green legs are always a favorite of mine. Cool to see Misako return. It's the same exact face print from the Temple of Air Jitsu, just with that newer, updated torso. Yeah, it's a minifig. And then Ronin here was really cool to see him return. You all know how I feel about Ronin, one of my all-time favorite Ninjago characters. This was a remake of a Season 5 suit, and this looks pretty close to it, just with more detailing going on, which I think there's pluses and pluses and minuses to that. The big downgrade, in my opinion, was they completely changed his facial structure. So he looks different here. He no longer has the orange facial hair. So it just doesn't look as much like Ronin to me. He should have the orange stubble. Instead, it's now kind of this darker brown, black color. And then the eye patch is a lot different now, too. But at least he's still got that confident, cocky Ronin smile. Master Chen, of course, got his own legacy updated minifigure. Nah, I'm just kidding. This is Chen's Noodle House. This is literally just the sign that stands out of Chen's Noodle House, but they have him as a minifig here. The face is pretty cool. Cool to see like the actual mascot as a minifigure here. The winking face looks so good. I will say it is absolutely criminal that we did not get a legacy Master Chen or Moro, two of the most iconic and beloved Ninjago villains, just never getting legacy figures. It's just really unfortunate there. But moving right along, some generic civilians. This is like a robber figure here. These guys, a lot of these guys came in the Ninjago City Garden set, and they always have to fill those city sets out with random city minifigs. So this is what we got. Not a lot of new prints here. So these three, no new prints or anything, but again, they are official Ninjago minifigures. So do with that what you will. This here reuses the Okino torso from Prime Empire, and then with just some already existing pieces. The purple hair piece is nice, I guess. New torso here for this civilian. This is probably the best civilian we got for Ninjago Legacy. Love that green ninja there on her torso. That is the Lloyd from Season 11 with the marking there, and then the energy blasting out in the back. And then it actually says Lloyd on the back in English. So, pretty cool. You got a police officer using that same torso for police officers we've seen in the past. And then the set also came with this really cool looking robot build. I love all of the different pieces used for this, and the construction hat on top is really funny there. Izor got a legacy figure here. Of course, Izor got one, but no, we can't give one to Chen. But this is a really solid updated Izor, I guess, for all the diehard Izor fans out there. You all will be happy. But yeah, nothing too crazy about this one. Again, this is a much more faithful recreation, just with some updated, better printing. The Overlord got another new minifigure, another new non-canon legacy minifigure. I don't know why. But it looks cool. New torso there, and this time his ribs are more opened up and there's more power seething in the middle. And then his face this time, his mouth is completely open in this really, honestly, quite creepy smile there. That's probably going to give some people nightmares. So yeah, interesting figure there. And then his kind of like a robotic spine coming along the back. But the Legacy Overlord minifigs were just so cool to me, but also just a very strange conundrum, because it's like, why do these exist? Anyways, we got a ton more Nindroids in Legacy Wave 2. This time they slapped the Sons of Garmadon armor piece on him and called it a day, but everything else is gonna be the same there. A really cool one was getting Legacy Ghosts, or just a single Legacy Ghost. Unfortunately, Legacy was discontinued, so we never got any more Legacy Ghost stuff, but we got the single one. I like the idea to give them the Ninja mask piece, the Season 11 piece, recolored in this navy blue and purple. It's a fun idea. The face print underneath is
Doesn't really look like the possession ghosts, but yeah, it is what it is. And I like the infusion of the purple into the tail there. That looks good. And then a really fun symbol along the back of two just weird looking little ghost dudes having a good time. Still got lots more legacy to go here at the time. We got a couple more Serpentine members. We got two Hypnobrai here. So we got Mesmo, and then we got this dude who I forgot the name of earlier, and I'm forgetting his name here as well. So that's incredibly unfortunate. Keeping the Ninja Turtle design on this guy, unfortunately. But I do like the introduction of the sand blue here for these guys. I think that's a lot of fun, and that's something we didn't see much of on the old Hypnobrai. So these one take some measures to stand out and be a little bit different, and I think they pull it off better than the Venomari we looked at earlier, but still strange that we only got 2 tribes, and that's it. The mechanic was a really special one to get at the time. I remember wanting a mechanic figure for so long, and then getting him as a part of the Legacy subline was great. The dual molded legs look so good. Of course, that bowler cap piece there. And then the face print underneath, pretty much perfect. I love his prison robes shining through underneath there. Would have been cool to get some kind of like crazy build contraption for his mechanical hand, or not a crazy build, a crazy like molded piece to slap on his hand there. But I think as it is, just the mismatched hands do enough of the job. We got a couple more Elemental Masters for this wave of sets, which was great. We were getting so close to completing the collection at the time, and then we eventually did. But we had Jacob, Master of Sound, Blobo, Master of Nature, and then Gravis, Master of Gravity, all ones we had been waiting many years for. So crazy to get them. This was, I believe, 2021, so it was about 6 years after they were first introduced in the show. I think for Blobo here, probably my least favorite. I think the face print underneath does not work at all. This was Jack from Hidden Side at the time. It's just Blobo should have had a printed beard underneath so it could show through. Just looks really awkward in my opinion. He had a little more hair around his eyes here as well, but the hairpiece combo beard piece works really well. The torso looks great. I love all the tattoos and the feather print in the middle, and then the sand green legs is a nice touch. Jacob here, of course, with the afro, super accurate face print with the star glasses and the chipped tooth smile. And then around the back, more of a shocked face, maybe when he gets eliminated from the tournament. And then, yeah, as I said before, I absolutely love teal for minifigs. And this looks really good for him. The very elegant, royal looking, like napkin scrunch looking thing there is really fun. And then he, of course, came with his guitar piece because he was the Master of Sound. And then for Gravis, great to get that head wrap piece here. Love the crimson red on him. I think it looks really good. My favorite part is by far the alternate face he has, where he's meditating and kind of lifting in the air and using his gravity powers. That was a really fun touch there, and I do like the black gloves on him. I think that looks really, really solid. Now, these figures here were the anniversary minifigs, and this was the first time we would see this idea brought into Ninjago, and then, of course, it would return again this year for the 15th. But these were the 10th anniversary ninja suits, and these were all remakes of Wild Brain era suits. So people may have wished they were remakes of some of the earlier, more nostalgic suits, but I like the idea of using what was current at the time. So this is Season 11 for Kai in gold form with, and again, remakes is using the term very lightly. They would take those suits, turn them gold, and then change a bunch of the details to make them more elegant. So the base core idea of the suit is still there to be found, but yeah, it's overshadowed by all the cool stuff now. But yeah, Season 11 for Kai. This is obviously Prime Empire. You can see it's the mass piece in the armor. Pretty easy to tell. Season 11 for Zane, of course, and then showing his heart shining through the torso is really cool. Season 13 for Cole makes a ton of sense. That was his season. And then for Nia, I believe it's the island here, but yeah, shining through. Looks really, really good. And then for Lloyd, it was the island as well. So really great line of suits, really special line. Zane here is the rarest. He came in an Ultrasonic Raider remake that everyone hated at the time. I actually really liked the remake of the Ultrasonic Raider. I thought it was fun, and I appreciated that they downsized it so they wouldn't have to charge too much for it. I believe it was $80, which is the same retail as the original. And then Nia had this brand new dual molded hairpiece here, which looks fantastic with the headband on it. Lloyd's hairpiece is new as well, but we'll cover that when we get to the island because that was more of an island thing at the time. But yeah, the golden anniversary ninja suits, the first ones of their kind, and I honestly kind of prefer these to the anniversary figures we got this year, even though the anniversary figs we got this year are canon to the show. These are not canon, but just all gold versions of a unified ninja team is a really fun concept. And then briefly touch on him, but Master Wu got his own figure as well. I think the weird thing about Master Wu is that all of the ninja, of course, all gold, but they retains their yellow face prints underneath, just their normal faces. Master Wu got a brand new gold face. So I don't really know what the thought process was that kind of sets him apart from the rest of the team. Believe me, I'm not complaining or anything. I'm just kind of confused. I don't know why they thought they should do that. Looks cool. And then you also have his braid printed on the back in gold as well. But yeah, Master Wu is also another rare of the figures because he was only in the $350 Ninjago City Gardens. Another legacy figure that was very shocking to get, mainly because they just didn't complete the collection, but they gave us golden rebooted Zane here, but never gave us rebooted Cole or Jay all these 5 years later now. And what's interesting about this is no leg print, unlike the golden rebooted Kai that we got many years prior. And then he's also not using the half mask piece in gold. So we still have never gotten the half mask in gold, reusing the Season 11 hood, now reprinted with the white and gold here. OG Zane Ninjago movie face. And yeah, cool figure for sure. Very glad we finally got him, but would love to see the collection completed for Cole and Jay. These ones here were very, very strange. These were legacy suits included in the legacy, I believe they were called Epic Battle Sets. These are non-canon suits here. And they had some of the smaller villains like the Nindroids and Snakes in them for the ninja to fight against. Don't really know why these exist, but I do think they're really fun. I appreciate how weird and different and over the top they are. I mean, Jay literally looks, he looks like a zebra, which is so funny to me. I don't know what the thought process was. And you can see Jay's chest showing through there. And then Cole has mummy bandage wraps underneath his cloak there. It's just like, what was the thought process behind these? I couldn't tell you. And then oddly enough, obviously the ninja have headband pieces that were in the island, which came out at the same time, but Kai was the only one who got the ninja headband piece here. And another thing I really like is Kai. This is more of a red Shogun right here. This looks very similar to the red Shogun we saw in the show a couple of times. So you do have access to a figure like that if you want it. Love that new leg print there. Zane's is really weird. He just looks full robot mode here. There's so much going on. It looks almost like Ultron to me, especially that leg print is really unique there. But a very strange batch of figures. I do think the gloves are really nice. The colored gloves always look good for the ninja. But yeah, don't really know why those exist, but I will take it. And then the final Legacy minifigure we would get in 2021, before Legacy retired for 5 years, was a single Legacy Possession Ninja, and then we never got the rest. So fingers crossed they'll do that one day, but I wouldn't hold my breath, sadly. So using the Season 11 hood piece here, now recolored in white and black to match Possession. And then this is a very similar look to the original Possession robes, but they actually simplify it more. So he no longer has any weapons there. And then the actual sash is moved down to his legs instead of being partly printed onto the torso and then using the Season 11 armor piece. So a very clean rendition of the Possession robes. Looks great along the back there as well. Just very unfortunate that they were never completed. And yeah, I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't hold my breath about them being completed either. Now, moving on to the island. This was an interesting time in Ninjago as well. There's still debates to this day over whether this is an actual Ninjago season or not. Quite frankly, I don't count it anymore, even though I did at the time. It gets too confusing. It's more of a special. But yeah, these were really special because they had brand new hair pieces for the ninja. So the normal ninja hair pieces, but with the bandana tied around them now. Of course, Zane, there are prototype pictures of him with the bandana, but it does look a little bit goofy because his hair is so short. So they actually axed that. And then Nia here got her bandana hairpiece on her Golden Anniversary Island figure, but not in the actual Island minifigure and not in the show either. We wouldn't see that hairpiece debut in the show until Dragons Rising Season 2. So, very interesting choice here. I do quite like the island suits. These are a lot of fun to me. These feel like true jungle exploration suits, very much like the Zukin suits did in their own way. These ones are just much more detailed. There's a lot more going on here. I like the introduction of the Keat orange in there for Jay. The dark tan looks great for Cole. I love the breastplate that he has. Zane with the tech heart showing will never not be cool. I love the sash there for Nia. And then, of course, reusing the Season 11 armor piece. And then around the back, they're all just going to have a symbol printed onto there. But really unfortunate that the hairpiece wasn't unison for all of them. Cole's here. This is the only time he ever got this bandana hairpiece with the orange here. They would retire this hairpiece after this year, but we still see the Kai one to this day, unfortunately, which is really annoying because Kai's is by far my least of all of their favorite hairpieces. And then the new Lloyd minifig over here, actually, of course, you know, he had the new bandana and hair dual molded hairpiece here, but he also got a new face for this wave, which was a lot of fun. He had some jungle paint printed onto his face so he could better blend in with the jungle. So on one side, you have him being just pretty neutral here. It's a pretty neutral Lloyd expression. Doesn't look too angry. Doesn't look too happy either. And then on the other side, you have him full war mode. Just angry face there. Absolutely love that face print, and it fit the island very, very well. This is a really interesting Lloyd suit to me. There is so much going on here. It reminds me a lot of the Hands of Time suit. I love the little feathers or jungle leaves. I can't really tell hanging off the torso here, but great Lloyd suit in my opinion. Now, the villains for this wave were the Keepers. If you've seen the Island special, the official villain was actually Ronin, but it was just revealed in the final episode. But yeah, we already took a look at Ronin. The Keepers here are really fun minifigs. I absolutely adore the violet coloring here. It's like a light purple violet looking color. I think that makes them really stand out in terms of their character design for Ninjago. And then their chief here, Chief Mamatis, has this absolutely insane just elaborate dual molded massive piece here. So pretty crazy here. These pay a lot of tribute to early Lego Islanders sets from, I believe, the 90s. So that was cool. I love the dark orange used for his cape here. And then again, lots of teal, just accents and elements on these guys, which I'm always a big fan of in Lego. So Chief Mantis has this angry face on this side, and then he has this actual like screaming, yelling face on the other side. So super underrated figure in Chief Mantis here. Moving on, you got two different versions of kind of the like generic warrior types. You have this one here with the straw hat there and a different face, no face print along the back because of course it would show through the hat, just kind of more elemental like energy symbols and stuff printed onto there. I really like their more kind of shoddy looking armor there with the dark tan and then the teal crystals that they all have on their chest. I think that's a really fun detail there. Moving on, this one is by far the better version of the basic Islander villain here with that mask piece. That is absolutely insane. It is not dual molded, but there is all of that printed detail on top, and that looks absolutely fantastic. Looking around the back, going to be the same face there. And then this guy was a really funny character in the show. He's always joking around with Jay, but he has two heads. So yeah, definitely definitely an interesting idea, and unfortunately I am not recalling his exact name at this moment, so please let me know in the comments below because I cannot remember it. But I like the introduction of the forest green to kind of with the half mask to separate the two heads there, and then the forest green tying his ponytail to his head there. So really funny character. And then that leads us into the summer of 2022 with Seabound, one of another Ninjago all-timer season. So many great seasons in the Wild Brain era. If you can't tell, I'm a big fan of that era of Ninjago. But these were really interesting suits. These felt like one of the earlier versions of Lego just going like, okay, we're going to go crazy and we're going to go scuba suits. So now that we've gotten scuba suits, I'm still waiting for official Ninja space suits for a season. I think that would be so fun. They've already kind of made that step with how insane these were at the time. So space suits one day, hopefully. Fingers crossed, please. These introduced some new elements. This was a brand new dual molded mask piece here with the scuba goggles over the top. So that was really fun. And then the air tank piece here, which actually attached both at the neck and the hip. So attached at the hip there with the utility belt on the front. You could put a scabbard through the air tank, which is really funny. And the unfortunate part about these is their mouths kind of show over the top of the breathing apparatus just a little bit. So a little bit inaccurate, but if you put the mask piece over it, you're not going to be able to tell at all. So these suits actually do work really well with just normal ninja mask elements. They don't have to be scuba suits. There's nothing about them that says like, oh, this is a scuba suit, aside from the mask and air tanks there. So take that off, put like the Season 11 hoods on them, and they look really, really solid. I think my favorite part about these is they all have this Keat orange symbol hidden underneath their armor. All of them except Cole, who just has the very similar looking breastplate to what he had for the island. So some interesting continuity there for sure. And then if you did see the show, you would know that the Cole and Kai suits here are non-canon because they did not go scuba diving in that season. But still cool to see Lego complete the collection, and it does make sense. This was a big time full Ninjago wave here, and you gotta have all the ninja in the sets, so having them have scuba suits makes sense. This here was Benthamar. This was a side character in the season. He was brother to the main villain, and I really like the sand blue color used here for him. He just, definitely looks like a dude who dwells at the bottom of the deep sea. The hairpiece is kind of over the top, and it's really fun. Really happy, smiling face on one side there. And then flipping around to the back, he's full battle mode, screaming, charging into battle. Gold chain detailing is really nice as well. But yeah, Benthamar. Of course, the main villain for Seabound was Prince Kalmar here. And when he killed his father about a third of the way into the season, he became King Kalmar. So that was a really dark plot line in the show. I was really surprised that made it into the final draft, but works really well for his character, really built him up as a superior threat. Insanely elaborate with the pieces here. Once again, this headpiece is just absurd. All of the different angles and stuff going on there. And then a brand new full-on like octopus looking tailpiece here for him, which is super cool. And that attaches with 4 studs at the bottom there. I like the kind of like shell printing along the back. That looks solid. This was not a new armor piece at the time. I believe it debuted in Nexo Knights, but it works really solid for Kalmar there. Again, all the teal here for these kind of more aquatic island themed villains works really well. I think the only critique I have of him is the eyes could have been just a little bit more expressive. And I know they went in with the dark orange printing on the eyes, and that in and of itself is already over the top printing onto the dual molding. But yeah, probably could have been a little more expressive to match the show. And I love just the very subtle pink colors going around too. An excellent villain and an excellent minifigure as well. The generic villains for this wave were not too memorable. In my opinion, sea snakes. This is, again, just snakes, too many snakes, and that would continue, unfortunately. But yeah, the sea snake, it's a fine-looking minifig. Black and teal together looks really clean and great, especially with the royal gold in there. They work for what they are, but they're just not very memorable. And yeah, this is the only version of the generic foot soldier, so you just army build a bunch of the same minifig, and they just didn't feel like they had that much personality. And then kind of the, I don't know if you want to call him general scientist maybe, was Glutinous, who worked for Kalmar. He had a monocle in the show. I don't really know how they would have represented that on the figure here. He came with a magnifying glass in the set, and that was supposed to be how they represented his monocle, but would have been interesting if they had found a way to print it on, or I don't know. I don't really know how that would have worked, but yeah, crazy like elaborate spider legs here that he would crawl around on. And then the only exclusive like actual printed part of this was the torso there. He had his own unique printed torso with like the tubes and wiring going around, which makes sense because he doesn't have actual legs. Probably needs some kind of machine helping him stay alive there. Next, Seabound minifig. This came in the Hydro Bounty. This was like a little Woo bot. So really interesting there, just a exclusive printed piece for the screen. I don't really know what the purpose beyond this was. They were not in the show. It's just, I don't know, I guess you can have it walk around and act like it's a robot of Sensei Wu, but it's a funny idea, I guess, but it's just like, why does why does that exist? And then probably the best minifigure from Seabound, excuse me, was I refer to her as NRG Nia. You can call her like Niad Nia, C Nia. I don't know. There's not really an official terminology, but this minifig is actually insane using that golden island armor, headband, dual molded hairpiece for Nia. This time with the glittery translucent blue for her hair. So it's glittery, just looks so cool. Really great face print there. I love the glowing eyes and the wave prints along there. Translucent arm, and then this big massive tidal wave washing over her torso. Now, I have seen some people complain about this minifigure. This is technically inaccurate to the show. If you've seen any of, like, there's been a lot of custom minifig stuff blowing up for Ninjago lately. People have been making custom figures, and the official customs for Nia, I'm saying official, the customs for Nia are different from the official. Those are she was basically fully translucent and did not have this hairpiece in the show. She had her normal hair just in translucent blue, but I don't really care. She was a form of water, and this looks close enough to that, and it looks so freaking cool to me, man, just with that glittery hairpiece. But yeah, really an all-timer Ninjago minifig, at least in my personal opinion. Now, moving on from there, we went to a very dark place for Ninjago at the time, at least for a lot of the older community members, including myself. This was Ninjago Core, and these sets were aimed at a very younger audience, and they were taking a break from the show at the time, ramping things up for Crystallize, so they needed a set wave to fill the in-between space, and that's what Core was about. So we got the Core Ninja here. These suits were not canon until Dragon's Rising Season 1, and then these suits did become canon, so at least they exist in the canon now, and they have a reason to exist. But as far as the actual suits go, I actually do not like these very much. I know a lot of people love the Core suits. I'm not a big fan. I will say my favorite part about them is they were all really easy to get, and they're all pretty much incredibly cheap on the aftermarket. So if you want a full suit collection of the Ninja, this is one of the cheapest ones to get, which I do really appreciate, using that same Season 11 armor piece here for what was starting to get a little bit tiresome, but it still works. The Season 11 hoods, reprinted in new colors. The keyed orange for Kai, I think, works really well. Bringing in this yellow for Jay, like the spring yellow, was a really interesting choice. One I'm not fully on board with, but I'm probably going to have to get used to it because they're bringing it back for Dragon's Rising now that he's a member of the team again. Zane's probably my favorite. I'm always a sucker for the robotic, like, heart underneath poking through the torso. I just think that's so cool. And then the robot silver arms look nice. And then Lloyd here with the dragon scales, I think, is a fun touch as well. But I want to touch on my main issue with these as ninja suits, and that is the legs. Now, from the front, the legs look relatively okay. You know, it's fine prints. They're all right. And then you swap around to the back and you go, oh, that looks really unfortunate. That does not look very uniform. The legs should have been the base color of red, and then maybe you can print on the brown detailing there. But when you look at them from the side or the back, it just does not look right. The legs do not match the torso at all, especially, oh man, Cole's is really bad there. From the back, it just looks like he's got like all this warrior gear and then he's wearing khaki pants underneath. Yeah, even for Lloyd, it doesn't look great either. That's really unfortunate. Yep, biggest issue personally with the suits. But yeah, I don't hate them or anything. They're just very far on the lower end for Ninjago suits for me. Master Wu got a new minifig in this wave, which this Master Wu, to my knowledge, was only canon for Dragon's Rising Season 1 as well. Getting tan on his suit was a fun addition. This was a little bit of a switch up, kind of reminding me of the Air Jitsu robes Wu, using that same face we're all used to. And then looking underneath, there's actually a lot more gold going on with this torso than you can actually see And it only gets revealed when you take the beard off. And this is his legacy face, by the way, not the season 11 face. So there's going to be no braid on the back. And then I think my favorite part's got to be using all 6 of the ninjas' elements printed onto the back, kind of showing he's their master. That's really fun. Now, probably my favorite part of core is actually these suits here. And it's solely because of how biased I am towards the Forbidden Spinjitzu mask piece. I just think it looks so darn cool. So to see them come back and do it again was really, really nice. These are non-canon. I don't even know what you would call these. Just another version of Spinjitzu characters. I don't know. They came in these really terrible Spinjitzu spinners. That's a whole nother story. But Kai using the keyed orange again. Jay doesn't use as much spring yellow. I would have guessed they would have tried to work it into the hood somehow, but instead it's just this lighter yellowish green on the top. Lloyd kind of embracing the lime green there. And then new face prints underneath at the time. Now, Jay and Kai's face prints would come back for their dragon forms in Crystallized, but Lloyd's face print is still exclusive to this figure because he never got a dragon form in Crystallized. And then still using the core legs there, which doesn't look that great, but they got almost all the way there with these minifigs, giving them elemental torsos, faces, and then the hoods too. But yeah, as far as the torsos go, it doesn't really feel that special to me. I mean, they're fine. You have the elemental energy kind of coursing around and then a big symbol in the middle, which is, you know, it's cool enough, I guess. And then just another symbol along the back. But yeah, I'm pretty biased just because I love those hood pieces so incredibly much. We got another version of the Woobot in this wave. Just this time he had giant guns on his head. Yeah, not too much, not too much to say. It's funny, I guess. But yeah, not really any purpose to that existing. The villains for the core wave are probably the worst villains we've ever gotten in minifig form from Ninjago. They were the core snakes, or as a lot of the community lovingly refers to them as Geo Whippers, which, sure, let's call them that. Yeah, I'm so tired of snakes, man. These are reusing that same headpiece I talked about that was initially introduced in Season 11 and then was used for Seabound as well, and then reused here, recolored in this orange. I don't think the orange and gunmetal gray is the greatest color combination in the world. Just not a big fan of it personally, and I think there's just way too much going on in terms of printing in the torsos. It's like they got scales and they got armor, and then the scales are kind of damaged and the armor's kind of damaged. It's like, you know, maybe pick a lane instead of 4 separate things going on. I will say, I like the armor piece on this guy, and the big punching fists is really fun. And then, of course, the colors are just inverted. So this is base color orange, secondary color gunmetal gray, and then they flip it. So primary gunmetal gray. And then, of course, 2 different torso variations, but it's going to be the same legs. And then you got like a mini version here, Mindroid, Min Snake. I don't know. Whatever you want to call them. And then jumping into Crystallized here, we're going to start with as many as we could fit onto the base plate, and then the rest of the Crystallized figures will be on the next base plate. But the core 4 Ninja got their base suits here. So you have Kai here, Jay, Zane, and Cole, of course. I love the light gray used for Zane here, and then you have a little bit of darker gray used for Cole. I think gray always looks really solid for these 2 Ninja there. Nothing too over the top about these suits. Going to be using the same armor and mask piece we've come to get used to at this point. I know a lot of people hold these in high regards. But I think they just look way better when they're armored up, which jumping right over, we got armored up versions of the main 4. So it's going to be the same suits, just covered in gold armor. I just prefer this look personally. I think it's really cool that for, again, this was supposed to be the second ending of Ninjago. I always love when they go full gold. It just feels like the culmination. It's like, we all love gold ninjas, and these do a good job of that. But again, nothing too over the top and special that makes these stand out. You know, there's not like any crazy new colors or new designs, new pieces, new faces. Nothing really screams that about those suits. Nia, of course, passed in a way in Seabound, and then kind of resurrected in a way. It's a little bit difficult to explain without having seen the show, but she's back, no longer the elemental master of water, at least for now. She'll get back to it, but she's this new Samurai X version here. So I really like the subtle nod to the crimson with her sash there, and then the gunmetal gray becomes a secondary color, and they're fully embracing that light blue there, which looks good. And then, of course, all the gold for her. This was a new piece for the upper crest on her samurai helmet. Really like that. Looks phenomenal, nothing too crazy along the back. And then, of course, using that Samurai X logo that we saw from Hands of Time. And then Lloyd here, of course, got his powered up version. This is Oni Lloyd. This looks so good to me. I absolutely adore this minifigure here, using that Oni mask piece introduced all the way back in season 8, brought back for March of the Oni, and then here it is once again for Lloyd here. So he, of course, is in all gold because he's the golden ninja, and then he has the green Oni eyes there, but still keeping the same overall design. And yeah, the torso and legs aren't representative of like what his Oni form would look like. I don't know if we'll ever see that. The torso and legs are just his ninja suit for the season, and then he has the golden black mask piece over it. It's interesting they didn't give him the gold and then just forest green mask around the top. I guess the black kind of stands out and is a nice statement piece, but yeah, just saying. Oni Lloyd, one of my favorite Ninjago minifigs of all time, and would have been maybe one of the just like top 10, top 5 if he had the 4 arms, because in the show, Oni form gives you 4 arms, and when he does tap into it, he gets 4 arms. So unfortunately, he doesn't get that with the minifig here, but it's hard not to love the figure. It's so cool. And then Wu here would be bringing back that dragon armor piece, which I thought was an awesome touch. Really, lots of gold going on with this suit. This would be the last time we'd see the Wild Brain era of Wu face. So he has the braid on along the back. And then this stickered flag piece, which hangs on. Really fun idea. I like the golden gloves for him there as well. Garmadon would make his return for the first time in a couple of years here, and he is in Oni form as well. Unfortunately, missing the 4 arms here. I think Garmadon looks a lot more awkward without the 4 arms than Lloyd does, just specifically because Garmadon is so tied to the whole 4 arms thing. But I think the Oni mask itself here works for his Oni form. And then looking underneath, you're going to find the Legacy Garmadon face there. These are more like casual robes for him, which I think looks really solid. Would love to get his casual crystallized form as a minifig one day and maybe get Christopher 2 with him. That'd be really fun. Maybe in a future version of this video, we'll be taking a look at that figure if they ever make it. But yeah, really special to see Garmadon return here. Again, even if he wasn't perfect. Speaking of returning characters, Skylar and Nelson were both back in this season with some really incredible looking designs. I love the war face paint on Skylar here. This was not canon in the show. She never put on face paint, but I just don't care. It looks really darn cool. Unfortunately, no leg print. I really do think she needed one here. This was an issue we saw with the Hunted Skylar suit. Just don't know why they skimp out on the leg prints for her so often. Yeah, and then the classic Skylar smile that we've seen with all versions of her minifig at this point. And then I really like the idea of using the hidden side hood and baseball cap combo for Nelson here. The light blue, bringing that in and then mixing it with the purple, I think was a really nice touch. Looking underneath, he has a printed lower mask piece there with like ventilators and stuff. That's really fun. And then you have a accurate, like semi-accurate Nelson face along the side. We're just giving this really cheesing, happy smile. Would have been nice to get a more neutral expression for him. I can't really remember when he flashed a smile that big. But yeah, it was really fun getting Nelson in this wave. And I really hope we get a newspaper version of both him and Antonia at some point. Now, moving on to the villains, we'll get to the Crystal Council, but of course, we got to start with their Dark Lord. This is the Crystal King, or of course, as we all know him, the Overlord. And looking underneath, they actually printed a brand new Overlord face print, which I thought was a really nice addition, even though the mask is his actual face. So there shouldn't be a face underneath, but it's cool to get an updated Overlord face print. Just could use that for customs and stuff for fans. This new mask piece is actually incredible. Wow, I'm really struggling to get this back on. There we go. So it separates off. It's just like an Oni mask, but yeah, it's just feels much more intimidating. There's a lot more going on there. I love the purple eyes. And then this was a brand new helmet piece at the time as well. So a little bit more flair going out in the back. And then Mr. F would use this helmet as well. Bringing gold in for the Overlord was a really fun update. Gold arms, just kind of going all in, using the 4 arms as well, as we discussed earlier, for the first time for an officially canon Overlord design. I thought was really, really fun. You can have your opinions about Crystallized, but man, there were some incredible minifigures.
Continuing with Crystallized here, we have the rest of the main villain cast. This is the Crystal Council, and this follows a very similar concept to Day of the Departed, with bringing back some of the past Ninjago villains, having them unite under a single master, and then, trying to exact their revenge upon the ninja and defeat them by joining forces. So, another fun concept to see return in the show. I think Crystallized did actually do it a little bit better than Day of the Departed. What's different about the way these minifigs are tackled versus the Day of the Departed ones is these ones are all unified much more than Day of the Departed. So they, of course, all share this crystal armor here, and then all of their eyes are actually purple now, which is just a side effect of them being just kind of taken over by the crystal power. So a really cool idea there that also makes them stand out just a little bit more. But we talked briefly about Asphira earlier and how she would return, and they wouldn't fix the ghost tail issue, unfortunately. Again, in concept, super cool, and it would make sense if she was a ghost snake, but she's not. She's a snake, and it's so weird because they're using the actual snake tail piece for Pythor here, but they don't use it for Asphira. So I wish we had an actual explanation for that. It would be really nice, but we're probably never going to get that. And then again, printing some actual pupils onto the dual molded eyes would have been nice because she has pupils in the show. But these guys introduce a brand new armor piece for the council members, as well as I bump into my lamp, my apologies. But brand new, just all these crystals protruding from it. And then in the translucent purple here, it's like a lighter purple, almost a little bit pink there. Looks really cool. I think it meshes well with the purple. Lots of pinks and purples going on for all the crystal stuff here. Pythor, of course, returns with the same head piece and the same tail piece we've seen him use since his inception back in 2012, which I think is totally fine. He's got the same torso piece as everyone else, and then of course the exclusive snake tail piece there. With some armor printed on there. Looks really solid, and then his eyes are of course recolored purple. Mr. E returns, except this time he's Mr. F, and the reason he's called Mr. F is because Mr. E was destroyed and hunted, and then he was rebuilt, and so the latest version is Mr. F. It kind of makes sense, but I also just missed the idea of calling him Mr. E. I thought that was a lot of fun. Of course, using that brand new helmet piece that the Overlord used, I think it works really well here, and then you can lower the visor over his eyes if you wish. Seeing the mechanic join was a really great contribution. It was nice seeing him contribute to a little bit of a bigger cause, especially after he was a big piece of Prime Empire too. So got this little mechanism here on his hand to kind of represent his claw. I think that's a good choice there. And this is a very similar face to the one we saw from Legacy, except of course now with the purple crystallized eye. The Skull Sorcerer would return and wreak some havoc in this season as well. Interesting that he doesn't use the dress piece anymore. He's got the same legs as the rest of the council. Of course, his wings are returning here. Going to be that same hat and mask piece returning. Again, wish they would have corrected that. Even, it's like they brought it back here. They had the chance to correct it. It's the same thing with Asphira, but they didn't do that for either. Again, both of them look really cool. Don't get me wrong, but this is about accuracy. However, I will say they did go the extra mile, and underneath gave him a brand new face print with the eyes now glowing purple instead of green. So appreciate that there. And of course, we have to talk about it. Harumi is back. I made some jokes in reference to this maybe a couple hours ago at this point. But Harumi is back. Of course, I mentioned the new hairpiece is no longer the rubber. It's now a kind of looser plastic. And she does get this new face print here. Of course, the same war paint, but now with the crystallized eyes. And then she actually gets like a cheeky smile here. She only had angry expressions in the past, so cool to get a smiling version of evil Harumi here, and then the more classic angry, just growl menacing on the other side. But we all have our opinions about Harumi, either like her returning or you don't. I didn't think it was the end of the world, but it would have never been my first choice either. But in terms of just a minifigure and design aesthetic, she looks pretty darn cool like this. The main villains for this wave were actually incredible and just foot soldiers. in terms of the main villains. These are the foot soldiers here that you could get. These were like the crystallized warrior things, and I really expected them to go with maybe samurais or something and reuse some old pieces, but no, they just went crazy and made this insane dual molded monster headpiece. This thing is actually absurd with all of these spikes protruding on the upper half of the head there in that translucent pinkish purple, and then he's got some fangs in front. These are just, yeah, absolutely insane. Lego went over the top with these, and then the translucent arm and leg there. Different torso detailing for it. So you can kind of switch up the soldiers a little bit, and then the same leg print, same head, obviously. And then these ones were the brutes, so the different torso, and then they also got an armor piece, the same one as the council as well. So really an insane wave of villains here. One of the better waves of Ninjago villains, even though a lot of them are inaccurate, I still think, just from a design perspective, they look really, really good. And then we got dragon form here for the ninja. So these are reusing those core headpieces we talked about earlier for Kai and Jay. And then we got brand new headpieces for Cole and Zane, which we'll take a look at in a sec, because they did not get core powered up versions. But these have these brand new giant dragon wing pieces here. And we would get more dragon versions of the ninja with dragons rising. But these were the initial ones we got. Those ones have much more modest wing pieces. The wings on these are huge, but I think it actually works really, really well. These are huge standouts in any Ninjago collection, and I do really appreciate them for that. And then in the show, they were a big deal too. They were literally just jump up, kick back, whip around, and spin, which I thought was a lot of fun. Jay using a lot of yellow there in his color scheme, which I think is fine. It works. It really reminds me of what they did with Electro in No Way Home. So I think that is, in my headcanon, the reason why it works. I think I would have liked the wings to have had a little bit more blue in them. You could have gone like with a darker blue, because they used the light blue for Zane. And then, of course, they have these brand new mask elements here, which are dual molded with the translucent, and they have, like, obviously the back half of the mask kind of looks similar to the Forbidden Spinjitzu ones, where it's a little bit on fire, a little bit of elements going on, and then the front is golden dragon head. So that is super cool. And then the armor piece was new as well, with these Technic pins in the back. So you could clip the wings on just like that. And then, yeah, translucent torsos probably would have been cool for these, but you also can't really tell the way they print things, so not really a big deal. Of course, we got Cole and Zane here as well. They got brand new face prints for them. Both of them looking really just angry, powered up, all this elemental design going everywhere. And yeah, I think these are some of the better elemental Ninjago minifigs we've ever got, if you want to call them that. I know it's dragon form, but their elements are going pretty crazy with these here, and I absolutely adore the dragon form minifigs. Definitely some of the more top tier ninja suits, I would say. Now, before we get into more core, we actually got future Nia here in a Ninjago book, so that was a really interesting inclusion. Of course, the torso and legs look fantastic to me, very accurate to what we saw, or at least close enough with a little bit of creative reinterpretation there. You got her possession wave symbol along the back, and then unfortunately, the head and hair make no sense to me. So this is Nia's original bob hairpiece, of course, and then you have the movie design for her face here, of course, with the smiling version on the back. But yeah, this is future Nia. She's supposed to be old with wrinkles, gray hair, the whole shebang. Yeah, that is not old Nia. That is, in fact, this looks younger than than any Nias we've seen recently. So really strange minifigure here. I guess you could take some of your own pieces and make it look somewhat similar, but you're never going to get that accurate design that Future Jay gave us back in the Bricktober pack. So really unfortunate you can't put the two of them together and get that accurate look, because look, clearly they had the ability to with the torso and legs. I just wish they would have completed the figure. Just a huge shame with future Nia there. And then, yeah, Core would return for a second and final wave, unfortunately. I will say the Bone Warriors, the main villains of this wave, are a lot better than the snakes. They at least feel a little bit different. They're not actually just skeletons, but they're not humanoid either. It feels like a mix of both. Love the tattered cape piece being used here for this guy. This new crest emblem with bones for the samurai helmet is really, really fun. I think the idea of using these glow-in-the-dark headpieces is super unique.
And then this new molded jaw piece here sticking out is really, really fun. Bringing that crystallized helmet back. There's just so many different variations of these guys. You got one with the helmet, one with the Oni horns, and then one with the red rice hat. And then 3 different torso variations. You got one with like some mummy wrap going on, and then obviously the main one with the chains. And then, of course, the Bone King is going to be embracing the red there. But not some of my favorite Ninjago villains. In fact, they don't even really get anywhere near the middle of the list. I would say they're very well near the bottom, but they're a huge improvement on the core snakes, which also isn't saying much. But yeah, these guys aren't that bad is what I'm trying to say. And for the ninja suits in this return of core, the ninja suits were all the same as we got in the OG core wave. So I remember being really disappointed. Was this the first time we had a new Ninjago wave with no new ninja suits? I think it was. So that was pretty crazy at the time. However, we did get a new Pixel minifigure for the first time in what felt forever. I believe the last one was in Hunted. So yeah, it had been many, many years at that point. This suit is non-canon, unfortunately, but I don't really mind because it looks really good. It looks very similar to what she used in the Wild Brain era. And then finally getting the accurate pixel hairpiece here after so many years after we got her new hair in the Oni trilogy. So cool to get it in this flat silver color here, Nia's hairpiece, of course. And then she had an alternate face there where she looked pretty pouty and angry. I think that fits Pixel pretty well. I like that quite a bit. Reusing the SOG armor in gold here works great. And then, yeah, this just feels like an improvement on the SOG Hunted design for the torso and legs. It looks less like an American flag to me, just the way the colors and design are arranged. And then we would get mini picks, which I really appreciated. I feel like not enough of us at least appreciated this at the time. It's not fully accurate, of course, to what we saw in the show, but it's close enough. You know, you got the heads-up display with her face there, and then the samurai crest up top. The legs walking around doesn't really, it's not really what we saw in the show, but this is about as close as we'll ever get. We got these 2 very strange, just random students in this core wave. These 2 have nothing to do with the show, haven't seen them in any books or comics. They just existed, introducing this brand new torso piece with a symbol along the back and then just some generic city faces and hair. So, I mean, the concept is cool. It's like, oh, you have some random students for your ninja to train or train with. I don't know. But yeah, I don't really know if they have any sort of reason to exist. Could have been cool if maybe, you know, you'd slap Nelson's face on one of them or something. Even if it wasn't canon, just another way to get Nelson would have been cool. And then the final core minifigure we would ever get is this random Golden Lloyd. So this Golden Lloyd is not canon to anything, but it is a pretty cool design. I like the idea of the dark forest green that we saw with the Golden Legacy Lloyds, and then meshing it with his newer lighter green color that we would begin to make use of in Dragons Rising a lot more. I think that's a really fun idea. I like the scales on the dark green there as well. New color for the mask element with that lighter green being used there. And then along the back, there's a pretty cool looking symbol. But a really strange Golden Ninja minifigure. But again, you're never going to find me complaining about a new Golden Ninja. And just like that, we are into the most recent era of Ninjago. This was Ninjago's 4th, I believe, 4th reboot at the soft reboot. They're all soft reboots. This was Dragons Rising. So Dragons Rising Season 1. This first wave had a ton of different minifigs that I can't wait to get into with all these rows here. And then we'll be catching up to Dragons Rising Season 4 in the back, which drops in less than a month now. Very excited to see that. But yeah, we're on to Dragons Rising Season 1 here. This was a very interesting time for the show, rebooting it. Things changed so much. And of course, the ninja got new faces to match this era. But I want to first talk about the armor pieces. So new mask / armor pieces. It's kind of both in one. So the upper half pops off like that. Very reminiscent of the movie design. However, the actual armor and half mask is fully built into the bottom here, and then you could put 2 swords in the scabbard in the back, and you can already see there that the ninja got brand new face prints. Yeah, looks good. But I just want to quickly brush on the fact that I wish they had made these a little bit differently. The way it works in the show is the ninja's face always peeks through the armor here. So if you had worked in the half mask piece to fit this here,
and then just the base armor could sit on there and their face could still peek through the armor. That would have been ideal. I don't know how doable that is. I don't see why it wouldn't be doable, but that would have been my ideal version of it. Just looking at these suits themselves, not just disregarding the armor. You can like the armor, you can dislike the armor. I like it, it's unique. I always love getting different stuff in Ninjago, but it's definitely not perfect. But yeah, just the suit designs I think are really solid here. These feel very simplistic to me. They feel very reminiscent of maybe the season 10/Legacy designs, just with some different colors mixed in. I love the icy blue for Zane. I'm always a sucker for ice blue there. Love the little symbol on the bottom right of the torsos. These are very unified suits here, which is interesting because the team was split up for the entire season. And then this Jay suit's actually non-canon because Jay didn't fully come back as a ninja until season 4, and this is just season 1 here. But yeah, of course, you got the new ninja faces here. The alternate side, where they have these kind of almost like kabuki masks peeking through, like these very elemental powered up, very strange looking mask eye things peeking through the armor. That is not canon to the show at all. I don't know why those exist. I mean, it looks cool. Don't get me wrong. Again, just why it's not canon. Again, we'll get to it later in the back there, but the rumor is that these eyes are going to become canon in the show very soon. So we'll get to that in a bit, but I do want to quickly look at all of the new ninja face prints. So each one of them on the other side got a brand new face print aside from the kabuki mask eyes. All of these are really, really solid. I think Jay's was a huge sleeper at the time because we didn't know he would become evil for a moment. So that face is perfect for an evil Jay. Love the very just kind of unamused Zane face there. Happy Cole's always great. Nia with the smile is great. A frowning Lloyd is great. First time we've seen a frowning Lloyd since the movie, so great to see there. And then just a smiling Kai face is pretty generic, but I will always take it. And then they're all going to have the same Source Dragon symbol on the back, just in different colors. But I think that looks really, really good. So a super underrated wave of suits, if you ask me. A lot of people don't like them solely because of the masks, but even without the masks, the suits look really, really solid to me. I love how clean they are. And yeah, really good way to kick off this new era of Ninjago. The core Wu suit would return for this wave, which was a really interesting choice because Wu it's just not in Dragon's Rising. We haven't seen Wu at all, only in flashbacks. So interesting to throw him in the sets, like alongside Imperium and all the other current stuff happening. But this is the exact same suit from core. Just wanted to throw it in here and let you know that, yeah, Wu was included and it was very weird. We got some new characters, of course. If you've been watching the show, keeping up with Ninjago in any capacity at all, you know who these are. We've got Aaron and Sora here. They're the two main characters of this new era of Ninjago, and I think they were both really good choices. I love Aaron and Sora a lot, and their initial suits were absolutely fantastic. I like how they still feel similar to the ninja with the same half mask piece / armor at the bottom here, but they got their own unique upper half of the mask piece to make them feel a little bit more special and different. Aaron's with the horns molded in is really fun, and then Sora with the pink hair and cat ears definitely fits her character well. And then crazy enough, Sora had an arm print, so really crazy. We still don't know if it's just like a really cool tech sleeve or if she actually has a robotic arm. I'm guessing it's just tech sleeve. I'd be shocked if they've been keeping it from us that Sora got her arm chopped off and they just never talked about it. That would be pretty insane there. I like kind of the grumpy looking cat right there on her torso, and we would see a little bit more of that in the future, but her torso design is a lot more elaborate than Aaron's. Aaron's is a little bit more in line with the ninja. I like the dark orange arm. Alternating arm colors looks really nice. And then no Source Dragon symbols for them along the back, but that grumpy cat symbol is much bigger around the back for Sora. Actually, I can just show it to you. There you go. Save me the effort of ripping off all of this armor and stuff for Sora. But yeah, Aaron would only get a one-sided face because his hair is short, so it would have shown through the back there. And then Sora got a double-sided face because her hair would cover it. Unfortunately with Sora, I don't think the choice for her faces was a very good one. Sora is almost never angry like that in the show, and the only time she has an angry face like that is when she's tapping into her true potential, which is her other face, but she's really chill and happy with her true potential other face. Should have been the other way around, true potential angry, and then the normal Sora face. Should have just been chill and smiling like that. It's really unfortunate that the only chill smiling Sora face was exclusive to Pick-a-Brick, which we'll get to in like 10 seconds. But yeah, these two versions of Aaron and Sora were exclusive to the Ninjago City markets. However, there's nothing really that special about Sora. This hairpiece was a new color for it at the time, but it's very easy to get now. It's been in a lot of sets, and then just reusing the rest of her pieces. Aaron getting his hairpiece. This was a new hairpiece at the time, so super nice to get it in the Ninjago City markets, and then it would become more widely available. And then he also got a new leg print here, which is super interesting. Same torso as his official ninja suit, but a new and exclusive leg print. And then the casual smiling Sora face I was talking about came here. These two were exclusive to build a minifig and were kind of hard to get your hands on if you didn't have a Lego store near you. Thankfully, they're not outrageous on the aftermarket, but yeah, these are non-canon designs. Don't really know why they exist other than to just give us more expressions for Aaron and Sora, which I will always take. I love the kind of just embarrassed, awkward smile from Aaron that fits him well, and then, of course, just the chill smile from Sora there. I will say, I got a couple of these heads for Sora just to have. All of them feel a little heavy on the print, and that can be a side effect of the build a minifig at sometimes, so a little bit unfortunate there. But yeah, really weird suits. This is like a casual training suit for Aaron. This looks like, I don't know, like a workout suit or something for Sora with the zippers and pouches, like she's going for a long hike or something. But funny to see the grumpy cat logo put onto the back again as well. Another new character we would get in this season is Wildfire, spelled very weird, Wyldfyre. And she has sand green in her color scheme. Sand green is one of my favorite Lego colors. I think it looks good with the orange and crimson red here. Really angry face here. Wish we had a different face for Wildfire, like a confident smile. I'm surprised they didn't print one on the back there because Wildfire likes to joke around a lot. So unfortunate that the only face we have for her is this really angry one, and they would continue to keep that face for all future Wildfires. The hairpiece here is just incredibly over the top. This came in from Monkey Kid and was recolored with the giant like moon clip into the hair there. So pretty crazy. Wildfire would change her hair after this first season. They'd give her a new hairpiece. So I prefer the newer hairpiece they gave her. But yeah, Wildfire. Really interesting minifig there. And yeah, we're going to continue this trend, unfortunately, into the new Ninjago era of not completing suit collections here. This is one of the weakest ninja suit collections, in my opinion. I will say I do like the printing on top of these newer mask elements. This is the only time we ever saw printing. Even if the printing's a little cartoonish with the elements printed on there, these are non-canon. They're supposed to be like Spinjitzu variants of them, but the translucent arms look good. Always like that as a concept. And then the Source Dragon like armor breastplate in the middle covering over their elemental designs and then copying over the same leg prints from the sets. The powered up faces look pretty cool underneath, and then it's just going to be some symbols along the back. Another new character would be Ryu here, the baby dragon. This is a brand new molded piece that was introduced for Dragons Rising, and he was a baby only for about a season, maybe a season and a half, and then he grew up a little more, so this piece isn't really in production much anymore. Ryu has grown quite a bit, but this is a lot of fun. I really like Ryu as a character, and having him as this little baby dragon, seeing him grow up throughout the show has been a lot of fun, and I really appreciate that we got it as a piece. Now, Gale Gossip and Vinny Folsom were two figures we got in this wave as well. Two long-awaited minifigs. Again, I can't believe it took this long to get the both of them, but I was so glad that they seized the opportunity to give it. These two came in the Ninjago City Market set. I think for Vinny, he's pretty much perfect. He's got the perfect torso you would want with the NGTV logo around the back. I think the face is fine, fits him well, and he got the hat. Gale Gossip is near perfect, but the hairpiece is inaccurate because that is a old Lego hairpiece that is no longer in print anymore, so pretty sad about that, but the torso looks really good. And then she actually has an alternate face print kind of yelling there. I would imagine this is when she's kind of bullied by Asphira in season 11. That would be my guess as to where that face comes from, because normally she's pretty confident when reporting the news, but super cool to get those two there.
The main villain faction for this season was Imperium. Their leader, of course, was Empress Beatrix here. Just going to put her right there, and we'll move Raptone off to the side. But as a character, didn't love Empress Beatrix that much. I think as a design, she looks pretty cool. I like this new hairpiece they introduced, the side swept. Really fun hairpiece there. Brand new armor piece for all the Imperium. Every single one of them would use this armor piece, which I think is fine. It unifies them. I like the tech version of this with like kind of the tech symbols printed onto her face and then the tech robes there. She had a cape in the show, so it's really unfortunate that they didn't give us a cape for her in the sets. I mean, she's an empress. She deserves a cape. And then she also had an alternate face where she's just kind of pouting there. I will say the only thing with having an alternate face for Beatrix is it kind of just a little bit shows through her hairpiece, especially if you side sweep it to one side a little too much. So got to be careful there. And then, of course, Rapton was the leader of the Dragon Hunters who would eventually turn into the Freebooters. I really hope we get a Freebooters version of Rapton because he's super colorful now, which is funny. But if you were in the fandom at the time when the images first leaked, we all saw this hairpiece and everyone immediately thought, oh my gosh, it's Crux. He's back. But of course, this wasn't Crux. I don't really know. You know, I mean, we're all Ninjago fans. We all like to theorize and go crazy. So yeah, I guess I do know why everyone said that. But yeah, fun character in the show. I don't mind him at all. This alternate face doesn't feel that much like Rapton. I mean, I know he yells and barks orders and stuff, but I think one of him like smirking or something would have been really fun. And then using the same armor piece as Beatrix there, just in black, and he uses the same torso and legs as the main Dragon Hunter figures from this wave. And then crazy looking back at it now, but this was our first introduction to Lord Roz at the time, who is now kind of the overarching villain of Ninjago Dragons Rising. He also had arm printing, which was insane. He kind of had his purple tiger stripes printed, and then these little cufflinks at the bottom there. Brand new head mold for him here, which is literally perfect, except for it doesn't have his teeth painted. So the teeth are molded into the head there, but they just didn't paint them white. So really unfortunate there. I think it takes away from the character a lot. Roz should have his teeth. They're a big part of his character. And then the printing for the robes underneath is really good. You could actually take off the Roz head and arms and make this like the Emperor. Looks very elegant there, if that's something you wanted to do, because there was an Emperor in the show before Beatrix dethroned him. Now, there were 4 variations of the Imperium army here. So there were the Dragon Hunters and then the Foot Soldiers here that kind of guarded the kingdom. So the Dragon Hunters had this new helmet piece along with that new armor piece. Pretty elaborate there with the spikes up top. I think that's a lot of fun. I like the concept behind that. And then this big open flap at the back. I think the gold just looks better for this design, bringing in that crimson red there. And then for the Foot Soldiers, their helmet pieces are just hilarious to me. They look like a frying pan if you put a stick there, or like something you'd mine gold with back in the day. So really funny there. They had these big eyes in the middle. I don't really know if these were people underneath. I don't know how they're seeing with just this one big gaping eye in the middle. Footprinting, always much appreciated on these as well. These are some really top tier Ninjago minifigs. Something funny I will say is the most common Imperium character you would see, like out of the guards, is the gold one here. The kingdom was just so many gold guards everywhere. And this is the hardest one to get out of all of them. There was only one in the entire wave, and he came in a $120 set. So that was really unfortunate. You could build up your army of these dudes. You could build up your army of these guys, but none of them were featured anywhere near as prominently as the gold guard. So a very strange choice there in terms of, I don't know if that was the designers or the showrunners or I don't really know. This right here is the spirit of the Temple of the Dragon Energy Cores. This minifigure is super unique. I like the little ghost eyes peering through. They remind me a lot of Calcifer, if you ever seen House Moving Castle, just in green there. You have the kind of very creepy, like opalescent eyes, just very spirit-looking face on one side, and then on the other you have him when he's just a statue. So that's a great inclusion there. Love the kind of leaves hanging down on his torso there.
And yeah, this is a really unique Ninjago minifigure that I never really see anyone talking about. I know he was only in the show for what, maybe one episode, but super unique, and I really appreciate him for that. Now, this is really funny looking back on Blacksmith Kai here. This is an inaccurate Blacksmith Kai using an already existing torso and legs from, I believe it was the Lion Knight cast? No, it might have been the Medieval Blacksmith that these prints were introduced. But yeah, they didn't have the budget to make a new Blacksmith Kai, but it's crazy. A couple years later, we would get an accurate Blacksmith Kai. So we'll get to that. Detective Zane is one of my favorite minifigures from the Dragons Rising Ninjago City markets. Of course, I love Prime Empire, and I love the whole noir vibe of the single episode in that season. This was a brand new face for him. Fits him very well, especially in that arc. I love the detective robes on the torso there. And yeah, this is a really special minifig to me, and one I am so glad exists. Speaking of figures I'm so glad exist, we have Karaoke Bar Dareth. This is another one I was so happy to see get finally made, and we finally got Dareth's face corrected here. This was not a new face print. This actually came from the Downtown Diner modular of the Rockstar, and it fits Dareth so well, especially with that rocking out face on the other side. That's definitely something he would do. Pretty simplistic torso print, but again, it's completely accurate, so nothing wrong with that. Sadly, no chest hair poking through, and it looks like he has lost some weight, at least for this particular minifig here. But yeah, now we're just missing Lawyer Dareth, so hopefully in the next collection, whenever that is, we'll have a Lawyer Dareth by then. But yeah, time will tell. Hound Dog McBrog was a really interesting choice. I'm still surprised that we don't have a commissioner yet, but we have a Hound Dog McBrog. Not complaining. I did like Hound Dog McBrog quite a bit in Crystallized. He was a lot of fun. I love the giant mustache and the sunglasses. Great, just kind of growling expression. The sideburns are hilarious. And then flipping it around, you have kind of his chill, just establishing dominance face. He's got a bulletproof vest and then a jacket over it and then the police badge there. We did get Racer 7 in the markets as well, if you even want to call her Racer 7. It is an accurate hairpiece. The face is close enough, but yeah, should have been her Prime Empire torso and legs, unfortunately. I understand the fan service of a Bionicle torso. As someone who doesn't really know anything or care about Bionicle, I still appreciate it because it was huge for LEGO's success as a brand. But yeah, really unfortunate. Would have been nice to get an actual Racer 7 figure. Yeah, it's just sad she fell victim to the nostalgia bait here. They should have just made this a random citizen and then given Racer 7 her own figure. But yeah, I guess it's okay. Camille was a huge one as well. Finally completing the Tournament of Elements Elemental Master minifigure collection. This hairpiece was super important to bring back for her. This was an old LEGO hairpiece that was retired, so they had to bring it out of the catalog. The face print is close enough. I think the face is the only thing that's off. She should have been a little bit more purple on the lipstick and eyeshadow, but besides that, yeah, this is a pretty perfect minifigure. I love the violet purple, like disco jumpsuit, and then I'm just theorizing. I know the feet printing look like they might just be shoes, but in my headcanon, they're roller skates. Cyrus Borg finally got his updated minifigure as well after so many years without one, and this is about as perfect of a Cyrus Borg as you could ask for. I think the only thing is an alternate face with him screaming would have been great, maybe when he's getting possessed by the Overlord or something, but as is, yeah, he's pretty perfect. He even came with this wheelchair as well, which was great. The first one did not. The torso, yeah, with the turtleneck and everything, and the gloved hand. What a special minifigure. I'm so glad this one was finally made. And then Misdemeanor, which is such a funny name, M-I-S-S, Demeanor. Misdemeanor was finally made as a figure. She was semi-prominent in the Wild Brain era. I remember her in Seabound kind of causing some mayhem and some trouble. I don't know if this figure really should have taken priority over some other ones we still haven't gotten. But again, I just appreciate getting Ninjago minifigs that I never would have thought we would have gotten. So still a cool minifig. I like the little flame details. And then she also came with some flamethrowers that you could plug into the air tanks on the back. And yeah, the red hair is very funny to me. Of course, getting a couple of these generic civilian minifigs. However, I think what the Ninjago City Markets did that the Gardens could not is give some of them brand new torso prints. So you have a Borg store employee here, which is perfect. You could buy a lot of these torsos on the Lego website actually for under $1. So you could build up like a Borg employee army, which is really funny. Fill out your Hands of Time Borg store, get Acronics in there and go crazy. This was a fun torso print here with kind of this wyvern across it there. I like the idea. Bringing back the Lao face is nice, of course. Do appreciate that. And then the bottom half of the wyvern along the other side. Or Lou. Yeah, not really sure on the pronunciation of his name, but hopefully we get an official minifig for Cole's father at some point. This here didn't have any new prints, but it's a fine figure, I guess. It's always nice to get more civilians in the sets to fill them out. Another another figure that doesn't have anything new, but this dual molded piece for the hair chef hat combo is great, I guess. And then this figure was new, just the torso here was brand new, brought in for the Ninjago City Markets. And then he actually had the hearing aid piece on the side, which was really cool to see that representation. And yeah, the sand green color combo looks really, really great. You got a couple more of these civilian minifigs here. This character just reusing that core torso from the students we looked at earlier. And then this guy is a really fun reference. I think he's a sushi chef. You got the sweating face underneath, fitting it well. But that is Sushimi from Prime Empire. Do you remember him from a couple hours ago? So really funny to see that reference there. And then he's also printed on the back. The white is a little bit rough on the torso. Needed another shade of white. Looks a little bit faded. But yeah, other than that, I really appreciate that super niche reference there. Here's an odd one. This is another non-canon minifigure. This is Samurai Lloyd. He came in a book, and as to why he exists, I really could not tell you. Again, would have been a great opportunity to give us canon minifigures that we want. But yeah, I guess it's cool. I mean, the design work is awesome. I love the brown brought in, and Lloyd as a samurai. Yeah, this is probably what he looks like. I love the dragon symbol on his chest there, and then the elemental symbol with a little bit of green energy in the back is cool. Great with the brown gloves. I think that's a really solid addition. And then getting the samurai helmet in this forest green looks really solid as well. But again, it's like, why does this exist? So many other figures we could have gotten instead. But I guess at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, this is still pretty cool. Dragons Rising Season 2 Part 1 would bring us the mech suits here. And these are actually some of my other favorite Ninjago suits. I absolutely adore these. The gold is always such a good accent color to unite the ninja. The gold gloves, and then bringing back that Season 11 armor piece here, I think is actually a really decent choice. And then brand new mask elements once again here. These are a huge improvement on the Dragons Rising Season 1 hood pieces. I'm surprised they didn't try to use these more, but Dragons Rising has been giving us new hood pieces every wave. So yeah, I guess, I'm not complaining about getting new stuff all the time, but these hood pieces were fantastic. They remind me a lot of the Legacy hood pieces, just without the headband hanging down in the back. It's tied up much higher, and they are dual molded, of course. Love the kind of more tech aesthetic of these. I think they pull off the tech vibe a lot better than the Season 3 storm suits do. And that's just because these feel a little more grounded in reality, a little less crazy, a little less over the top. Love seeing the orange brought in for Cole. Nia's got a little throwback with the tiny bit of crimson on her sash there. And then Lloyd is just really embracing this newer spring green color, which is so great. And then, of course, Jay is non-canon. Still not a part of the team. Zane's still continuing with the icy blue up into the hood this time, which, again, just such a big fan of how that looks. One of my favorite lineups of suits. Moving on, we got some of the weirdest kind of just gimmick suits for the ninja that I've ever seen. These are repeating. So for these two, they repeat their Season 2 suits that we just took a look at, but they have brand new mask elements. Again, it's the same mask. It's just instead of the secondary color being the gunmetal gray and the crimson red, it's just gold. And these came in these little dragon flyers. Again, it's just like, why do these exist? They're not canon, and they just have a little extra gold in their hoods. I don't really know. Again, they look cool. Nothing wrong with how they look. It's just like, why? And then bringing back the ZX armor piece is insane. It's still crazy to me how this armor piece is still in production. Since 2012, this has been a mainstay in Ninjago, showing up, I think, at least once a year in some capacity. So really crazy. And then Aaron is even weird to me. He's got his season 1 suit, which he did carry over into season 2. Aaron and Sora carried their season 1 suits over, which, yeah, is a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, now he has like the normal mech pilot suit hood, but with some gold. Yeah, really, really strange there. Kai and Nia came in the Dragonstone Shrine, reprising their season 1 suits with their island hairpieces. Again, nothing new or unique about these minifigures, but I just felt the need to throw them in because they were such strange inclusions at the time, bringing back these hairpieces and bringing back the season 1 suits. Lloyd was the only ninja to get another completely new minifigure in this wave, and this is Master Lloyd, and this is an incredible Lloyd minifigure. I never would have thought to have brought in all this white here for Lloyd, but I think it really works. You got the Source Dragon symbols kind of clipped up onto his upper shoulders, holding this chain in piece here. It almost looks like this is supposed to be holding a cape in place, but look along the back, no cape. Really nice Source Dragon symbol there. And then the hairpiece was technically new. It's that Lloyd Island headband hairpiece, but now in the newer spring green color that he's been rocking. So yeah, this is a phenomenal Lloyd minifig. And just speaking of phenomenal minifigs, Wu would get a new minifig here. This is a non-canon Wu suit, but this is the most tan Wu has ever been, and it looks incredible. These are like kind of like his master's monk robes, maybe when he was going and searching for inner peace or something. I don't know. I love the hood along the back too. And then you see even more fantastic detail underneath with even a Source Dragon symbol there. So probably good that this is non-canon because it really wouldn't make sense for Wu to have the Source Dragon symbol unless it's just like, there's another thing I haven't told you. I knew about the Source Dragons all along. And I would personally prefer to avoid that plot line. Wildfire would get a new minifigure here, and yeah, we all know how many times this figure has been reused. This is the new Legacy Kai. Legacy Kai was used in, I want to say it was between 16 and 19 Ninjago sets. I personally have like 10 Legacy Kai minifigures. It's absurd. This Wildfire here, I probably have between 8 and 10 of because they have reused this design since the beginning of Season 2. She has not gotten a new suit in multiple years now, which is really unfortunate. Wildfire deserves it. However, this suit here is really darn good. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a huge improvement on the first. A little bit disappointing to get rid of the sand green, but I think they make up for it with all of the dark tan brought in. She, of course, got this brand new hairpiece at the time, which looks phenomenal. Again, an upgrade on the original hairpiece. And then this dark tan armor, really interestingly enough, the first wave, she had this armor in, and then every wave since that she's been included in, no armor. So, yeah. Euphrasia was a new character that was super cool to get. She's the new Master of Wind, of course, because Moro passed many, many years ago. I love the baby blue color used here for her, unless that's like a darker spring blue. It's a little bit hard to tell. Generic city face, which was probably my least favorite part of her. She's never laughed like that in the show. Really cool detailing along the back there. But would have liked to have seen a new face print for Euphrasia, but it's also not the biggest deal. And yeah, she's from the Cloud Kingdom, so the robes make sense. The symbols along the torso almost look like clouds, which I think is a really fun detail. Moving on, Lord Roz would be the main villain of this season, and he would get a new suit here. Same headpiece, of course, but now just... Actually, yeah, no, it's the exact same. Purple is the theme of this season for the wolf mask wearers, the purple and the navy blue here. I think Roz looks great. Would have liked to have seen some arm printing continued here because the next Roz figure would get arm printing. So a little bit weird that he had a season without it. And then you got this moon symbol along the back. Crazy to see the stone armor warrior. The Stone Warrior armor piece reused all the way here in the big 2024 when this figure came out, and that piece had come out in 2013. So interesting how some pieces are just mainstays in Ninjago. And then Roz's right-hand woman and right-hand man, he had both, would be Jordana and Cinder here. Jordana was from Imperium in Season 1. She had kind of a brief role, and then she went and served Roz. So you can see the Imperium tech printing on her face. Jordana and Cinder are going to have the same torso and legs. Of course, just the Gale Gossip
hairpiece here for Jordana, and then kind of an angry expression on the other side, almost a little bit disgusted. I think that fits her really well. And then for Cinder, I actually don't like the face that they came up with for Cinder. The hairpiece is fantastic. Really matches him. Of course, he's the new master of smoke. So that means Ash died. Rest in peace. I hope we get like a comic or a short just showing how he died, but that would also probably be too dark. Yeah, the face I don't think works for Cinder very well. It should have been just the normal yellow color because you print the yellow onto this darker translucent head and it doesn't translate. And then the other face makes no sense. He's just covered in smoke. We never saw him like that before. And then one thing I will also mention, I really like this like fur coat, like it's almost like an animal coat tail around their neck there. I think that's a really nice inclusion. The villains for this wave are actually some of the better Ninjago villain designs, in my opinion. These are the Wolf Mask Warriors, and they had this brand new dual molded element. So I don't know what's going on with the blue. Do they all just have blue hair in the back, and then the wolf mask is tied around the front of the blue hair? Or you could just say it's maybe like a blue hood, and then they tied a mask over the hood. That's my guess. They went the extra mile and printed a face underneath, so you have one with like the powered up blue stuff and then flipping around just a more normal looking face there. I like the teeth that they have. I think that's a fun inclusion. And then yeah, the navy blue and purple and then the light blue for their powers just works really well in my opinion. And this is one of the few where it makes sense for you to army build just a ton of them that all look the exact same, because they're all part of this cult like ritual to bring back the Forbidden Five. So it makes sense that they all have the same like clothes and the same mask and everything. And I think that was totally okay. And they were super easy to army build. They came in some cheap sets. And then this figure here is non-canon. We never saw any of the Wolf Warrior cultists without masks on. This one has the like newer Star Wars hood piece. So a little bit strange. I mean, it looks cool. I don't know why they didn't include it in the show. But yeah, really strange inclusion there. And then these are the climber suits. These were introduced in the March wave of 2024. So still a part of season 2. Technically, you could say this is similar to Tournament of Elements in the way that they have 2 different suits in the season, same with Crystallized, but these are really elaborate to me. The armor piece is brand new. The hood is going to be the same one we saw for Dragons Rising Season 1, but the armor piece is really elaborate. This might be the most elaborate armor piece we've seen. Dual molded, of course, and then the like golden little pieces of chainmail are dual molded and printed into there. So absolutely incredible design work on these. Unfortunately, they fall into the exact same trap as the season 1, where their faces, like their mouths, can't poke through the armor. So when their hoods are off, they're still covered by the half mask piece, which is really unfortunate. You have to cut off the half mask, which I'm just not going to do, because the climber suits are a little bit harder to get, especially some of them that came in the Wolf Mask Shadow Dojo for $120, which was a phenomenal set at the time. Man, we had it so good with that set. But yeah, really interesting wave of suits here. I love all of the ropes, the carabiners, all the climber gear, the knee pads and stuff. Really fun, different wave of suits here for the ninja to go rock climbing, if you want to say that. But yeah, I always love when they go with a different idea, like scuba diving or rock climbing. Again, that's just why I really, really want ninja spacesuits. Please, before the theme ends, if it ever ends, which it probably won't until it doesn't make Lego money, because this theme has been around for so long. But we're on to Dragons Rising Season 2 Part 2 with the Tournament of Sources, and these kind of feel like legacy suits in their own special way, because these are paying homage to the Tournament of Elements suits in a way, because this is its own tournament in the show, and I think these do a really great job of that. These are some beautiful, gorgeous looking Ninjago suits, and we're going to ignore Jay for just a moment here because he's not a part of the group. But yeah, the dragon scales on these look so nice, and then the source dragon element hanging down on a sash, and then the sash having the Ninjago language printed onto it. I love how unified these are with the symbols there, and then they all have the sashes in the same place. These are some of the better Ninjago suits for sure. Unfortunate that all of them have the like headband and hairpiece, except for Cole, who had it in the island, but they retired the piece. So he looks a little bit awkward, not fitting in. Again, Zane doesn't need to have it because I just don't think it would have worked personally. And then, yeah, this is Nia's first time using her headband hair combo that is officially canon in the show, so I really appreciate that. They also got brand new armor pieces, and these feel like a more elegant version of the Skybound ones. So you still have the 2 scabbard in the back, so you can still fit 2 swords in there, and then just a little bit more elegant on the armor pads there. And then all of them have the Source Dragon symbol once again on the back, which is a big theme with these Dragons Rising suits. Yeah, because the Source Dragons are they're just a little bit important to the show. And then, yeah, have to go over Evil J here. This is a phenomenal Ninjago minifigure, probably up there with some of the best, like the Ice Emperor and Possessed Lloyd. Evil Ninja is just such a fun concept, and I know it probably wouldn't make sense in the context of the show, but I would love to get more minifigures of Evil Ninja. Seeing all of the black here looks really, really good and clean for Jay. Bringing in the wolf mask pattern with the wolves on the top there. Little bit of spring yellow, I think used sparingly like this. It works well. He's using the mech pilot hood in the dark navy and black. And like I mentioned earlier, this angry face for Jay suddenly makes so much sense. And then looking around the back, he has the full wolf mask warrior logo on the back there. Aaron and Sora both got new suits in this wave, which felt like a really special treat at the time. It's very rare that the both of them get a new suit in one wave anymore. So this was really nice. I actually prefer Sora's suit to Aaron's, but hers is really interesting with the same cat logo on there, still keeping the tech arm or robotic arm. Maybe we'll never know. And then Aaron's feels like a very nice evolution of his season 1 suit, just with the sleeveless design here, and then no Source Dragon symbols for either on the back. And Sora's going to have her grumpy cat logo, as I like to call it, on the back of hers. Cole got a very strange minifigure in this wave. This was mech suit to Cole. This was to pilot the Titan Earth mech that his mother piloted when she was initially in the Tournament of Sources. The figure itself, I've really warmed up a lot to over the years. I didn't like it when I first saw it. All the white looks really awkward for Cole, especially with the black on the mask here. I think if the mask had been something different, maybe a white mask, I think that would have looked a little bit better. I know you got to keep Cole's black in there somehow, but maybe even a new mask element. I don't know. Something different. As it is, I don't think it looks perfect. It looks a lot like a Nexo Knights minifigure, if you ask me, with just all the weird tech going on there. But definitely a figure I've warmed up to a lot as the years have gone. This is just a random character that was included in the tournament Temple City. It's going to be using the same torso print we saw in the Ninjago City markets. And interestingly enough, that torso print will be coming up later in Dragons Rising again. So interesting stuff there. And then, of course, we got the Games Master Roby here. So glad we got him in this wave. With these side characters in the seasons, you're never guaranteed to get them. In fact, most of the time you don't. So I really appreciated getting him. The only new part was the torso here. Really great symbol along the back. Would have liked to get a leg print because he does have printed legs in the show. But again, just getting him in general makes me happy. Even the face print is just a generic city face print. At least Blecht looks really, really good here. Absolutely love Blecht with the monocle and the little stopwatch there. Again, us crazy Ninjago fans with theories. I heard theories that he was somehow going to relate to the Time Twins because he has a stopwatch in his pocket. It's just so funny how over the top the theories get. Another symbol along the back. And then no alternate face for Blecht. Getting an angry alternate face would have been nice. It's really interesting that they choose to opt out of alternate faces on so many of these figures with full hair covering the back. Just like this is a kids theme. Supposedly, it's like having as many options for different expressions for play would be great. Speaking of funny theories, a lot of people theorize this would be Echo Zane too, which I can kind of see. You got a little bit of the rust going on. You got a little bit of that dark brown design in there, but also it is pretty absurd. I like the idea of using this city like sky police air mask there. I think it works really well. And then bringing in the crystallized wing armor piece here was really interesting from the dragon forms, but I love the ventilation print on the back of the head there. But these were just the temple guards for the tournament of the sources. These guys should have got a leg print as well. I feel like that's been the theme of the tournament temple city set. It's like, should have got a leg print, should have got a leg print, should have got a leg print, should have got a leg print. You know who doesn't need a leg print though, that did come in the tournament temple city, is Mr. Pale here. Super crazy to get these two all these years later. Of course, we went over them earlier in the video. They weren't officially Ninjago minifigures, so to finally get them in a Ninjago set with their updated designs was so satisfying as a fan, and really great for people who couldn't get the ones back in the day. Of course, they both have changed just a little bit. Tox especially looks a lot different. Mr. Pale here looks pretty similar. The original one had actual like money pieces printed onto the torso, like paper bills. I still prefer that to this design, but I do like the actual money sign printed on his torso, and the little minifig head there is fun. And then the face with the glasses, such a nice touch and such a great minifigure. And then Tox, of course, has a brand new hairpiece here. She's sporting a mohawk. I think that suits her really well. I love how this looks. Just take it off like that. And then now she has a jacket here, like a vest with the belt, and then the tears in her pants there. And then looking along the back, she's got the actual like toxic symbol there, which is a really nice design touch. Roz, Jordana, and Cinder would get updated minifigures for this tournament wave. Roz with the return of arm printing. And unfortunately, we wouldn't know this at the time, but we would come to realize this is the last Roz minifigure we would get for quite a little while. He would keep appearing in the show, but just with this same design, and then this same design would come in some of the sets too. So really sad we haven't gotten an updated Roz, but I'm sure we'll get one maybe the summer of 2026 this year. I'm sure he'll be coming back into the show at some point. But as a figure, this looks really solid. I think it might be the best Roz minifig. Technically, he was pink instead of red in the show, but I personally just think the red looks better from a design perspective, especially mixed with that icy blue. The feet printing looks incredible, and then reusing that crystallized armor piece in the black color here. Jordana and Cinder would appear for one last time before just completely dropping off the face of the earth and leaving the show forever. At least, yeah, forever is only been a couple of years. We'll see if they ever come back. Unfortunate, because I do like these characters, but they had this brand new armor piece that I personally don't like. I think it looks a little bit over the top, especially in this light silver color here. Yeah, Jordana uses the same face print, brand new torso there, which is exclusive to her and looks really solid. I love the look of that with the gunmetal gray here mixed with the crimson and still the slight hints of purple. And you still got that wolf mask logo on the back. I remember when I first saw this Cinder minifigure leak, I literally thought to myself, and I think I posted too, saying like, this is fake. There's no way this is real. But this is real. The ghost tail is such a weird choice here. Cinder never had a ghost tail in the show, and then the armor piece just looked fake to me. I just am not a fan of the armor in this color. The little drop of blood on the front is a nice touch, though. The new torso looks solid. I think that's the best part of the figure, continuing with the Wolf Warrior logo along the back. And then, of course, the Wolf Mask Warriors would get updated minifigures here. This is the Wolf Mask Warrior General, exclusive to the unfortunately really overpriced Ninja Combo vehicle at the time. And what was exclusive, as you can see, the torso and legs and mask are all the same as the generic one. He just had this exclusive armor piece. And this armor looks great in the red color. I think it actually works really well in the red color. It doesn't look fake to me in that color. So I don't really know what it is about the silver that just looks so off. Unfortunately, they didn't change the faces underneath. They probably should have been red and purple instead of the navy blue from last wave. But yeah, as an evolution, I love the new colors on these. The purple and red mixed with the gunmetal gray stands out really well. Again, Dragon's Rising just killing it with a lot of these minifigure designs. And then for the just generic villains, I love these massive just spectral claws on the back. You can kind of claw at you and grow crazy, and then they still have claws on their hands there. It's just very over the top and funny. These guys can't stand without studs because the claws are really top heavy. So just something to mention there. And then moving into 2025 for Dragon's Rising Season 3, we have the storm suits here. And once again, Jay does not match, so we'll get to him in a sec. But the Core 5 Ninja got brand new suits. These are the storm suits, like I mentioned. And yeah, I think these are overhated for sure. I do like these suits, but I also just think they could have been a lot better. They're a little bit too over the top. The tech is a little bit weird to me. It's like this kind of dull looking gold color, and there's so much going on in the torso and legs, in my opinion, just a little bit too much, especially with Cole. Like the full dark color scheme, I think is just a little bit bland there. They did get these new mask elements at the time, which again, I just always love getting new masks so suits can stand out a little bit. These mask pieces were actually really cool, very tech heavy. It just feels like an armored up tech version of the mech pilot masks, which I thought was cool. And then we got the Tournament of Sources armor piece recolored in the black color there. And then, yeah, just an interesting wave of suits for sure. A lot of people don't like these. I think they're fine. But definitely are probably the weakest wave of Dragon's Rising suits. But yeah, and then we got a new version of Jay here, whose name changed to Rogue for this season, but he's back to Jay now, but he was Rogue for this season. I remember that was really confusing at the time. Getting some crimson red for Jay is interesting, and then the kind of just like fluffy, like warrior feathers. I don't know. I can't really think of what you would even call that there. But this is a really unique Jay design for sure. Got this brand new hat piece that kind of sits and covers his eyes. And they would reuse that hat piece for a couple of the Forbidden 5 members that we'll eventually get to. And then Jay got a new head here because the dual-sided head would have poked out at the back. You would have seen that, and that would have been bad. So yeah, kind of a frowning JP face there. It's really unfortunate. There are a couple different options they could have gone with. I think they should have given him the goggles here. The goggles were a big part of when he was flying in the show. And then also, we never got the official Rogue hairpiece. So he uses Okino's or Unagami's hair in the show in a brown color. Would have been really, really cool to get that in the sets. I would have taken that over this hat piece any day of the week. But yeah, maybe someday. And then no new suit for Sora, but Eren does get a new suit. And this is one of the best Eren suits, in my opinion, if not the best. I love, this is like technically evil Eren, but he really wasn't that evil. This is like, I don't know, semi-neutral Eren. So he has the Season 1 mask piece brought back, Season 1 armor piece brought back, just recolored for the mask with the black color. And then the torso with the purple dragon there is a really nice touch. And then the black kind of shawl goes down into his suits. He's got some belt buckle straps there. And then along the back, the dragon continues. You see the whole tail. So very reminiscent of the legacy suits in terms of parts of the dragon being on different parts of the torso. And then for some reason, Dragon's Rising continued with the absolutely just weird and strange gimmick renditions of characters. So it's going to be the same suits we've seen. Kai with his storm suit, Eren with his evil suit, and then Sora with her Season 1 suit, which is crazy. And then the storm suit mask pieces just recolored in gold. So Eren actually got a storm suit mask in his keyed orange and gold, and then Sora got one in her white and golds there. So technically a new suit for Sora, I guess, and then technically an alternate version of Eren, but very, very strange. And speaking of very, very strange, this is shirtless Zane. This is a non-canon figure. I don't know why he was included in this wave. Obviously, I'm not complaining because we've never gotten a shirtless Zane before. So I think it looks really, really cool. He looks kind of like Ultron with the repulsors down there and the tubes plugged in. You got his heart, of course. And then this chipped paint up top looks good. It's the storm suit legs, of course. And then along the back, he looks even more like Ultron. Yeah, really, really cool minifig, and I'm glad he exists. But it's just always strange when they include stuff like this that has nothing to do with the story at all. But something that does have to do with the story is the return of Pixel. Pixel finally came back. I think her return in the show was pretty anticlimactic, if you ask me. However, the minifigure, this may be the best version of Pixel. I love that they ditched the navy blue color. I was never the biggest fan of it when mixed with the white and red. I think the original Samurai X from Season 7 for Pixel is a really good figure, but when it was mixed with the white and red, it just didn't work. But this one here, taking that away and then bringing in the like velvet, like light purple Violet color looks really, really good. It matches her face, of course, because she has the actual purple markings in her face. So I think that was a really great decision, kind of continuing like the Zane Ultron look with the repulsors along the back there. And then the Samurai X symbol recolored in red now. And then, of course, you have the classic like pixel smiley face that's very similar to the one from Core. But now she has this new face with an actual half mask printed onto it. This is kind of a tech-looking half mask. And this looks really solid to me. I absolutely love that look for Pixel, although I don't really think she's used it much, if at all, in the show. Now, another really crazy character that returned in this season was Moro. In fact, I'd argue this is way crazier than Pixel. I remember seeing this minifig for the first time and just wondering how they would ever pull it off, but the show did about as good of a job as I could have asked for bringing back my favorite Ninjago character of all time. Bringing him back was great. And speaking of bringing him back, the minifigure is absolutely fantastic. I love the design decision to give him this translucent arm and then the mint green hand, still bringing in some of his early sand green and forest green design. This little gremlin there is pretty creepy. You got a little bit of a shawl covering the top half of him, and then along the back you just got a kind of tattered little piece of cloth with some symbols on it, and then two really great face prints for Moro here. So the one along the front just looks like an aged version of Ghost Moro. Really, really nice there. Of course, he no longer has the translucent head, but I think it works with this kind of minty green color. And then he has like a powered up, elemental, crazy, eyes glazed over version on the back. He never used that in the show because, yeah, Moro didn't really do anything too crazy like that. But yeah, really cool to see Moro return. Definitely a figure that I hold very dear to my heart, seeing him return in the show and both in minifig form. And I just really hope we get a Legacy Possessed Lloyd at some point. That would complete my Moro dreams, if you will. This was a really interesting minifig as well that came in this wave. And yes, technically this is a minifigure according to Lego, because they list it alongside the minifigs on the box. But this is just a random, this is the Ryu mold, of course, but just in this Keat orange color with some brown spots on it. I don't believe we saw this in the show, but yeah, I'll never say no to new little dragons like this. This is super cool. Honestly, if Lego wants to give us more of these dragons here in different colors using this Ryu mold, I would not be opposed. Now, getting into the Forbidden 5, it was really unfortunate because they made you wait to get all of them. So this initial wave, they were a big part of Season 3 Part 1, and then Season 3 Part 2, they didn't really do anything, but you didn't get the rest of the Forbidden 5 until later in the year, after they had already kind of served their purpose. So that was a little unfortunate, but we're here to talk about the minifigs. We got Noct here. So cool to finally get Noct after him being in Season 2. I love the scar along his eye there. His face reminds me a lot of the Keepers, but just in a different color, especially with those teeth there. That just looks like a Keeper to me. The torso and legs are really solid. I love the brown and black with the sand blue, just a really solid color combination there. And then looking along the back, he has the Forbidden 5 symbol. And then Drix was a really interesting one to get right away. I'm surprised we didn't get Rocks first. Alongside Noct, because they were the two main ones. But Drix is a weird one to me. Drix looks like a bug eyes. You got like the bug spikes on the torso there. I love the crimson red. Just the detailing on these guys is super unique. And then Forbidden 5 symbol on the back and some more of that bug detailing on the back of the head. It really is a shame they were just let down so much by the writing of the show, because the minifigure designs are some of the coolest we've ever seen. Now, here's a hot take of mine. I actually don't like the design of these guys very much. These are the main, like, foot soldier villains in Dragons Rising Season 3 Part 1. These were the Dragonians. I think the concept is really, really cool. I just don't like the color choices, personally. So this was a brand new armor piece introduced at the time. And the way this worked is this little dragon on the back could connect onto the armor piece. So you had this little dragon here, which was a really cool concept, and then it could fly in, connect to the back of the armor piece, and then now the minifigure dragon can fly. Really crazy stuff. And then the armor piece, of course, there it is. You can take the helmet and stick it right on like that. Again, just in execution, Really cool stuff. I just don't like the bright red and gunmetal gray combo. I think it looks it just doesn't work for me. And then the feathers instead of scales, you can really see it prominent on their faces. Just not what I would have gone with personally. And then along the back, there is this fire here. So you can have like the head connected to the armor with the mouth, and you can have the mouth like breathing up a ball of fire. So that was a really fun inclusion as well. And then you have the Dragonian Scout. So instead of the helmet, he's just going to have a mohawk here. So a little bit more generic version, and then he's not going to have the fireball along the back. There's just going to be some feathers sticking out there. So that's it for the Dragon's Rising Season 3 Part 1 wave. Such a mouthful. Moving on, we got the March wave. We got the Ninjago City workshops, and this had a couple of very special minifigures in it, starting with Casual Harumi here. What an incredible minifigure to get after all these years of waiting for her. One, I can't believe it took so long, but two, I also can't believe we actually got her. LEGO brought this hairpiece back into production. The Ninjago movie Coco hairpiece, recolored in white with the chopsticks going through the bun there. That looks so, so good. Brand new face print for her that looks exactly like Harumi. And then, of course, we had to get the angry, kind of mad Harumi when she is revealed to be evil on the other side. Would have been cool to get her like really devious smile that you see at the end of the episode before her and Lloyd go into the falls. That would have been fun, but this face is still really solid too when she's fighting him. Hood piece looks great. Torso print is perfect. You see the cherry blossom printing underneath from her Jade Princess robes. Unfortunately, there are no leg prints on her. She had a very prominent leg print in the show, and you'll see that's the theme with all these special minifigs we got in the markets. None of them had leg prints, and it's definitely not an issue of no budget. That set was $250. But yeah, really strange there, but this Casual Harumi minifigure is as close to perfect as I could want. It's just, man, it would have been perfect with that leg print, but so special to get her after all these years. So glad this figure exists, and this figure is in a set that is still on shelves, and she's already fallen subject to Ninjago-flation. This is like a $60 US minifigure, which is crazy, but I do get it. People want her, and they don't want to buy the set. But yeah, moving on. This was a weird one for me. Dr. LaRoe, didn't really think we needed her. Again, especially with how many other Ninjago minifigs we still haven't gotten. But it is starting to make a little bit more sense now with Dr. LaRoe returning in Season 4. Maybe it was planned at the time. They're like, oh, she's going to come back. We got to have her in a set now. So maybe that's the thought process there. Looks really weird with the lab coat not falling onto the pants here. It just looks awkward, like she tucked her lab coat into her pants. I guess you could have it as a headcanon. She's like, oh, this is a weird person, tucked her lab coat into her pants. But yeah, Dr. LaRoe, pretty accurate aside from the leg print. You got the Imperium tech printing on her face, and then an alternate face where she looks a little bit angry of there. Moving on, Twitchy Tim was a figure I really, really wanted, and I'm so glad exists. Again, would have been perfect with some dual molded arms and, of course, the leg print. But for what he is, he captures the look of the show pretty well. I love that puffer aviation jacket there. You got a little symbol there. You got the fuzzies on the top. Moving to the back, you got the eagle symbol that he has in the show, and then he has a really great scared alternate face that fits him well. Again, I'm just going to do a little bit of wishful thinking here. I think maybe some like electrical zaps going along the face would have been pretty funny, just to match what he does in the show. But yeah, as is, this still works really, really well. Dorama was another one that I was confused by, much like Dr. LaRoe. He's made a couple of appearances throughout Dragon's Rising, but I just didn't think we needed an official minifigure of him. But yeah, for what he is, he's okay. I think he's the weakest of the exciting characters in the workshops, new ones we hadn't gotten. First of all, leg print. He also just should have been a different color. He's more of a darker purple, and he's also covered in sparkles, and neither of those are apparent here. The face print's pretty good, matches him pretty well. The torso looks like it is in the show. Yeah, just, again, he captures the idea of the character, but just doesn't feel like the perfect version of what he should have been, which, in my opinion, is really what you should be getting for $250 US. And then I had to set this guy off to the side real quick, but this is his puppet. This thing is terrifying. Yeah, exclusive prints for the face and torso here. Stickers but exclusive. And yeah, I guess cool to get his puppet as this weird looking figure here, because that was a big part of his episode. But this thing is horrifying in Lego form, just as it was in the show. A couple of other figures you got in the workshops were this one I only excuse because it's funny. The Dragonian Tourist. Again, would have been nice to get something else, but a Dragonian Tourist is also kind of funny. Obviously, never saw that in the show, but the idea of a Dragonian just wearing like normal civilian clothes with the mohawk and the fangs and everything is pretty funny. This guy here is about as generic as you can get for a civilian. It's all pieces we've seen a bazillion times, but it's nice to have more figures to populate the city, I guess. You got 2 other civilian minifigs in the workshop set as well, and nothing too crazy special about these either, but I think they're better than the other ones, solely because the hair pieces are really cool. So you got the hair hat combo for this one with the beanie and short hair, and then the construction worker with the hat hair combo there. Looks really solid, so I at least appreciate that. The faces are a little more uncommon. Getting a construction worker is a nice switch up as well, but again, these just don't really feel like Ninjago minifigures to me personally. And then the final figure of the March Wave, this came in the Arc Dragon of Focus, was another member of the Forbidden Five, and one of the better ones, in fact, maybe the best. Zarked, in terms of minifigure design, in terms of character, Zarked is the worst, but Zarked is really, really cool. I love the chains with this big lock in the middle. That's so cool. And then this big straw hat with his like glowing eyes poking out. Super creepy. The dress piece looks really good. The forest green always is good for Ninjago figures. And then he has this really interesting face underneath with the fangs, and then a little bit more of a closed mouth look on the other side there. But yeah, that is Zarked. Moving on to summer of 2025, we got the spectral suits here, and I just want to talk about Jay really quick because he's technically not one of them. This is technically a new Jay figure. Of course, it's the same rogue torso, legs, and head, but Lego gave him this brand new mask piece, kind of akin to a lot of the weird gimmick stuff in the past with the navy blue and the gold there. So cool mask piece, but again, it's just like, why does this exist? This was never in the show. Anyways, that very strange and random Jay aside, also, he came in a 4+ set, not even like an official set of the wave, just a one-off Ninjago 4+ set. But he is a new and exclusive minifigure by the rules of this video, so he had to be included. But here are the spectral suits. You can probably already see that Sora, of course, gets one as 2, which was super welcoming at the time. Very happy to have that. No new suit for Aaron, but I think the evil Aaron suit fits into this wave very well because it's a very dark time for the ninja team. The spectral lands, they're dealing with the dead Thunderfang and the Forbidden Five sucking the souls out of everyone, which is a very dark concept. But these suits are really, really good ones to me. Maybe the best Dragon's Rising suits up there with the mech suits. Maybe the mech suits are better. I don't know. It's very, very hard. But they had these brand new armor pieces, reusing, of course, the tournament hair pieces. Still no hair for Cole with the man bun, unfortunately. But these new armor pieces were really solid. Not as elaborate as the climber suit ones, but I kind of like them just a little bit better with the dragon head draping off the one shoulder. That's super cool. Double scabbards in the back. The only issue with these is they had the molding mark right there. It's that little white dot. See if I can get that. And the camera freaks out. That's unfortunate. There we go. Yeah, see the little mold mark there? That is really unfortunate that that got left on these. You can see it on all of them except Zane because the mold mark is white, which, funny enough, Zane's suit was actually non-canon to the show. Zane left for Season 3, Part 2. He just dipped, which, yeah, that really sucks because this is maybe the best, one of the best Zane suits ever. I'd put him in my top 5. I love the Crimson Red brought in. The Crimson Red knee pads for all of them is a really great touch. I love when they bring in these like third colors. They're not primary, they're not secondary, they're like the third colors, but it also kind of unifies them all. And that's what the Crimson Red is for this wave. So really good touch there. Again, the armor pieces are fantastic. I will say another thing. The half mask sticks out a little bit too much, I'd say. It almost kind of looks like they have a beak, but it's only if you're looking at the minifig from the side, which most of the time I'm just looking at the figures from the front. So it's not a huge deal. But again, unfortunately, continuing that trend of you have to cut off the half mask piece for their mouths to peer through the actual armor. Another detail I like is the little tassel there. They all have the same tassel on their suits, and then Zane with a little bit of his heart peeking out there. They just really love doing that for Zane, and I'm not complaining. And then, of course, for Sora, she got a new suit. It was cool to see her fit in with the rest of the team here, because obviously Aaron is not doing that right now. But this is a really solid suit. I love all of the little lines, almost look like confetti there. Cool to see the Grumpy Cat symbol and a tiny representation there. And this is just a more minimalistic suit for Sora, which it doesn't look minimalistic, but it certainly is compared to her past stuff. And then no Grumpy Cat logo on the back. It's just going to be that other cat logo. And then, yeah, didn't touch on this earlier, but we did get the official Sora hairpiece finally. If you'll remember from the Ninjago City Market set, she had this inaccurate hairpiece. And then in early 2024, we got a set with her season 1 suit in this hairpiece, and then it came in the Tournament of Sources. But yeah, really great hairpiece. It was so nice to get an accurate one to the show because it's a big part of who Sora is with the cat ears and the pink ponytail hair. Now, we got Frack for the first time in this wave, and I actually just bought this minifigure recently because I did not want to buy the outrageously priced Ninja Combo vehicle. So yeah, I bought Frack on his own here. Really cool to get him as a figure, and I will say the torso and legs, completely accurate, look exactly like Frack. Great job on the back. Absolutely adore the snake symbol there. Looks exactly like he does in the show, but unfortunately, the headpiece, this video has been very, very positive. The headpiece is terrible, man. This is maybe one of the worst Ninjago figures to me because Frack's, he just looks lifeless. He looks like a corpse, like a zombie or something without any pupils in his eyes, and Frack is such a kind and expressive character in the show, so to have no pupils for him here kind of feels insulting to his character in a way. They literally could have just printed them on there, especially for him being the only exclusive minifig in a very expensive and overpriced set. But yeah, the headpiece is still cool as it is. It's dual molded with the ninja mask on, but he very rarely wears this mask. Probably would have preferred if he just came with the unmasked version on top, and that would have been easier to make than this elaborate dual molded piece. But here's to hoping that Frack gets a proper fixed minifigure at some point in Ninjago. Kerr here is the 4th of the Forbidden 5 members that we hadn't gotten at this point. I will say there are pluses and minuses to the way these hats are made. This is the same hat as Rogue. It's really cool that it covers their eyes, but also in the show their eyes aren't covered that much, so it's hard to see them without kind of lifting it up like that. And yeah, but taking the hat off, I like it in this brown color, by the way. Kerr is a phenomenal minifigure, one of the better Forbidden 5 ones for sure. The arm printing is insane there. There is so much detail. It's like mummy wrap with gold prints and then green skin showing through. So super elaborate and over the top. Definitely appreciate that. There, so much different color going on. Frack is not Frack. Kerr is the master, the elemental master of decay. We never really saw that used to much extent in the show. Obviously she used it on Roby, but not really anyone else. So a little bit unfortunate. And then you got the Forbidden 5 symbol on the back and just some insanely elaborate printing on the back of her head. So an insane minifigure there for sure. Moving on, we got Rox over here, and this was the final Forbidden 5 member that we hadn't gotten yet. I didn't mention this earlier with Noct, but Noct and Rox both have capes in the show. That's a big part of their character, but the minifigs included in the sets were not given capes. And to me, it really just feels like a cost-cutting measure, which is really, really unfortunate because Ninjago is a big theme for LEGO, and they put a lot of money into all these brand new minifigures and sets every year. So it would have cost them like pennies on the dollar to give them capes and make them completely accurate to the show and the source material, but they didn't do that. So really unfortunate. Same exact hat piece as Kerr here. Underneath you have Rox's really creepy skull fang mask covering over her mouth. Would have been really interesting to see what she looked like without it, but never got to see that. She has the mid legs here, so she's the shortest member of the 5. She definitely feels like probably the most basic one But I think her design meshes really well with Noctir. They use very similar colors. And with them both being in charge of the 5, I do think that makes sense. I love the printing on the mid legs, though. Looks good. And then you got the Forbidden 5 symbol along the back, as well as some printing on the back of her head there. And then the villain army for this wave, they continued with the Dragonians for the second wave in a row, just like they had 2 waves in a row of the Wolf Mask Warriors. But these are spectral Dragonians, and I much prefer these to the other Dragonians. I love the idea of these. They're ghost dragons just sucking the living souls out of people. That's super dark, but also just super cool. Really fun idea. This here is Tyr, the general, and then these are just the base versions. Interesting that the general had legs. These never had legs when they were spectral. They just had the ghost tails and they would fly around. And I don't even think we saw Tyr at all as a spectral Dragonian in the show. But the only thing that's exclusive about Tyr versus the normal ones is the dragon head element, just in this white color now, instead of the gunmetal gray included in these. Even the headpiece is the exact same, which the headpiece looks so sick. And then if you flip it around, there is going to be some printing on the back of the headpiece there. So almost looks like a symbol. Not really sure what's going on there, but it's going to be the same armor piece in the same color. And then the dragons are remolded in this brand new, not remolded, recolored in this brand new navy blue color. Which, yeah, love the idea behind these. I think the icy blue backing them with the translucent legs and arms is such a fun color mashup for these guys. So huge improvement on the Dragonians in my opinion. Now moving on to a very interesting subwave of Ninjago sets. These were Ninjago Legends. So these big, expensive collector display sets that only came with 2 minifigures for the $120 set and 1 minifigure for the $150 set. That said, the minifigures are fantastic. So these 2 came in the Kai's mech from the Land of Monsters, $120, 2 minifigs. I just want to talk about this guy real quick. This is the same exact torso we saw from the markets, and then the other figure I was talking about earlier as well. So this torso has kind of been used a lot, which is fine, kind of fits the Ninjago Citizen aesthetic. And then flipping it around, he has a really scared face when he's probably being attacked by some monsters. But this here feels like a sensei master version of Kai. It really gives off the same kind of overall vibe and look of Master Lloyd. I'm trying to find him off screen here. Here he is. But yeah, comparing him right next to Kai, they both look very similar in the way they present their robes, and they both look like masters here instead of just normal ninja. So this is a really cool Kai to get. Non-canon to the show. This one was, of course, canon. We saw him in the Tournament of Sources. But yeah, this doesn't exist in the show in any capacity, but I don't much care because it looks really darn cool. Love the Source Dragon symbols on his torso there. The crimson red as his main color, gold being the secondary color, just makes him look very elegant. And then the Source Dragon symbol just gone up in flames on the back is super, super cool. Would love to get the official Monstrosity Kai because these 2 legends, 3 legends figures, I guess, were based off Ninjago Monstrosity, and Kai had a very specific design with like a bamboo hat and dark robes and stuff. So would be cool to get that at some point, but I just don't think it's going to happen. It's a very bland minifigure and maybe would be hard to market. But yeah, as we got it, this specific Kai minifig was very, very cool for sure. Master Wu got a non-canon figure as well. He got his own spectral suit to match the rest of the team. I really like them going and doing that for Master Wu. Same armor piece as everyone else, just recolored in white and gold there. This is maybe one of the best Ninjago figures ever. Definitely the best one we got last year, I think. I love the detailing on there. Just bringing in that dark brown color mixed with the tan and gold. Looks so, so elegant. And then Master Wu got a brand new face print as well. This is what that looks like. Of course, no braid still, but a brand new face print where he looks much more stern and angry than all of the happy ones in the past. And that does kind of fit this version of the suit. So very strange minifig because, of course, he is not alive in the show right now. So why would he have the same suit as the ninja? This is also another thing. Wu has never had a suit that matches the overall vibe of the ninja. He's always been his own thing because he's the master. So really cool to see him get a suit that kind of blends in with the rest of the team, even if it's not official. Now, we're finally catching up to us in 2026 here. We've got all of the new Dragons Rising stuff to look at, of course, and then we'll get to the new Legacy stuff in just a moment. But yeah, Dragons Rising Season 4 has not yet debuted, so I can't really speak to the accuracy of the suits here. However, with what we've seen in the trailers, all of the ninja are wearing their spectral suits. So I'm going to guess that the base form of these suits here, with the kind of dragon legs and torsos and the armor and then the half mask and the hair, I'm going to guess these will never exist in the show. We'll see if that opinion ages well or not. I'm going to guess the only ones that exist are their powered up dragon forms, and then all of the other times they're just wearing their spectral suits. But time will tell. As these are, I think they're fine. They're a little bit awkward with the massive armor piece. I don't think it works perfectly. Not the worst thing ever, but yeah, we'll talk more about the suits when we get to the actual powered up versions. I will say it's crazy. Another thing I never talked about is the half mask piece is still around, which is insane. I cannot believe it's lasted this long. And another thing I can't believe has lasted this long is the island bandana hair pieces. They will never let these die. They keep reusing them. But yeah, that's the base versions of those suits. Lloyd, of course, gets one as well. Yeah. Aaron here gets a brand new suit. Unfortunately, Sora does not get one either. She just repeats the same suit in this wave. But Aaron's new suit, he's back on the team, so I think it makes sense. Looks really nice. I love the introduction of the navy blue into his color scheme. The opposing dragon heads on his torso is so, so cool. What a great Aaron suit here. I love the dark orange being brought back after all these years as well. And then he has a navy blue symbol poking through on the back. So not the normal Aaron symbol, but it makes sense. He's come a long ways. He's changed. So some of the symbols and designs will change. A surprising one for me is a new Euphrasia minifigure here. Honestly, I would have just removed the new Euphrasia and given us a new Sora suit. But hey, it is what it is. Or even a new Frack would have been cool. But hey, getting a new Euphrasia, I'm not going to complain. This new suit looks really, really great. It feels like she's starting to drift away from the Cloud Kingdom robes just a little bit and embrace more of the ninja armor design there. Still got the clouds and stuff on her torso, and then going to be that same face. No hood this time. Instead, you get her actual hairpiece, which is cool. And then, yeah, some reflective printing along the back. That looks cool under the light. Now, we get to talk about the Ninja Dragon suits finally here. And yeah, I was saving most of my thoughts for these. I actually adore these suits. These are so freaking cool to me. These feel like just a more modest version of the crystallized dragon form, which luckily I have right off to the side here. These are just so insane and over the top. These feel like a more modest, like nature version, which is exactly what they are. This is taking place in the Whispering Woods. We'll see if these become canon. Lloyd's is the only one we've actually seen in any trailers. And I was actually talking about this earlier, but according to some rumors and some promo images and stuff, this weird Dragons Rising Kabuki mask face print is finally going to be canon in the show. It's just going to be a part of these new dragon designs. So really excited to see that play out. They get these brand new mask pieces here, dual molded. These look good with the dragon horns kind of at the back. You still got the headband in the back tied around. I love to see that detail preserved. And then brand new armor piece here. Looks really good with the mask and wings. Doesn't look as great without them. With the hair, it looks a little bit bulky. And there's clips at the back to attach the wings. And then they have these absolutely insane new tail pieces. The crystallized dragon forms did not have tails, so fun to see that brought that in here. These are a little bit absurd. I mean, the tails are bigger than the wings, but it's one rubber piece here. Kind of see that, and of course they all have that. I do also like the claws printed onto the feet. And then in terms of the colors here, it's interesting to see Lloyd kind of going back towards more of the lime green. Nice to see Nia still featuring some crimson as a callback to her old stuff. And then, of course, as you can tell, Jay is now a part of the Ninja team. So crazy to see him return here. He's really rocking with that spring yellow now, which I was talking about earlier. I'm interested to see if that'll become a mainstay for him or if it's just this one suit that'll have the spring yellow. But yeah, time will tell. Moving on. we have all of the villains for this wave. Of course, we haven't seen the show yet, so we're not sure the exact capacity they'll be just yet. But I want to start with the main villain, and this is, of course, the Loyalist Leader, I want to say is her official name. But yeah, you already know who it is if you've seen anything. It's Dr. LaRoe. Pretty crazy they spoil that in the sets. I always think it's so funny when Ninjago spoils character reveals in the sets. I mean, it's always nice to have the actual, the revealed character in the set, but it's just really strange when they go ahead and spoil it. Cool little symbol along the back there. Interested to see if that'll represent anything. The detailing on this figure is fantastic. I particularly love the mask over the top there with the fangs, and it covers the full face, the glowing green eyes. They got all these spikes and golden stuff going on. Very, very interesting stuff there. And then some very elegant robes. And then you have kind of the Loyalist henchmen off to the side here. It's looking like there'll be a bunch of these dudes. So this is just a mask they wear over their face, and they all serve Dr. LaRoe. And as you can see, same torso and legs here, just different faces and different hoods used. And then there actually is an alternate face where he has like his teeth shown. He looks a lot more angry there, and then just a lot more chill over on this side, kind of with his buck teeth showing through. So pretty funny stuff. These two here are the scorpion monsters. Now, what's very interesting is this is the main one included in all of the sets, and then the sets also have clips where you can attach the scorpion claws to his hands. He's going to have claws for hands in the actual show, not just the actual minifigure hands. This is a really cool figure. Still a fan of this crystallized armor piece. I think it's being used well in this translucent orange here. Love kind of the lava showing through. I don't know if it's meant to represent lava, but coming out of his mouth and eyes, and then in his belly here showing through. The chain design is nice. Looking around the back, I'm going to see a lot of the same there. Of course, the one new piece is going to be the claw. It's really cool that they can use that for the hands and the head as well. Dual molded, looks fantastic. Really weird minifigure, but he is an elemental monster. And then what's interesting about this here is this only comes in one set with this. This is the exclusive piece here. This is the Korg headpiece reprinted in the dark tan. I don't know if we'll see that in the show, but he came in a single spinner with the Korg headpiece instead of the normal Scorpion headpiece. So not really sure the reasoning behind that, but yeah, technically a new and unique figure. The final two we have to take a look at here is the first one. We have the mutant monster. This one is really crazy and over the top. We've never seen anything like this in Ninjago. That head is so funny to me. This is the Thanos head, so meant to go on a big fig body, but fits on a minifig body now. The fangs and stuff are hilarious. And what's funny about this is if you take off the hat, which he's just reusing the Forbidden 5 hat, he looks really angry and kind of evil and devious without it. But if you put the hat over him, he just looks more kind of cheerful and happy. So I really love that detail. Dark forest green, translucent arm over on the other side. And then his torso is just like there's sludge, there's some teeth and spikes going on. And then you got all these tentacles coming around here. So interested to see this guy in the show. If he ends up talking, he's going to have an insane voice for sure. And yeah, I just very interested. And then this is the acid monster over here. So I actually talked about this in a previous video. I don't love the reuse of the snake tail here, unless this is specifically a snake character in the show. Probably should have had a different piece. Could have even used Kalmar's tail or something. Just something different than the snake tail, because as an acid monster, and he has the snake tail that have been used just so many times in Ninjago, with so many other snake minifigures. But yeah, the acid monster, I will say, I want to be positive here too. The headpiece is insane. Look at the dual molding and the elaborate detail on that thing. Absolutely fantastic work by the design team here. Love the kind of ridged spikes along the back. And then the purple and lime green design is really interesting there. Honestly, I would actually laugh so hard if this is just Pythor and he got like some some mutant acid or something spilled on him. That would be really insane and over the top. I don't think that'll happen. But yeah, just really interested to see how all of these monsters play out in Dragons Rising Season 4. And we'll be finding out very shortly in less than a month here. But let's move on to the final base plate, all of the brand new Legacy minifigures for 2026.
And finally, we have the last batch of minifigures here. This is the most recent wave of Ninjago Legacy, with this massive sum of figures all coming out in January of 2026, and then we got 2 more in March of 2026. So the Legacy sub-theme was originally thought to be retired and done with. It had its last wave back in 2022, I believe, and then for 4 years we saw nothing from it, and then they brought it back for the 15th anniversary of Ninjago this year, and they did so much with it. It's insane to me how many brand new minifigures we got after getting a full Dragons Rising Season 4 wave at the same time as this too. So probably the craziest Ninjago wave ever in terms of minifigures, and we got this wave 15 years into the theme's existence. So to me, this is a sign that Ninjago is alive and doing very, very well, especially because a lot of these new Legacy sets sold very, very well. And speaking of the new Legacy sets, there are only 3 of them for the initial January wave, and then we got 1 in March as well. But there are a couple other avenues to getting these new figures that I will talk about in just a moment. But yeah, to celebrate the 15th anniversary, we got Legacy versions of the ZX Ninja suits, and these are a lot different than the very first wave of Legacy suits we got. Those were kind of like a newer retelling of the old suits, but took a lot of creative liberties and were their own unique suits. These feel like proper updated remakes of the ZX suits. You have all of the core details intact here. The only real difference here is that they gave Jay, Cole, and Lloyd back there the gold color scheme. So instead of having half the team silver, half the team gold, and then Lloyd with the gunmetal gray, everyone is gold now, so it's all unison. Pretty divisive decision by the Lego group there. I know a lot of fans did not like that. I personally don't mind it at all. I think it was a fine decision. I think the only thing is maybe changing Jay's arm to be gold or something, or the armor there to be gold, just to make it look a little bit more uniform, because the silver armor and hood originally matched the silver armor and arm there, so it looks a little bit off, but besides that, looks really solid. Kai is one of my favorites. I love the reflective gold printing on the top of his breastplate up there. That looks so, so good. Crazy, again, that the ZX armor piece is still in production and still being widely used up until this day, but it's a great armor piece, so it makes sense. And then you can probably see with these as well, they have brand new hood pieces here. So taking this off, it's going to be the Legacy version of the ZX hood. Obviously, these are dual molded now instead of the gold printed onto the top, and then the crown actually wraps all the way around and is the headband around the back. So originally with the ZX suits, there was just this small gold crown up on the front, but now it reaches all the way back and it's the actual headband itself too. So a really fun design change there. Turning the minifig around. Unfortunately, their elemental symbols don't fully line up with the armor there. I don't love that design choice, but it's not the end of the world. But yeah, looking around the back, that just looks incredible there for Kai. A big thing about this too is 2 of these ninja actually get brand new face prints here. So we'll start with Jay getting a new face print. This angry face here, I don't think suits his character very well at all. Even for Rogue, this is like a cartoonishly angry face. It doesn't look anything like the Dragons Rising one, which he looks actually angry there. This is like cartoonishly angry. So not a big fan of that face personally. And then flipping around, you do have a great Jay face. This one is way better with the big cheesy smile. We've seen smiles for Jay before, but not with his teeth showing like that. So that is a fantastic new face print there for Jay. Absolutely love that. The elemental symbol lines up a little bit better for him on the back there, which is really interesting as well. But the reason we got a new face for Jay is because he's back as a part of the team now, and they wanted to give him a new face for this wave. That wasn't the frowning Rogue face, and they didn't have the Ninjago movie Jay face in production anymore. Now, while we're looking at faces here, I do also want to quickly touch on something with these hoods. A very unfortunate thing about them, because I love the overall design work on these, But the issue is they kind of cover up the ninja's eyebrows. So you have to lift the mask up just a little bit to see their eyebrows underneath. And for me personally, their eyebrows are a key expression form for the ninja, and we've always seen them in the show. These are, I believe, the first ninja masks to just completely cover them up. So as much as I love these new hoods, I do think that is a design flaw with these. And then you can probably already tell here, but Zane gets a brand new face print for this wave as well. And this might be the best Zane face ever. Of course, the suit looking absolutely fantastic with that updated detailing, but we get a brand new robotic face for Zane. So anyone who wasn't able to get that face over 10 years ago at this point, has the opportunity to do it now, and in a very cheap set that this figure comes in too. So that is so fantastic. I love how that looks. And then even crazier, there's another Zane face print on the other side, and we finally get the OG Zane face that was only in 2 seasons with the kind of more inquisitive smile, a little bit awkward looking Zane face there. That is 15 years of waiting to get a face like this. I never thought we'd get it because he hasn't been in his human form since literally season 2. So insane to get that here, and season 3 that he last had his human form. But yeah, so incredibly grateful to have that, and this is one of the best Zane minifigures just for that face in general. Cole's going to be much of the same. No new face print for him, but don't really think one was needed there. And then, yeah, that's the back. Interestingly enough, Nia doesn't get a ZX suit, which I guess makes sense because she wasn't a ninja at the time of the ZX suits. She is getting a suit in the summer, though, for Legacy. It's supposed to semi-line up with these. It's going to be the same mask mold that she'll be having with her suit, but an entirely new design. So stay tuned for future videos to see my look at that. But this is the updated Samurai X minifigure here, and I think just in terms of the torso and leg print, I think those look really solid. This is a great update on that figure. Love seeing the water phoenix symbol there. That's a nice little illusion. And then the lighter baby blue, or is that like a light blue color, of the sash there that she's used in so many seasons for her water ninja gi ever since. So really great little illusion there. I don't love the use of the tournament armor here. I think at the very least, just give her the ZX armor to fit in with the rest of the team. The Tournament of Sources armor just doesn't look that great there, but I think ideally the Kendo armor piece would have been fantastic. And then if you're going all out with face prints for the ninja, maybe the robot samurai eyes would have been cool to get in the official 2012 kind of style for this era. But yeah, that's just on the wish list. As it is, it's a decent figure, but definitely the weakest of the new ninja. And then Lloyd here, like I mentioned, his color scheme is now gold instead of the silver and gunmetal gray, and I think that works perfectly for him because we all know he is the golden ninja, so really solid work there. And then just crazy to see that original snake symbol return on the back that was used so sparingly and for such a short amount of time, so really fun to see it here in the big 2026. And yeah, just an incredible looking Lloyd minifigure if you ask me. Of course, Master Wu would get a new figure in this wave, and this is just an updated version of his pilot gi. So it looks really solid here. I think the only thing, which I can't believe I'm saying this, but it feels like there's a little too much detail here, and that's with the sandals. The brown sandals don't really match the white, red, and black design of the torso, and yeah, I just don't vibe with that too much personally. Got that OG symbol on the back, and then he is continuing to use that brand new Wu face that was introduced in the $150 Legends set from Spectral Wu. So great to see that face coming in a cheaper set now, and I think it suits Wu very well. And speaking of Wu, Wu's brother gets a couple of new minifigs in this wave, one of them being this older version of Lord Garmadon here. This is meant to be the pilot version of him because he doesn't have his forearms yet. So the only new thing about this, from what I can tell, this torso looks pretty much identical to the Legacy one. I could be wrong. Yeah, might be slightly different there, but the face print is brand new. I love this new smile on him. That looks so good, kind of the confident Garmadon smile. And then the best new face print is this, the pouting with the smile there. That is perfect for crystallized Garmadon. So fantastic face print there. I do kind of wish this was crystallized Garmadon instead. Don't really know The only thing is you could have made the new torso print. I don't know if that was in the budget. If this is a new torso print, don't see why you didn't just make casual crystallized Garmadon. But yeah, as it is, I'm so happy to get a new face print for him. It feels like it's been forever since we did. So really special treat there. Speaking of special treats, that's kind of the whole theme of this new legacy line, giving us figures we never thought we'd get. And yeah, one of those is Blacksmith Kai here. Pretty insane to see this after the terrible one in the Ninjago City markets from Dragon's Rising that we discussed a little while ago. But this has the accurate torso and legs now with the light brown apron there, the leather apron used for blacksmithing, and then the red legs with the apron going down. So that is perfectly accurate now. And then the straps along the back as well. And technically, this is canon with the movie design because he uses this blacksmithing outfit in season 10 to forge the golden weapons once again. He didn't have the headband hairpiece then, he just had the normal movie Kai hair, but that piece is no longer in production, so close enough, but so nice to finally have a proper Blacksmith Kai. Nia's golden weapons appearance, so her pilot appearance, actually got a remake as well alongside Kai's. So this is her original kimono here. And this is pretty crazy to get a remake of in the big 2025 here. But yeah, the design work on this thing is absolutely beautiful. It's cool to finally see a back print on this as well, because if you'll remember the original Nia minifigure from 2011, that was that this one was based off of, did not have a back print. So cool to see there. Love the symbols. And the gold, of course, is going to be reflective in the lighting. Unfortunately, no new face print with the half mask printed on. Again, would have been a really cool detail. But yeah, as it is, another really good minifig. And crazy to see the Nia bob hair piece return all of these years later. Ray and Maya, would get new minifigs in this wave. Kai and Nia's parents here, and these are their Serpentine War era appearances here. So Ray with the armored up version here. He's not wearing his blacksmithing stuff. He's got the big dragon armor chest plate. That looks so good there. I love the gold and silver detailing. Looks absolutely fantastic. And then flowing with the robes down onto his waist. And then the armor is tied up in the back there. He doesn't have the arm print, unfortunately. In the Serpentine War era flashbacks, he had flames printed onto his arms in the show. So unfortunately, that design detail is missing, so he's not perfectly accurate. And then I will say the face print, I'm not the biggest fan of. I think this is just a little bit too expressive for Ray. Ray has never been this expressive in the show. I guess you could say this face works for maybe when he's playing Prime Empire with Kai. And then the really angry face along the back, you could say works for when he's fighting the Time Twins in the era flashback as well, but would have liked just a more neutral Ray expression, and probably eliminating the super happy one would have been perfect, just giving him a more neutral expression because he is a pretty grounded character. Maya here, of course, is a little bit inaccurate to her Serpentine War era. The brown gloves and brown belt haven't been in any Maya appearances, not in Hands of Time, and not in the flashback. So a really strange design choice there. I mean, admittedly, it looks good, but just speaking from an accuracy perspective, it's inaccurate. Same with the face print there. Probably should have given her the face print with the older lines that she had in those flashbacks, but I get wanting to keep continuity with Hands of Time there because her face did change. Unfortunately, no alternate face here like the Hands of Time one had. There was an alternate scared face for her there, but yeah, not going to see that there. Just the single face print for Maya. Speaking of Serpentine War era flashbacks, we got a lot of figures along those lines here. These are the anniversary figures, at least these first 4 here that have come out so far. There's a couple more that we'll get to, but Wu and Garmadon got their younger selves in minifig form for the first time ever in Ninjago's 15-year history. On one hand, I've said this about a lot of these, it's crazy it took this long, but also I can't believe we're actually getting it. They have the same symbols mirrored. The torsos and legs are the exact prints for both of them. It's just different colors, and I think that works perfectly fine. I will say the only inaccurate thing about these is the symbols here are not the symbols you see in the actual show. I don't know if they wanted to change that up for some kind of Easter egg for the set. I don't know what they actually say, but yeah. And then with Wu here, the robes here are gray in some of the lighting in the show, and then they're tan in other lighting. I think tan was the right choice because the original kimono for Pilot Wu, where he's old, has this very similar design in gray, so you can swap it out if you'd like. Wu gets a brand new face print here with kind of the chill smile there on one side,
and then the angry war face on the other for the battle between brothers. Great dragon face print on the back. I especially love Garmadon's face print in this set as well. You got the really confident smile on one side that suits him perfectly, and then the just raging attack battle face as he's been possessed by the Devourer and turned evil, and they have the fight. So cool to get those evil faces for both of them, and then you get the chill faces for the other side, and then yeah, Garmadon is the same dragon printed on the back, just in a red. There. I will say, I'm not sure if it's showing up on camera too well, but my Garmadon face is just slightly faded on the print. Just looks a little bit weird, so unfortunate to have that there, but yeah, is what it is. More anniversary figures here. This is Liber. This is Jay's mother. Again, another character from those flashbacks, so crazy to see her. The torso and the legs are going to be the only new things here. No new face print, but I think that face works really well. I love the lightning, it literally on the sashes of her robe there, and then the legs look so good. Hairpiece is perfectly accurate, exactly what she had in the show, and then looking along the back, you're going to see more of those lightning elements printed onto the back. So one of the best anniversary figures for sure. And then Benton here, the original master of Earth. This was Cole's grandfather. Is crazy to see. Again, these are just so crazy that we're getting these here. The helmet, unfortunately, I would say is the only inaccurate part. He has a bronze helmet in the show, but the bronze color was retired from LEGO's catalog quite a few years ago. I think it's been over a decade at this point. So I don't know if that was in the cards to bring back at all. Probably not for a single minifig, but pearl gold is as close you're going to get, and that looks really good. The torso, legs, and arms are all in this matte silver color, which looks super cool, fits the character well. I love the chainmail printing on his torso, and then the feet printing too. Underneath, not a new face print, reused from a castle set, but it fits Benton perfectly. And then he has a very chipper, happy face on the other side. This is probably right after they've supposedly defeated the Time Twins and then have to battle them again. But yeah, really funny stuff there. I love the alternate face. And then he has, I don't know if this is meant to be a symbol or a shield on the back. You'll have to let me know what you think, but I'm going to say it's a shield. Can't believe we're getting the Time Twins in the big 2026 here. The Time Twins have always been some of my favorite characters from a design perspective. I just love the way the red and gunmetal and black all clash together with the ticking clock in the middle. Their torso and legs are going to be the same, which I think works for this specific appearance. And then they both get brand new face prints. And then the arms are just swapped on either side. But cool to see the clocks returning in the middle. Nice to have a version of Achronix where he doesn't have like the iPod and the earpiece and stuff. New faces for both, like I said. Achronix with that kind of smirk, smug smile there. And then along the back, you're going to get him in full rage mode where they're battling the Elemental Masters probably to match Crux over here. And then Crux's alternate face is actually going to be Dr. Saunders there. So you have the new Dr. Saunders minifigure here. Again, I'm going to be saying this over and over as we keep going. Unfortunately, got to get used to it. I can't believe we're getting Dr. Saunders. This is absolutely crazy to me, but I think this was a great choice for a minifig. He was a pretty important part of the Ninjago lore. So brand new torso and legs there. You got the little stopwatch there. And yes, this is a time twin. Unlike Black with the stopwatch in his pocket, Dr. Saunders here is a time twin. You got the Ninjago Museum of History little patch there, and the face print is perfectly accurate. The original Dr. Saunders face was a pretty neutral expression, so great to get him with this goofy little smile here. And then you have the massive logo on the back of the Ninjago City Museum of History. Here is a very special one that fans waited over a decade for. This is Dr. Julian, so Zane's father here with the Falcon. I think this was probably the wrong piece to use for the Falcon. I get the whole nostalgia factor. It's an older, this is like the 90s Lego Parrot piece, recolored in black here for the first time in like 20 years as well. But they should have used the Falcon piece straight from Lego Dreams. That would have been perfectly accurate. But yeah, the Dr. Julian minifig is absolutely incredible. That face print is perfect with the super chipper smile there, probably when he first rediscovers that Zane is still around. So really cool to see that with the white Count Dooku Clone Wars hair recolored there. And then his alternate face, he is actually really scared there. So this is maybe when he's encountering Samukai or helping the ninja battle
the Overlord. The torso print looks great. You've got his sand blue button-up shirt underneath, and then the pens in either of his lab coat pockets. He needed a leg print with the lab coat coming down, and then he has, I believe it was jeans underneath. So a little bit inaccurate without the leg print, but again, I'm just happy to get Dr. Julian, and the fact that he exists and is this close to perfect, yeah, not a lot of complaints there. Another one of the anniversary figures is the first Spinjitzu Master. Yes, that's right. We have an official first Spinjitzu Master minifig. How crazy is that? I don't think any of us ever thought we would get one, let alone see his actual face. Now, we don't know how canon this face is because we haven't seen it in any great length, but I think the choice for the face is really good. Looks really old with the wrinkles there, got the goatee, but no mustache or anything to kind of separate him from how Wu looks. And the versions of him we have seen in the show, he uses that black Wu Crew torso I talked about earlier. This is pretty close to that, bringing the dragons in, but it is a lot more royal looking with kind of the lighter tan color and bringing in the gold. And then flipping around to the back, he actually just keeps the same dragon prints from the back of the Wu Crew torso. So really like that. And then of course you have his iconic braid in the back there. So just absolutely insane to have the first Spinjitzu Master as a figure. And yeah, crazy. I'm so glad this exists. This is going to be a very coveted minifigure for years to come. And then the Ninjago Old Town set also comes with the first Spinjitzu Master as a statue. So this was something we saw in Possession. So cool to get it here, I guess. Nothing new about this. The torso is actually from the Lord of the Rings Rivendell set. There were some statues in that set, and they just used it here. But it works really well for this, and then they just threw the tan rice hat on top. Here are a couple of semi-generic minifigures. They're reusing pieces from other sets. However, the designer still did a great job of making you feel like these matter and aren't just generic citizens. This is an administration agent, so using a torso that already exists but looks a lot like the administration agents in the show. You got the sunglasses they all wear. Yeah, really good job of making this feel like an important minifig. And then this is actually Chuck the Carpenter. So Day of the Departed, the undead students that Yang trapped in his temple in the Way of the Departed comic, I believe it was, by Tommy Andreasen. They get freed, and one of them is Chuck, and he's a carpenter, and he looks very similar to this. So really insane Easter egg there, using Lego pieces in parts that already existed. But yeah, really cool and great job there. Mentioned this many hours ago, but the mailman would, of course, return. And here he is. No hairpiece this time, but he has the straw hat there. So cool to get that this time. The hairpiece is really easy to get. This one's a little bit different than the original. I mean, obviously, it's been 10 years, but this one doesn't have the mustache. He just has the goatee here. And I think this is a little bit more accurate to the SOG era one we saw when things had changed. Really similar looking torso. And then he actually has a backpack this time around, which the original mailman had like the handbag draped along the side. So this one has a backpack. So a little bit different method of carrying his mail around there. And then, yeah, nothing too crazy along the back. Next up, we've got Faith here. We waited so many years for this figure. She was such a huge part of Hunted, and then she would return in season 10, March of the Oni, and then never again after that. But completely new face, torso, and legs here. This is very similar to the heavy metal torso in legs, just a little bit different going on there. Of course, this is the Dragon Hunters aesthetic going on here. And then you have her face, heavy metal, unmasked. You see this is the only female dragon hunter beside Jet Jack, but great to get another one here, and it is for a very important character. You get your red eye, you get all the markings there, and then the hairpiece, completely accurate. Flipping it around to the back, you get her angry battle face there. So absolutely fantastic minifigure. I'm so glad this exists. Ninjago is one of my favorite seasons, one of the most widely regarded among the community as one of the best. So a lot of people happy to get this. And speaking of Hunted, we get a couple more Hunted minifigs here, which is, yeah, I can't believe the Hunted representation, but we get Mistake. Finally an accurate Mistake. The one we got for the Ninjago movie was terrible. She has a brand new face print here without the glasses. So thankfully, perfectly accurate Mistake. And then I believe this is a reuse from City, this torso here, but it matches pretty darn close to what we see in the show, so perfectly okay with that. And then the hat piece here, unfortunately, she has gray hair in the show that kind of drapes down in a bun, so putting the hat on and then looking at her from the side of the back just looks completely inaccurate. I think making a brand new dual molded piece with the straw hat and hair just for one-off mistake would have been too much to ask. So I would have personally just given her the hair piece instead of the hat. But yeah, that is just me. And then we also get Oni Mistake here. I can't believe this exists too, but super cool to see. She's just using the same torso as the new Garmadon minifig does. The only exclusive part is going to be the face print here, and then she uses the Oni horns from the show. Would have been cool to see the goat legs that the Demogorgon from Stranger Things used, because that's what she used in the show, but I don't know if that piece is still in production. So would have been cool, but yeah, getting Oni Mistake is so cool. And what this figure came in, she didn't come in any sets. She came in the Lego Build-A-Minifigure. So Lego will launch a couple of new Build-A-Minifig with exclusive torsos or legs or faces, and there are a whole array of those that we'll be getting here. So we'll talk more about those as we go. More Build-A-Minifigs here. We have a brand new Pixel, which was a really strange choice. This is a non-canon Pixel suit here, just reusing her head and hair from season 3. So yeah, she's got the Samurai X symbol printed on the back. And then this is like fully embracing the purple. So no longer that lighter velvet color. This is that dark purple, but still using the white and red colors. We've become accustomed to her using ever since season 8 here. But yeah, a really strange choice. I think there are some better choices they could have made for a new minifig. I get wanting to have pixel representation in this wave, but a non-canon minifig like this, that's just not that desirable, at least to me personally. Probably just, yeah, something I would not have picked, but still a cool minifig. I mean, we've never really had a casual pixel like this before. So yeah, hopefully she makes an appearance in the show in this outfit to kind of give it a little more validity for existing. Dareth gets a new suit here, which is great to see. We haven't had the classic Dareth suit for many years. It's probably been close to a decade at this point. So very happy to have that very easily available for a lot of people. Still using that same Dareth face we've become accustomed to, the one that was used in the markets with the singing face on the other side. No leg print here, but I think that's totally fine. The way they did his belly folds here was a little bit more subtle. They just have him kind of creasing underneath the straps here, and the kind of folds of the torso, the sashes there, are pushing out a little bit more. No chest hair showing through underneath, though, unfortunately. And then you got his iconic star along the back. Nia finally gets her March of the Oni blue kimonos here, and this is when her and Jay become yin and yang. So a really key moment in the show, and this was a big outfit that many people had wanted for a long time. And the way they were able to pull this off is really clever. They just recolored the pilot new print there, and that's pretty much what it was in the show as well. Unfortunately, she uses the bob hairpiece. The movie Nia hairpiece is no longer in production for Lego, so they couldn't bring that back for whatever reason, at least the official color for Nia. The hairpiece is around, but it's just not in the black color anymore. So you're going to have to bring one from your own collection or find it on Bricklink. But yeah, a really special one and an easy to get one kind of, because it's in the Build-A-Minifig, so you can go to your local Lego store and find this there. But I had to order all my BAM figs online because I don't live near a Lego store. But yeah, so special to finally get this in person. Probably one of my favorite legacy minifigs from this year, just because of how elegant and beautiful this outfit was and how big it was for her as a character. This is a figure that came in the Ninjago Old Town set. This is crystallized Harumi, and the face print is absolutely crazy. We have the "She's with us" moment finally in Lego. That's become a huge meme in the community. So super glad to see the designer of this set kind of go out and recognize that and then give it to us. I think this was a great choice for a figure personally. I'm very happy with it. Even though her return in Crystallize wasn't the best thing in the world, it's become a very iconic moment in Ninjago. So having the figure here, especially with the "She's with us" face, is great. Going to be that same newer, harder rubber hairpiece there. The blank legs is fine. Torso looks great and accurate. And then you also get the kabuki mask version of her there. So you can flip the head around, and the set came with a hood piece as well. So you could put the hood on and recreate her with the kabuki mask. So really great job there. Another one of the build a minifig choices was young Lloyd here. And technically, there are no new parts here, but because he was a part of this big release and is technically like a new minifig, just the way he's arranged, I wanted to include him here, just my personal choice. But yeah, it's going to be bringing back that Kid Lloyd face from Legacy back in 2021. So crazy to see that come back 5 years later. And then this is going to be the same torso and hood piece from ZX Legacy Lloyd. And then, yeah, just with the small green legs there to represent him as a kid. I think this is a really solid choice, especially if you've seen the trailer for Dragons Rising Season 4. Kid Lloyd will become a big thing there. They're going to be touching upon his past. So a really solid choice. No new parts here, but just a cheap way to get the figure. And yeah, you can get the small legs to make him a kid now, which is really cool. Jay technically got his flight suit finally in Lego. There was a whole built up contraction out of Lego bricks with the wings here. And then this is just going to be the exact same suit that he has for ZX, and then now just with a pilot helmet. So wanted to include that here. It's different than the original Blacksmith Kai treatment where that was just blatantly inaccurate. This, he wasn't wearing a ZX suit when he was flying, but you have the option to have him with the flying suit now. And yeah, maybe one day we'll see the official figure with the torso and legs for the flight suit, but it's cool to see it represented in some capacity here. Now, a really interesting choice for Ninjago Legacy is some Dragons Rising figures, because Dragons Rising is still pretty new to Ninjago. It's literally just the current era we're in right now. But I think if you're going to make any Dragons Rising Legacy figures without making new parts, young Aaron and Sora are probably the best choices you could get. These guys are the main characters of the show. So to have their kid versions represented in Lego form finally is a huge plus to me personally. Now, as far as I can tell, the only new elements for them are going to be their torsos. So Aaron with his young sweatshirt here, and then he's got his symbol there. We're using that hairpiece we've seen, and then the open mouth there, looking very, very happy. He's got a hood in the back, and then no alternate face, of course, because it would show through with the short hair. And then Sora here has the Imperium torso. She's going to be using this hairpiece we've seen many times. And then the face, if you turn it around, there is going to be an alternate face. And yeah, that's definitely a city face print, the way that looks. Then the Imperium logo around the back. But really cool to finally get just a casual Imperium logo torso there. You could get a ton of these torsos and just build an army of Imperium citizens. So that's also a really cool thing to see as well. And since Build a Minifig is relatively inexpensive, this figure isn't paywalled behind like a $300 set, that is theoretically something you could go and do. And then finally, the last two minifigs came out in March of this year. So March 2026, the next Legacy set, there was only two Ninjago sets in this wave. One had repeat figures from Season 4 of Dragons Rising, and then one had two brand new Legacy minifigures. So the first one here is going to be Hibernus. This is the original Elemental Master of Ice from the Serpentine War era. This is an anniversary figure, so new torso and leg print there. Love the sand blue. Just the way the torso and legs work together is done so well. Just very subtle accents, but you can tell he's the Elemental Master of Ice. And then not a new face print, but it works perfectly fine for him there. You got the smile there, and then looking around the back, more angry print there. So Hibernus, a very special minifig, and we have one more anniversary Elemental Master coming later this year in the summer. And then finally, we've got Grimfax here. This might be the most shocking of all of them. Seeing Season 11 revisited for Legacy is pretty crazy to me, and the one figure they picked to give us one we've never had or even remake, but is Grimfax. We never got Grimfax. So really cool to get him here. I love Season 11, and Grimfax was a big part of the Ice chapter. So it is nice to get him here, add him to your collection, recreate some of the scenes you want. I can't believe they brought back the Blizzard Samurai helmet mold. This was definitely out of production. There's no way this was still in LEGO's catalog. It hasn't been used in almost 7 years now. So clearly they can bring back some older pieces, and they did it here, and then recolored it in the navy blue. Brand new face print, kind of the evil looking smile there. And then along the other side, he's going into war there. This is maybe after he's joined the resistance with Lloyd and Kataru. But yeah, pretty similar print on the torso and legs to a lot of the other Blizzard Samurai, but this is about as accurate as you could ask for. I think in terms of Season 11 Legacy figures, probably would have been better to get a remake of Akita because she is so expensive and is a much bigger piece.
to that season than Grimfax is, or maybe even if you're doing a new figure like him, getting Kataru would have been cool because he was also a big piece, but maybe we'll see both of those at some point in the future. But for now, as a fan of Season 11 and as a fan of how the Blizzard Samurai designs are, getting Grimfax feels very, very special. And just like that, we have covered all 750 plus Ninjago minifigures made in its 15-year history. This was an insane video to put together, probably the craziest video on my channel. I have not seen very many, if at all, collections of every Ninjago minifig ever, and if those collections exist, I'm definitely the first person to get it out with all of the updated March and January minifigs here. So thank you so much for watching. If you're at the end here and you watched all the way through, kudos to you. I really appreciate you. You're a true fan of either the channel or Ninjago or both, and both of those are really good things. Or if you just skip to the end to see this, you know, thanks for clicking on the video anyways. But yeah, I've divided it into the first two base plates, so the first two eras of Ninjago in this massive bag here. Pretty crazy stuff. And then I put some of the more rare and expensive figures off in this bin for the first era, and then had to put DX Lloyd in a little baggie off to the side. And then this is the second era of Ninjago figures here. There were so many, this is the second two base plates, that I just couldn't even close the bag. So trying to be a little bit careful with that. And then some of the more rare and expensive figures just put off to the side to make sure I was a little bit more careful with those. And then the legacy figures for 2026 just literally wouldn't fit anywhere else. So they're just chilling off to the side here. But yeah, this ended up running a lot longer than I thought it would. I had no plans for this video being upwards of 5 or 6 hours. Usually these collections run around 3 hours, but I literally can't speak after speaking for 5 or 6 hours, but I literally decided to just go in and be a little bit more in depth this time, spend a little bit more time on each minifigure. And if you liked that, please let me know. So for future collection updates, I will continue to go in depth and make these longer videos. But if you prefer the quicker style where I'm just bang, bang, bang going through each figure, I'll go back to that, just kind of like the older collection videos. So your opinion means a lot to me. Please let me know in the comments below. But yeah, once again, this was an insane video to put together. These always are. There are so many different Ninjago minifigures. I feel very lucky and blessed to own all of these, and that is a result of having the channel and you guys watching the videos for so many years. So thank you to all of you as well. And yeah, once again, thank you so much for watching this video. More Ninjago videos are, of course, always on the way on Ethan Studios, so stay tuned for those. Let me know your favorite minifigure in the comments below. Mine is definitely Chokin, wherever he is in that bag there. And for the final millionth time, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to go drink some water. My voice is gone after 6 hours of recording, and I'll see you in the next video.